I feel so alone, like nobody loves me. I feel so alone.
No singing. Yo, look at that. Is that dope or what?
Now I don't feel so alone.
All right, before we start this, I gotta go blow dry my hair because it's humid out, and
I just got caught in the rain. So if I can deal with it, you can deal with it.
Yeah, but I got a blow dryer. Oh, can I hear you?
See? Can't see. See? Can't see.
Hear
There we go.
Yeah, how's this setup look? It looks legit though, right?
I like it. I like it.
I just bought this.
Your room's too big, so you sound echoey. But other than that,
oh, that's fucked up.
Put some carpet or towels down.
What about? Oh wait,
is that better? Is that better?
That's better.
Hold please.
That is better.
Hold please.
I am holding.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Can you hear me now?
Does it sound better, or does it sound just as bad as it was before?
No, it's better.
Okay. Andrew's here, apparently. If we can get his to work. I gotta get some booze, right? That's the whole point. Are you drinking, Jay?
I can barely hear you.
Camera not available. Oh, I should probably plug it in. That's hurting me here. There we go. Got this thing going for me again. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you.
Fantastic. I gotta get rid of the caption. Starting on time is for losers.
Hey, he was late. I was the only one that was here.
Well, that would, according to what I just said, I mean, that doesn't look too kind.
Okay, I'm gonna leave, and you can pretend I'm here.
What the fuck is that shit? What the heck is that? Yo, my man put a picture of himself as the background green screen. I fucking love that.
No narcissism detected. None whatsoever.
Let's do this.
Oh my god, I love that. I love that.
I've never played with backgrounds. It's kind of cool though.
And I just realized.
Oh, you know, I have some actually. I downloaded some
there.
from I downloaded one. Oh, it's not on here. It's on the other computer. Damn, that sucks. I have one. You can download the Rick and Morty, the Rick's shed. You can download that, so it looks like it looks like shit, but that's the idea.
Okay, where do I go?
All right, boys.
I like the library. You look smart.
Every time we talk about books now, I can pull a book out and be like, "Yo, here's a smart book." I have Jay's book around here somewhere.
Which book do you want to talk about, Alex?
I have Jay's book.
I haven't read mine. We can't talk about that one.
I just got. You know who I've been reading a lot of lately, or this year that I really like is Nietzsche. Read him?
Yeah, I like his new stuff.
Yeah, something like that. I read on the genealogy of morality, and it's quite interesting.
I feel like I used to have that on my bookshelf, but I no longer.
I read that a long time back. Nietzsche's always interesting, although it always kind of makes me wonder, like, is the master morality just being a psychopath? Like,
Yes, I haven't got that. That's a different book. I haven't gotten to that one yet.
the psychopath.
Yeah. So the idea of the master and slave morality is like, I haven't read the book, but the idea, as far as I know, is if you're weak in society, you live by a morality that says, well, weakness is good, and strong people abuse all their power, and being humble is a virtue. And if you're strong in society, Jay Scott, I fucking love you're just, he is not listening to me at all. He's just dicking around with his thing. And if
No, my background reflects what I'm thinking about this discussion.
Childish. We're talking about 19th century philosophers here.
Right.
we're talking about, okay, so the idea is, and
So,
the idea is,
here's a little known fact about me. I actually have a philosophy degree.
Right.
really?
Yep.
Rousseauian or Lockean?
Christopher Walken.
Christopher Walken? Okay. I mean,
Yeah.
There's
Oh, my God.
You could be either Aristotle or Plato or Locke or Rousseau, right? Or Nietzsche, because what was Nietzsche in favor of? He hated Christianity and socialism and capitalism and
He hates everything.
just the will to power.
He hates everything. He's like, if you're strong, you create your own morality. If you're weak, you're fucking weak. It doesn't matter.
What was that old? I think it was the Spartans. They were saying, or maybe it was the Athenians. It was something like the strong do what they will, and the weak suffer what they must. And that's pretty much me.
That's pretty much. Yeah, I mean, I guess I like him because I think, you know, we think we're so evolved. We think we're so sophisticated. But I tend to think that that's kind of true. Like, the world kind of works like, if you're strong, you make the rule. The man with the gold, what is it? The golden rule. The man with the gold makes the rules. If you're strong, you make the rules. If you're weak, you put up with it. You fuss about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of Darwinian in a way.
It's very Darwinian, which is what I like, which is why I like it, because it's very natural. I feel it's very natural. All right, we're gonna get some guests in here. That's cool. I wonder if I want to turn off the. I want to show only speakers though. So Jay, I appreciate you reaching out to me because I hadn't done this in a while, and it was much needed. Well, I think we were talking, and you said, when are we gonna do that again? Because I need to hang. I miss you so much, Alex. And I was like, well, yeah, it's been about 6 weeks. That's about as much as people can stand me. Once every 5, 6 weeks. That's about right.
Well, I'm finally recovered from the last time we did this.
Yeah, both on both episodes, you guys went harder than I had expected. Which
we went like 4.5 hours, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
I was pretty slammed by the end of it.
Yeah,
After I finished off the wine and got out the Goldschlager or something like that.
Oh, geez.
No, the Fireball.
I told Carol I'm sticking to 1 or 2 glasses tonight. So this is
Cool.
number 1.
Bullshit.
Get the most out of that glass, I see.
Oh, I should have filled it to the top.
It's not
Yeah.
too late. So what constitutes a glass? As long as it's not,
It's
keep filling it.
This,
again.
this is about a
You mean
half
you
a
only-
glass.
You mean you only use 1 glass?
That's about a half a glass.
You can refill it. All right. So I had some stuff, not very much, written down that I want to talk about. The big one is I wanted to ask people
So what
on
are
the
we
internet.
on? Are we on Facebook Live here, or are we just recording?
We're just recording it, and I'll post it on YouTube tomorrow. So what I've done is I posted, and you guys can too if you want to. What I do is I post the Zoom chat link in Facebook so people can join. And so like Dan DiFilippo's here, macroeconomics buddy of mine, local investor, Carly, another local investor. And so they can basically chat or watch, and then I will post the video of it tomorrow. I can't get it to work on YouTube Live or Facebook Live. I've not been able to get it.
But we're not actually allowed to see Dan or Carly. Like they're second-class citizens.
Yes, we if we get tanked enough, we let me and Andrew. Remember we let that girl in?
Yeah.
Hey Dan and Carly, if it were up to me, if it were
Yeah.
up to me, you would be part of this. Clearly,
And,
not.
I just I know it's gonna get messy, so I'll try to keep it. 3 is a good dynamic. If you start getting more than that, it's just unpredictable.
I like those news shows where they got the host and like the 8 guests in like for a 4-minute segment. You seen those?
No.
No,
It's like Bill. That's what Bill Maher is, right?
no. I mean, every once in a while you see like it's usually like the host and 6 guests on like CNN or Fox or whatever, and it's just like, why are there so many people on this segment? And
Yeah, because you know what? Because we don't want anybody to talk for 5 minutes. We want them to talk for 40 seconds. Actually, that's kind of long. Can you say your entire thesis in 12 seconds? That's all we get. That's all you got airtime.
You can only have, I mean, if you do it that way, you can only have very contrived, very in the box thinking. So,
Yeah, if you can't summarize all of your points of view into a headline, then it must not have any value.
I can summarize everything I know into a headline.
Yeah.
And even that I'd be exaggerating.
Yeah, Nassim Taleb says if you can summarize a book, it doesn't need to be written as a book.
I love that.
that is
Yes.
Love
Me
that.
too. I'm glad you do. So, people.
What are you guys up to? What are we talking about?
So I want to know what form of economic structure that the United States is now participating in. It's not capitalism. It's not socialism. It's more like bureaucratism. It's something like, I just don't want it to fail on my watch-ism.
it's spit and duct tape, maybe ism. I don't know. I mean, with the number of small businesses failing, you start to wonder whether we're going to like neo-feudalism or something like that, where you got Amazon and Google and a couple big, massive firms dominating everything. And
Neo-feudalism. I actually like that.
I did not coin that. I heard that somewhere. I can't remember. But I'll give myself credit.
It's not so good then. It's not so good then.
No, I mean, just, I cannot believe how much money they've shoved into the economy. Like, and there's no holds back. This time, back in 2008, they seemed to be kind of shy about it. This time, it was just like, no, we're just all of it. Just
so. I
would refer to it as a crony capitalist kleptocracy.
Yeah, that's probably right too. I read Timothy Geithner's book very recently, which it was written in 2014, and unfortunately, it was kind of timely, so I was late. But it was interesting to read it now. He goes through the collapse, and he basically writes the book, The Stress Test.
I haven't seen it.
Timothy Geithner was the Treasury Secretary during the collapse, and he basically runs. Yeah. It's basically a autobiography of that period, and he got a bad rep in the media. So it seems like the book's goal was to kind of save his. I don't think he cares about his reputation so much, but he wanted to tell his story because he's like, look, we got dragged through the mud from both sides, and I want to explain that we did the best we could. And he goes, we tried to save the world without committing moral hazard. And I'm reading this book in 2020, where we're seeing the negative effects of the moral hazard from 2008. And I'm like, well, Tim, you're trying to write this book to make yourself sound good, but in retrospect, you did participate in moral hazard so bad that we didn't learn any of the lessons of 2008, and now we're repeating them even worse. And so the idea that he got, the basic message of that book, and what I believe was permeated through Congress was 2008 wouldn't have been so bad if we acted swifter. And so now I think we come along to 2020, we see COVID, and they're like, oh, we better act swift and just write the check. Because in 2008, they argued about it for a while. I remember them being
bailed the first time it went through Congress.
Fuck yeah, the bailout. Sorry, Jay, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say 2008 was the beginning of an administration. 2020 is the end of an administration. I think that's a lot of it. And I think that there was a lot of politics in 2008. I think there's more politics this time, but the politics is kind of converging on everybody feeling like they have to do what's right by the average American citizen.
But they didn't do what's right. They wrote a $1,200 check for some people and a $3,800.
That's why I hesitated on the word what's right. They did what was
politically expedient or politically
that
justifiable.
I think they were like, we can't let anything fail right now. I think they don't even play around with another Lehman Brothers or something like that.
That's the dumbest.
I think I also learned like they didn't see inflation last time, and so I think there's actually a myth behind that. But I think they didn't see inflation last time, and so they're like, we were too shy about it. Just throw it all against the wall. And I mean, and also I think in 2008 the country wasn't a tinderbox. Like it was divisive, but not like this. And so like having 12% unemployment with this kind of political division, that's not a problem even with like unemployment insurance covering people for the most part. Because I don't know how you guys been, but we've had so far across the country no issues with delinquency, and so I think they've been keeping people afloat with that. If you hadn't had this massive injection.
But the problem with that argument is it's not like they're fiscally responsible most of the time. And then during these crises, they're like, oh, let's make sure nobody fails. It's like, let's spend all the fucking money frivolously we possibly can. And then when something bad happens, we won't even have to argue about it. We'll just spend even more. We'll basically have the political capital to just go bananas. It'll never get repaid. And then here's the other thing. Like, I don't see, like, people are so worried about this. I shouldn't say it like that. People think the political polarization is high now. It is. I agree with that. You think there's no reason why it's going to get better. And so we only exacerbate our own problem by not addressing it up front. And so the more we create these problems, like, you think the next administration is going to be less polarizing? It's going to be, oh, that's actually kind of hard. But
I think it is.
Biden would probably be less polarizing, but
it will be.
Probably. That's actually probably true. But it doesn't matter. But he's not going to pay the debt off. And so then in 2020, and so then in 2028, we're going to get another maniac in there. And we're going to have the same debt. So I just don't see this I do not see this as a vacuum problem at all. I see this as like hey, look, we're building ourselves up for a much, much, much worse problem.
Oh, I agree. But I think it's the Band-Aids issue is what they're using now. But I mean, I'm trying to go more from their perspective. I think they see a stagflation, low to no growth, really high inflation environment as being substantially better than what happened in 2008. And they're probably right, assuming it just stops there. But it's quite a gamble to take.
I'm trying not to be politically divisive here.
Not in the first.
I'm not sure exactly how we're not going to have any sort of politically divisive.
You're not going to divide me. If you don't want to offend anybody, then don't speak.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you can not offend anybody in this environment.
Yeah, somebody's gonna get mad about something, even if you.
Well, the problem is, if I'm honest, I'm going to piss off everybody.
That's okay.
Yeah,
I'll drink to that. I'll drink to that.
You're pissing off everyone, except my private lenders.
What somebody said? Somebody posted on Facebook that said no lives matter.
Nihilist?
Yeah, nihilist. Yeah.
It's the hypocrisy that bothers me these days. And it's on both sides, but certainly over the last few years, I think the Republican hypocrisy has gotten way out of control. I don't like liberal fiscal policy. I don't like the Democratic fiscal platform, but at least it's somewhat consistently bad. And so far, at least, they've been honest about the horrible policies they espouse. On the other side, it's just flat out hypocrisy. And I mean, we went from Tea Party to handing people $1,200 for nothing.
Dude, the Tea Party died with Paul Ryan, as far as I'm concerned.
And I don't believe Paul Ryan actually cared about fiscal conservativeness either. I don't think any of them do.
I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. They were like budget hawks, and then like they got into office and they've completely totally been budget hawks.
Right, they're budget hawks.
And then it's like then it switches to because I mean I do think like effectively CNN and MSNBC are DNC television and Fox News is RNC television.
Yep.
And so they didn't want him to be their candidate, but once he was, it's like now we got to defend him at all costs. Which is
well. Let me ask you this though, because when we had the networks, when we had the TV networks, it was CNN, Fox, MSNBC. But now it's different because the media, the internet has allowed for bigger media companies that have spread across the spectrum, the political spectrum, in a very capitalist way, actually. Although it's dangerous because echo chambers work good for capitalism, but they don't work good for a social fabric. And so now you have, Fox News is just not right enough for some people. And so you have OAN, and you have The Blaze. I mean, like just ridiculously named things, right? And then you have
Blaze. That's Glenn Beck's network, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then you have on the left, you have
I think it goes further right than that.
But what is the calculus that Fox News is going through right now? Because clearly, if Trump loses, he was going to do this in 2016. He's going to do it in 2020 now. He's likely going to start his own network or partner with OAN. I mean, he's going to compete with Fox News. I think that's pretty clear. So they don't 100%. Want him to lose necessarily. But if he wins, I mean, he's getting difficult to defend. I mean, even a lot of their more serious journalists are starting to get a little bit tougher on him. He's pushing back on them. He's doing more on OAN. I mean, if you're Fox News, what's the calculus here? Do you go down with that ship or do you turn at some point?
Well,
I mean, it seems like they can do it. Like there's a short memory. Like again, going back, they were really, really anti-Trump, and then they became very pro-Trump, and it seems like everyone has forgotten that. And so I don't know how much it will hurt them. I mean, yeah, there'll be some supercuts from Now This or Vox or something like that. But
yeah,
everybody.
The other question,
the Vox supercut is no joke.
I mean, the other question is who's making the decisions on Fox at Fox.
So that's an interesting thing because two things happen. One, the Murdoch kids are hyper lefty, as far as I know. Which I don't really
hyper
know,
lefty.
as far as I know.
I thought they were just kind of moderate.
Yeah, they're not hyper lefty, but they're certainly not. They're not Rupert Wright.
Right. So the kids are lean left, and then the other thing is, and this is an interesting because I think CNN, MSNBC, and Fox News did it, and I forget the names, but Fox hired Donna Brazile, who was the DNC chairwoman, to run their department. So I look at that and I think to myself,
wait, not as a commentary to run it.
I don't know. I don't want to say the exact position to be wrong, but it's something like we want her to run or be a part of the larger narrative. I mean, I'm using my words. Like they want her to help on the larger side of the direction of the narrative building. I mean, I don't know what the term is, but the head of propaganda. I mean. The Minister of Propaganda.
Donna Brazile was the one that was feeding Hillary Clinton debate questions, right?
Yep.
Right. So I'm curious. Does Fox go? Are they trying to be moderate? It doesn't seem like a good financial play.
Well, maybe they see this coming. I mean, the reason that Fox has double has as many viewers as MSNBC and CNN combined is because there's basically two liberal networks and one conservative. So they get both. That.
Well, that's why I think OAN started.
Like what?
Well, I believe that's why OAN and Blaze started because their production qualities are far lower, but they're just on the internet. They don't need a TV show, not really, and so they can start up.
Yeah, TV and the internet are merging here, so that's not. Yeah, that might not even be a thing anymore. TV is just plug your computer in.
Yeah, I also wonder, you know, we've seen we've seen that people, if you look back 20 years about the media, it was 5 stations, then it's 10, now it's 1 million, and now the internet, it's unlimited, right? I mean, you have the Young Turks, which is not even a real, like, by old standards, that's not a real journalist station, and now they have actual credibility. I use that term very loosely. But my point is,
there's just as much journalists as CNN or any of the other.
I mean, journalist is a fairly loose term to begin with, and there have been some
opinions. They're opinion providers.
I can think of approximately one news outlet in the United States that I trust.
AP.
Was that?
AP.
Okay, 2. AP Reuters and the Atlantic. I like the Atlantic.
Oh, you liberal.
But it's not liberal.
Everything you say is void because you like the Atlantic. See how that works?
Seriously, no.
I'm just fucking with you.
The last thing, the Atlantic has published some good things. The last thing I saw in the Atlantic was an article advocating abolishing the police entirely. So I was like, meh.
Was it an opinion or was it?
Oh yeah, of course it's an
It's
opinion.
not journalism.
See, this is actually an interesting. This is an interesting dynamic because now you just have, with Twitter changed things too. So you have 2 things that go on. One, what I see is you have more of these smaller tribal echo chambers. So it's like, it used to be Fox News, CNN. Well, then it's like Fox News, CNN, MSNBC. Well, now you have like 5 or 6. And it's like, but you have these smaller ones. So people can really, like, some people watch Alex Jones. Like, that's the only thing they watch because he's on 6 hours a day. And it's like, you can get into your one little.
Clips make life worth living.
When he's out
eating
he loves
neighbors,
Andrew loves Alex Jones.
Oh my God.
I mean, he's satire, but Andrew loves him for satire. Some people don't know what the word satire means.
Some of the memes with Alex Jones are the funniest thing that I could possibly conceive of. So I don't like envisioning a world without Alex Jones memes. But go ahead. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt your more serious.
So I wonder if this tribalism continues, and if you break this down to a really nth degree, I look at Twitter as like, okay, it's flawed. For sure. Let's start with it. It's highly flawed. But it creates a very interesting dynamic in that I can watch, like, I know people that love Donald Trump, but they don't follow him on Twitter because he's ridiculous, but then they'll listen to Hannity. And it's like, you can listen to the voice of the person that you want to hear, but you want to hear the opinion more. Like, it's like a game of telephone. It's like, I can talk to the first person. Instead, I got to get it translated through a medium that sounds good to me.
Let me take a big sip before I say what I'm about to say.
Okay.
You dropping some truth bombs on us today? Should we brace ourselves?
It's no different than how many people here, when they use religion to make an argument, will quote the Bible versus quoting their pastor's interpretation of the Bible. If you want to take the literal interpretation of the Bible, you're probably not going to get the result you're looking to get. But you take somebody who is a trusted authority on the Bible, and you take their interpretation of a passage or multiple passages, and you're going to get the interpretation you want. It's the same thing with Trump and Hannity. You want to take Trump's words verbatim? Well, no. Because Trump's words verbatim, they don't mean what they think, what he actually says. You need the translation of his words and what he actually means. And only Sean Hannity knows what Trump really means.
That's a very interesting way to put it.
Yeah, I think getting it filtered through different mediums it's almost translating these things to different people.
Yeah, but doesn't it remove? I guess my complaint. I'm not saying there's a fix. I really don't think there's a fix. But doesn't it remove the critical thinking portion of the individual to be like, what did he say, and what does that mean? Let me think about it. It's like, no. Ask Sean Hannity, and he'll tell you what it means, and then I accept that, or whoever it is.
I mean, this is when I stopped having debates with, and I hate saying this because I use it in a derogatory way, Trump supporters. I don't mean that in a derogatory way because they're perfectly nice and reasonable Trump supporters, but in general, people that can support Trump through all the ridiculousness, I stopped being able to have discussions with them when I started hearing, don't take him literally, take him seriously. Like, I don't know what that means.
That's
If I say I'm going to come to your house and slit your throat and kill your family, don't justify that with don't take me literally, take me seriously. What does that mean? And that's argument I hear. That's the argument I hear with Trump. Don't take him literally. Don't listen to his words. And it's basically what that's saying is attribute the meaning you want him to the meaning you want to his words. Don't actually attribute what he says.
Well, I think you could justify that and like tone it down, like he speaks hyperbolically, like we're the most, it's the biggest, it's the greatest. But Trump is all over the place, which is kind of I think that becomes an excuse because it's not just hyperbole, it's also just Trump speaks impulsively.
Yeah.
And so the best way to defend him is not really defending him. Is Trump speaks impulsively, thereby he might not have meant that because he just said what came to mind. You know, it's like you can always tell when Trump's reading a teleprompter and when he's not.
Oh yeah. When he reads a teleprompter, he's less entertaining and he sounds
like a normal politician, except for he's got a very weird breathing thing where he's like, oh, I can't do it. Yeah, you know, like little quick breaths, you know, like in between. He only does that when he's reading out the teleprompter.
Yeah, my kids used to do that when they were sounding out words.
So this book, Infinite Jest, is a postmodern critique of American materialism, and it's actually interesting because the idea of postmodernism is like words don't matter, nothing matters. I like irony to the extreme. Yeah. And so interestingly enough, you have a book in this book. The president it's like 20 years into the future. It was written in the 80s, or early 90s. So it's actually kind of like timely. And so the idea is like, yeah, America's like a shit show in the near future, and we got a president who just like doesn't take any of it seriously. He's just a clown hanging out and telling jokes and like having a good old laugh. I mean, he wrote that 20 years ago. That's not. I mean, I'm not. But the idea is, it's like. But the idea when you say like Trump says whatever he wants. I'm sorry. When he says like I'll say whatever I want, and like his supporters will interpret that as a positive for whatever they think should happen, is a very dangerous tactic, I think.
Well, because I think in some ways it's not even what he's saying, it's just the tone of it. It's very like confrontational. And so a lot of his supporters want to take on the left. And he doesn't do it. I mean, that's the interesting thing. There's not much doing there. But at least, I mean, maybe he's tried and lost, but it doesn't really seem like that too much. But I think it's just the confrontational tone, and thereby with the left, and they're particularly the hard left, and that's what they see as. And so you can take that and then try to iron out all the inconsistencies.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm gonna bash the left in a few minutes here. I'll make my transition. But
yeah.
I'm not defending Trump. I'm trying to defend.
Oh no, you can defend Trump. I don't mind.
I'm not going.
I love that you guys are playing hot potato with the defend Trump.
I hate them all. I hate them all equally. But I think Trump is Trump. And nobody should be surprised. I mean, what's the quote? When somebody shows you who they are the first time, believe them. And so what I'm more frustrated with is the Republican Senate and Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham and all those guys, Marco Rubio, who literally like they put their stake in the ground 4 years ago, and Trump insulted their families and Trump threatened them, and here they are. I mean, literally, no matter what he says, supporting them, and it makes it hard. I mean, I am extremely fiscally conservative. I'm extremely socially liberal, and most of those guys, most of those Republicans in the Senate 4 years ago, 8 years ago, they would have had my support. And they've basically exposed their hypocrisy. They've exposed the fact that they have no backbone and won't stand behind. And again, it's fiscal for me. On the social side, I don't support a lot of it. But on the fiscal side, a lot of those guys could have gotten my vote. And now it's like the entire Republican Party is dead to me.
Well, the problem is that you have
both parties are dead to me. If that,
yeah. Who are you going to vote for then? Because the left is a bunch of Looney Tunes.
Absolutely, but at least the left is honest about their ridiculousness. And so, if we want to get on the left, how has it been 4 years and Joe Biden is the best we can do? Seriously?
That's not the case. Well, that's not,
Joe Biden was a compromise. I think. I mean, they obviously didn't want Bernie. And so it seems like they threw their weight.
Why were those the choices?
I mean,
I think you don't
the
give
left debates were incredible, like something else, something to behold.
I think the left looked at the polarization of Donald Trump and thought, we can win this. So we start to divvy up. They started divvying up. They started playing political favors, right? Who owes who what? And so it's like, look, we're gonna get the White House. Well, we might not get the White House, but we're gonna get a bunch of Congress and Senate seats at the least, right? And we can talk about that. I think that's an interesting strategy to talk about as well. But I don't know that Biden was the best choice. I think he was. I think they looked at a field that was super left, and they didn't want another Obama run with the Republicans to say like, oh well, Mitch McConnell's gonna come out and just say I'm gonna obstruct for 8 fucking years. And so they said, we'll get somebody in there that like. Okay, people hated Hillary for whatever reason. They can hate her. I didn't care either way. I didn't. Okay, fine, but I didn't hate her, right? And I don't hate Joe Biden, but I don't really. To me, it's like I don't. He's so malleable. How can you hate a guy that he just stands for whatever he thinks he can get done? Like
that's why you hate him.
Are we sure he stands for anything at this point? I mean,
well, that's my point, right? Like, how do you hate somebody?
I'm not sure he's all there upstairs anymore, and I still walk away with this.
Not that Donald Trump has any positions that he believes in virtuously, but he certainly takes stances, and so people can like pick a side, and that creates momentum. But Joe Biden, like people like look, they don't hate him as much as Hillary. There's no way. Jesus Christ, they hated her. Bernie Sanders would have been the correct choice in my opinion, but he was too far, and so people you would have gotten a super polarized. Primary, and then I don't think the Democrats wanted to take the chance. I think the problem is
all these guys are out of touch with and maybe I'm wrong. I think of myself as an average independent, maybe slightly left of independent voter, and my take is there are a lot of me out there, and maybe that's just my narcissism, my arrogance that everybody's like me and I'm correct. But maybe that's not the case, obviously. But it just feels like you put up a Beto O'Rourke. You get John Kasich to defect to the Democratic Party, and you just find a centrist who will just restore order in this. And when I say order, restore normalcy. And
why didn't they
worry about politics?
Well,
later.
I think
why didn't they do a Democrat Republican ticket? That's what they should have. I don't understand why they can't do that.
This time, with this polarized, that's going to be tough. I think one problem the Democrats have that I've seen consistently is they have a very hard time criticizing their fringe. That is something I've seen.
They kicked Fuckface out, the Senate guy that I liked.
Which one? Fuckface?
The comedian, the SNL guy. They kicked him out.
Yes.
Oh yeah, but like that was for like.
He
got caught up in a hysteria.
But that's my point. That's my point. You're like they have a hard time criticizing themselves. I'm like they kicked out somebody on a whim, thinking they thought they could get.
I'm more talking about extremist ideology. Like it seems hard for them to say the protests riots are bad. The idea of defunding the police, but they try to it doesn't mean what the words say.
Al Franken.
Yeah,
Al Franken. They don't realize that they're being so extreme. Joe Biden 4 months ago comes out and says, "Whoever my running mate will be, it'll be a woman." Now, I love women.
Not progressive enough. Not progressive enough.
I'm like,
I
that's
have no.
such a weird.
I think it's great that he's picking a woman, but when he said it, it was purely political, and then he
It's pure
locks
political.
himself in.
And so that's hyper lefty as far as I'm concerned. To just be like, that's the way you define. That should not be a way you define from the outset. Not to say that it shouldn't be a consideration, but it's like the first decision is it's got to be a woman. And it's like, okay, I'm sure there's plenty of qualified women, so it's not the end of the world. But it's like you did this for political posturing. You boxed yourself in, right? Is he gonna? I don't know if he's gonna pick Warren or I don't know who he's going to pick. I don't really keep up with the Democrats so much, to be honest. I mean, to me, it seems interesting. The Trump supporters seem to know a lot more about the Democrats than I do. And I mean, I don't really aspire to be, or I don't really subscribe to any. I don't subscribe to any ideology of any kind. But to me, it's like, how do you guys know so much about these lefties?
Nietzschean will to power is my only ideology.
What was that?
I said Nietzschean will to power is my only ideology.
I will drink to that.
Ideologies are slave morality. Are we sure?
I will drink to that.
A friend of mine suggested the other day. This was a bold prediction. He thinks Susan Rice will be the VP pick.
That's what they're talking about this week. That's not a bold pick. That's what they're in the
this
news all week.
This was before they were talking about it. This was 2 weeks
Okay.
ago. And
the only thing I've heard about Susan Rice was, the only I remember her coming up was like unmasking thing, or like Flynn and whatnot. What she was like, she national security advisor or something like that. What was her position?
Oh, thank you. So,
my wife's sending my kids in with wine.
thank you, Carol. So let me ask you this, because I thought my position, call it 4 months ago, my prediction was this. Trump's going to win the general because he's going to use all his resources to win the general. He doesn't give a shit about anybody else. He doesn't give a shit about the Senate. He doesn't give a shit about he doesn't give a shit about anything about except for Trump staying in power. And so I said, you know what? And he's not good down ballot. I don't know if you saw 2018. He's not good down ballot. So, and then some of the new Republican.
It's not uncommon though for the incumbents to get wrecked in the middle.
But it's not uncommon, but okay. So my idea was, what's the Senate? Jay, you asked earlier about calculus. I'm curious what the Democrat calculus was coming up after the midterms. Maybe, like I said, 6 months ago. And so I thought, they're gonna elect somebody that might win, might not win, and they're gonna focus all their attention on the Senate because they can win the Senate. Donald Trump's not gonna focus on the Senate. Donald Trump's gonna focus on Donald Trump, and they might lose the presidency, but if they win both houses, he's basically lame duck for 4 more years at best. If at worst they impeach him, and so again, well, but if they have both houses, they get him. And so my thought was,
don't you need 60 votes to get in the Senate to impeach?
It's 60.
Yeah, they're not going to get 60 seats. So.
I don't see.
No, that's true. They're going to get.
I don't see Trump. I don't see Trump winning and losing in the Senate at the same time.
I don't see Trump winning.
Well, you guys are crazy.
I predicted. I can't prove this because it's not in writing. But I did predict Trump would win in 2016.
You did predict him to win last time?
I predicted. I'm like Trump talking about how he opposed the Iraq War. It's not on record anywhere, but I predicted it. I swear. But no, I got
a book for that too. Hang on.
So Dan just wrote in the chat that Donald Trump's going to be elected at least once. That's scarier than Donald Trump getting reelected. Like that phrasing.
So I talked to my mother, who's she's a hardcore Trump supporter, and I was like, this dictatorship talk, I don't fucking like it personally. This president for life jokes, and she's like, well, he's just trolling, and I'm like, are you sure? Because if you're wrong, it's gonna be too late to find out when you find out you're wrong. And I don't think that it's good behavior to troll your constituency, your American public, as the leader anyway.
I don't think jokes about subverting the Constitution are funny.
Yeah, I mean they're funny if we joke about it, but we have no possible authority
right,
to do
exactly.
so.
No.
I mean,
when an elected official,
Trump, but I just like when he starts. He's been so ineffective at what he said he wanted to do, it almost I can't take him seriously on anything.
Yeah. So okay, Andrew, this is a good point. So the idea is in 2016 he won by the smallest electoral college victory of all time, and he lost the popular vote by the biggest margin of all time. And since then, he's only pissed people off.
Who lost the election. Okay. Yeah.
Yes. Excuse me. Yes. And so.
Every couple guys got just annihilated. Mondale. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
And so the idea is, and then he got crushed in the midterms. And so if you took a 100-foot step back and looked at this, like not in the, like we're living in it. So it seems like, it's like it got people's anxieties up because it's every day. But if you came back and you're like, what happened? It's like, well, Donald Trump won barely. Then he got crushed in 18 and then he lost in 20. It wouldn't seem like it would be much more of a blip. Now, that's a very reasonable thing to have happen because he really did win by a small margin in 16. He got crushed in 18. He hasn't gotten much done. I mean, his supporters love him, but I don't know that that's enough. It may be. It may not. The Electoral College may swing his way again as a fluke. Maybe.
Yeah.
But is that your position? Your position is like he barely got in. He didn't do anything. I mean, I will say this. He's pissed off almost everybody he's come in contact with. Everybody who leaves the administration, one thing, okay, this is for sure. One thing, every time somebody leaves, he's like, I barely knew that motherfucker.
Coffee boy.
Trump's staffing his administration has been fascinating because he's going into, fascinating in terms of how not to do your agenda. It's been like, basically, if there's one thing I liked about Trump is that he took out people that I despise.
Like who?
That pretty much ends my liking of Trump. And some of his tweets are funny in a sort of extremely nihilistic way.
What?
But he, it's kind of like, I can't believe that the president of the United States is tweeting this, and thereby it's funny. But, he staffed his administration with what would have seemed to be, he filled it up with, never Trumpers. He filled it up with sort of like, he's talking about draining the swamp, but he brings in a bunch of like Wall Street people, puts in like neoconservative types like Bolton, who is obviously, Bolton's like, just wants to bomb every country on the planet. And Trump is kind of shy about, he's shy about new wars. And it's like, there's obviously not going to work. And it's just like, it's almost as if he's trying to create really, really exorbitant book deals for people leaving his administration who can write books about how much they hate him and get Democrat. The idea if you had told me 10 years ago that Democrats would be like buying John Bolton's book, I've just been like, are you what? I thought the one piece of agreement that every sane person of any political affiliation had is that John Bolton was a complete nut job, and I'm just like looking at, I don't know it's this has been a consistent feeling I've had for more than 4 years, but I just can't believe I'm watching this. Watching Republicans defend Trump against Bolton without recognizing that Trump appointed Bolton and was not forced to do so. He chose to appoint this nut job. And then Democrats lining up to buy Bolton's book as if what this guy says matters. I'm just like,
how do we get to this timeline? This is a strange timeline.
This timeline doesn't make sense. The simulation has got to be glitching. What is happening? It's just going to be like Dick Cheney's going to write a tell-all evisceration of Donald Trump. Jump up to number one on Amazon.
It really is crazy. Supporting Bolton, Anthony Scaramucci now, he's a staple on CNN, and everybody trusts what he has to say.
Wait, wasn't it the network that falsely reported he was working for the Russians?
Yeah, exactly.
Is this whole thing it started as a PR stunt gone awry? His campaign, in my opinion, was I don't think he thought he was going to win. Michael Lewis wrote this book called The Fifth Risk. I highly recommend this book if you want to know. I mean, it's Michael Lewis, so it's anecdotal, but it's one of his. It's okay, but it's interesting, like insight. He did a lot of research, so it was a PR stunt gone awry, and so now, and we already touched on it. We know that he's going to start a PR company, a media company when he leaves. So this whole like Bolton goes and works for Trump, then Trump takes a giant dump on him, and so now like who's Bolton going to work for? Bolton's not going to work for the Republicans again, and he's definitely not going to work for the Democrats. He's done. And so he goes off and he writes his book at Donald Trump's expense. Now, Donald Trump, I will say, of any trait that I wish I could take from his, and this is a terrible trait, but it really is a strength. I've never seen anybody so shameless.
Oh, yeah.
Like nothing phases this guy. He doesn't give a shit what kind of mud you drag him through. And so could it be, that this whole thing, like this whole like, hey Bolton, you came, you worked for me. I'm gonna shit talk you in public, but I'll let you make a couple of million on shit talking me, and it's all part of the PR campaign. And Donald Trump doesn't give a shit about what you say about him. And then when the thing's over, he's gonna run a media campaign, and he's gonna be like think about that guy's life story, right? I showed up, I killed it in New York for 40 years. I became a billionaire-ish, allegedly. Whatever. Then I became president. Can you believe that? Then I started a media company, and then the real elected official is Ivanka.
But here's the thing, and I know that I'll take a lot of flack for this if there were a lot of people listening.
There won't be. Don't worry.
but
cheers to obscurity.
I don't care about it. Yeah, this is fun. But honestly, I think he wants to win to stay out of prison. Because let me tell you something, New York is going after him.
Well, I will say this.
The Southern District of New York is going after him.
Which one of the things are they going after him for?
Money laundering, tax fraud, campaign finance violations.
They do have the Michael Cohen thing that they have a bunch of stuff from the Michael Cohen case that he turned, and they gave him a whole bunch.
Yeah, sorry.
No. They turned the Michael Cohen case, and then I've heard that narrative before, but the thing is, Biden will pardon him.
Zero chance.
I don't think Biden pardoned him. But
right,
they might behind the scenes be like, don't do this. We don't need another mess.
But here's the thing. I mean, the most obvious thing that's come out so far is that he inflated asset values for loans and deflated the same asset values for tax purposes.
The Deutsche Bank.
Not uncommon.
No, but here's but
uncommon.
But the law works like this, and this is fucked up. But this is the way the law works, right? Like nobody fucks with you until you piss somebody off.
Sure.
Yeah,
and so it's like, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say that is the one thing, like the utter relentlessness. Like I thought it was bad with the Republicans going after Obama. The relentlessness that the Democrats have gone after him, legally speaking, is something I.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing about Donald Trump, right?
He's guilty in a lot of places, but like at the same point, well, I mean, like the Russia thing, he wasn't guilty of that, and so it's like, which I thought was just.
Do you really think that he is not concerned about being extorted by Russia? Like, why does he kowtow to Putin?
He's been pretty favorable to Putin. He's been really favorable to Putin.
Well, he's been favorable in terms of how he's spoken, but like, what have we done that's been like? Let's go over the policies of the United States towards Russia. Some of these he was sort of pushed into. So I grant you.
Helsinki,
out the ambassadors,
Helsinki
sanctions.
He invited him back to the G7.
He didn't do sanctions. Congress did sanctions.
Arming Ukraine, getting out of the INS treaty, bombing Syria. I don't know where he's really just kowtowed to Russia.
Well,
countries
okay. You know what, Andrew?
Arabia,
you know what?
Israel. And
well, then Twitter doesn't matter.
Moving troops out of Syria, Turkey. I mean, he's basically given Russia. He's trying to get Russia back into the G7/G8.
Yes.
I mean,
yeah.
What is that?
And so, Andrew, you say, "Oh, they're just words," as if words don't matter. Well, then his Twitter shouldn't matter.
Well, no,
his posture matters.
Words compared to action.
Well, he can't get any support. He can't get any support.
What?
He can't get any support in Congress to do actually anything to support Russia. But he can certainly. Hang on, who's talking? he can't get any support in Russia to do. Is Carly? Are you talking? Is she talking on purpose? I mean,
No, I think she just accidentally unmuted.
Okay. Yeah. So look. I don't know if the Russian thing is like as what the Mueller report was like.
The Mueller report
was pretty condemning, but not
collude, but he was doing all sorts of bullshit to try to screw up with the saying,
obstruction.
Obstruction of an investigation that didn't find anything, with an enormous amount of resources behind it. So I'm struck like Trump, which is kind of what I thought it was going to be. Actually, was Trump, because he's impulsive and makes. And can't stand people criticizing him, although he's put himself in a position that would garner the most criticism ever. He's going to do something like, what was the big thing he did? He told him McCullough, what was that guy's name? Told him to end the special counsel, then changed his mind, and then told him to not say that was said, or try to delete that, try to cover that up or something like that. That's kind of what I see in Trump, an extremely impulsive individual who is being pushed in all these different directions, especially since he does have, I'm sure, long series of various financial shenanigans of one sort or the other. And so you're going to find these things in these investigations, especially as they expanded it. And,
I think a simple explanation with the Russia thing is that, he's probably got financial connections to them. I mean, we know he's got financial connections to them. And I'm sure, and my guess is he's probably thinking, I just don't think he's the mastermind on such a scale. I think he thinks, how can Donald Trump make money? And so he's like, look, after this annoying stint as a president, I can go back to business, and I want to do business in Russia. So let me play favorites to Putin now and give him the G7 because I don't give a fuck about any of that, and he does. And then when things are over, I can go and put a Trump hotel in Moscow and do whatever I want to do. I mean, to me, that seems like the most reasonable.
Russia, and he's been extremely hard on China. I mean, China's got.
I don't think he's
populations growing faster.
But again, has he been harder on China, or has it just been words like you just said that didn't matter?
He hasn't done anything to China.
Yeah, he hasn't done anything to China.
He tried to do the
trade war,
the renegotiated trade deal, which I didn't dig into deeply, but maybe you did, Jay.
You notice how he closed the Houston Chinese consulate
this week? Yeah, that was a big deal.
And his rationale was because they were stealing our technology. Well, then close the one in San Francisco. But he knew if he did that, he'd get retaliation. So he closes the one in Houston. Great.
Okay, actually, let's talk about that. What's up with TikTok?
With what?
TikTok.
Chinese super spies.
Is that so? I want to talk about TikTok and I want to talk about 5G.
Okay, I'll listen for TikTok because I know nothing.
5G causes coronavirus.
No. Listen. So, Mike Pompeo, who is largely a Trump sycophant, but says some things that I think are very poignant at times. And he said a few things. He says, and a lot of other countries are starting to ban TikTok. TikTok is a Chinese app that goes in and it basically steals its spyware. Yep. And people are downloading it in droves, and it's popular. I have TikTok. We're
talking about selling to an American company, just to preserve their capitalization.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well. Okay. That's fine. But hopefully the American company will go through it and take out all the spyware. But the point is, so you got this Chinese malware that's basically. I don't know what the point is, but it doesn't seem like it would be anything beneficial to Americans. And then the other one is this 5G thing. And Mike Pompeo has come out and said, if China wins the 5G race, we're done.
What does that mean?
I've only heard a little bit about 5G, but from what I understand, it's basically internet is everywhere. You don't even need your phone. You just say
you could do it from a satellite. It's on all the time, and it's hyper speed. And so, yeah, the data collection and distribution and usefulness is beyond what it's beyond my understanding. But when the Secretary of State comes out and says things like that, sycophant or not, take it. It doesn't seem like it fits into the Trump bullshit narrative. It feels like, oh, that's probably should worry about that.
I mean, I think there's a lot of things with regards to, I mean, I don't understand 5G too well. I know with regard to artificial intelligence and stuff like that, it's creepy reading about what they could possibly be able to accomplish. Whereas artificial intelligence might just wipe us out, which, I mean, it's just done. You don't have to worry about China for that. But
okay, let me ask you a question, kind of a different China question that maybe we're.
You want me to Google an article on 5G and I can read it here as if it's my own opinion?
So
why do you need your own opinion when you can get somebody else's?
What do you want to know about 5G?
Well, we were talking about the Chinese American. I don't want to say dispute, but ongoing difference in dispute. We'll use dispute.
I don't. What's the 5G dispute? 5G is a protocol.
5G is an internet technology. Internet technology.
Yeah.
Well, so I guess the deal is they want to. If the Chinese can deploy it faster, better, they get the leg up on. They get the data advance. I don't know. Mike Pompeo said it. So I was just trying to change the subject instead of just shit on Donald Trump for 3 hours, which would be easy to do.
Well, let's bash the left then. So I'm fine with that.
No, yeah, that's better. Yeah, let's bash the left. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that.
I do want to see.
You got to be a little careful when bashing the left. You might get canceled. So one nice part about bashing Donald Trump is you don't have to worry about that.
He eats it up.
Yeah.
Haters.
Well, I mean, if one thing I would say, I don't know if you guys heard about this the other day, but this I find almost sort of comical about how utterly impotent the right has been on cultural issues. Alex, did he leave us?
No.
Okay.
Ice Cube.
Did you hear that? Just the other day, Planned Parenthood decided to remove their all affiliation with Margaret Sanger.
I don't know who Margaret Sanger is.
Margaret Sanger is the founder of one of the co-founders of Planned Parenthood. And the right has always been just especially the pro-life right, just hammering her because she was pro-eugenics. She was she's pretty kind of racist at times, I believe. I think they might have exaggerated some of that. She gave a speech in front of the Ku Klux Klan and stuff like that. So they've been hammering her for ever since I can remember. And then the left's like, I think we'll cancel her ourselves, and it's like just gone in a day. It's like,
have you read a book?
That's a good thing, isn't it?
What?
Isn't that a good thing?
Well, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying it's amusing to me how quickly it happened once the left decided to do it. They decided they wanted to do it when the right has been pushing this for 20 years. I just feel like the right has been successful on various things, but they've not had any success. They've had very, very limited success culturally.
Got it.
That was the point I was
making. No, okay, that makes perfect sense. Yeah.
Have you read that book?
The left is very slow to adopt their own ideology.
Yes. It's fading in and out. Just read it for us here.
The Coddling of the American Mind.
Oh, I have read that book. Yes, I have. John Haidt is great.
John Haidt is great. Yeah, well said.
He's
Jay, if you haven't read it, I highly recommend it.
Nope, but I'm ordering it now.
Didn't you order like four or five books last time around? Did you read any of them?
I ordered 2 books. I ordered Anti-Fragile and
great book.
My favorite book of all time.
So I ordered Anti-Fragile, and I ordered Why the West Rules.
That's a great book. Yeah.
Which one is that?
Why the West Rules for Now.
Is that?
And I read Anti-Fragile, loved it. I have not finished Why the West Rules for Now.
Why the West Rules is a part of a group of books that I kind of, in my mind, they all circle around the same topic. There's a famous one called Guns, Germs, and Steel, which is very popular. Mm-hmm. And so the idea is like, why do some countries get ahead and some others don't? And you can attribute it to easy things like culture, but that's such a cop-out answer. And so Why the West Rules is the idea is that it attributes it to luck of geography, which is kind of sounds like a cop out on the surface, but after 900 pages, he will convince you that that's a pretty good reason. And then the idea is that the advantages that the West got from their geographic advantage are quickly running out now, and so the West will not be in first place as it feels for much longer. That's the idea.
I mean, I've read is it pretty similar argument to that?
No, because Guns, Germs, and Steel. Guns, Germs is is that was it Jared Diamond? Yeah.
Ironically, interestingly enough, I think Thomas Sowell made the exact same argument. That's a right wing and left wing guy, so I thought it was amusing.
They're not that different, but Guns, Germs, and Steel is like a little bit more. I just didn't buy the argument. It's not that one is right or one is wrong. They're different arguments, and I bought Why the West Rules made a more cogent argument, in my opinion. Dan says, this has been a much better from a few minutes ago. That should have been the end of the entire discussion. There's only one side that you can bash without the threat of cancellation. So
there's some truth to that.
So this book is largely about cancel culture, microaggressions, and a lot of these hyper lefty things that especially originate in the universities. And it's interesting. Like, I find the political debate these days, the left versus the right, I find, and this is just me, I'm not speaking about like people in general, but my opinion is the more that I read, especially old texts, the more that I disconnect from the polarization of what other people are like, well, are you on the left or the right? And I'm like, well, I don't even think in terms of what does that mean, the left and the right. I either have to agree with cancel culture or I have to agree with pussy grabbing. Like, that's such a, it's certainly not about fiscal conservative versus spendy anymore. It's certainly not about, Christian values versus progressive values. It's certainly not about, it's not about any of these things that you used to be, at least that's the narrative the old narrative that I'm used to. Now it's just about, do you like Donald Trump or do you hate Donald Trump? I
definitely agree with that. The more I read, the less I care about the specific.
I'm very careful when I speak these days to use left and right and liberal and conservative and Democrat and Republican very intentionally. And we can talk left and right and not necessarily be talking, and I don't like left and right because I prefer either talking conservative or liberal or Democrat and Republican, because those are very different things. Problem is when you say left and right, when you say left, are you talking about liberal or are you talking about Democrat? Because they're not the same thing. When you say right, are you talking about conservative or are you talking about Republican? Because those aren't the same thing either. So I think it's important to differentiate between liberal and conservative and Democrat and Republican. Democrat and Republican are the same thing for the most part these days.
For the most part, they're almost the same. They're both spendy, and they both just like culture war.
Right. And I don't like either of those things.
and
there's certainly some divergent views there, but for the most part, the Democrats and the Republicans are going to push the same at a high level, the same policies.
Yes. Well, we saw it. We talked about it earlier, the tax break, not the tax break, the bailout. It's like, you guys agreed in one fucking day on $3 trillion. There's no difference in party. In fact, it's an interesting exercise. If you go to the Senate.gov and you look up like the votes, they vote together a lot. Yep. There's bipartisan votes every single day. It's just, you just hear about because that's usually shit that doesn't matter. It's culture war. It's so annoying, culture war. It's like people just want to wake up and go, are you on my side or are you my mortal enemy or are you my perfect friend?
Exactly.
I had a girl who she was on a few of these shows actually. Her name's Ceci. I went to the protests when they first started. They were here in Fayetteville. I took my camera, I took a bunch of pictures, and I was like, well, you guys know me, right? I was like, let's go see some fucking mayhem, right? Like, I was not scared of it. I've been to war. I ain't scared of it. So there's nothing that protest's gonna do that it's gonna worry me. So I went down there with my camera and I took some pictures. And then the next day, they knocked out some windows. And so the next day, the community went down there and boarded things up, blah, blah, blah. And like, she didn't like the fact that I went out there to take pictures and then I didn't come help fix things in the morning, which I probably, whatever. Looking back, I wish I
were breaking them. I mean, it's like
no, and I'm not encouraging anybody. I was just there observing, right? And so, well, she unfriended me, like blocked me for good. We were fairly close friends, and I'm like, we agree on 99.9% of how the world. I mean, not to say like we agree on all things, but it's like we can have healthy disagreement. We didn't have an unhealthy disagreement. We had a narcissism of small differences. And whatever. I mean, we haven't talked now in like 3 months. It's like, it is what it is. It's gone. But at the same time, I think about this and I'm like, this is a devolving of our society for absolutely no gain.
Yeah, I think the inability of people to be friends, and this is something I see that's much worse on the left, actually. Not other than that, except it sounds like the example you're giving was one on the right, and I do see that on the right too, is the inability to be friends now with somebody who disagrees. Yes. And that has seemed to accelerate exponentially in the last, particularly after Trump, but even before that.
Yes.
I mean, I see Trump as most people vote. It started as just a rage vote, like just kind of against that mindset. And then it's accelerated so much under Trump. And I mean, one of the things I'm talking about with regards to Trump's ineffectiveness is everything that I think people saw good about him that he was going to fight against has gotten worse. Whether you see it as worse or not worse from his perspective. And I think cancel culture particularly is worse just in general.
I love Trump for the anti-cancel culture. I mean, like,
except it's gotten so much worse under him, and he hasn't. I mean, there's only so much a president can do about it. I mean, but
yeah, well, the president is a figure. I mean, they don't.
Yeah, but it is one of those things that's just gotten completely out of control.
I actually enjoy cancel culture.
You want to cancel some people?
As a hardcore capitalist, I mean, what's more capitalistic than cancel culture? People using their vote to impose their will.
No, I know you're just shit talking right now, but that's not.
No, I'm 100%.
You're not using. They're not using. Excuse me. They're not using their vote. Excuse me. First off, voting with capitalism, you vote with your dollar. They're not voting with their dollar. They're not boycotting. What they're doing is they're shaming people into going away voluntarily. Fuck you.
I love it.
I know you're baiting me.
I love it.
No, you don't.
Yeah, absolutely.
I despise it.
I love watching these companies who can't figure out like which way to swerve. Do they swerve into?
I will say this.
They seem to all made the same decision. I will say, if we're gonna make a quick detour, corporate wokeness is probably the dumbest thing I've ever seen. And
oh my god, the amount of companies that you go to their website now and they get the pop up like "We support Black Lives Matter" or "We support Black people," and I'm just like, but just now, you just figured that out, just now.
And that's why I love it, because I love you see those things and you can just imagine the C team in their ivory towers squirming about what do we do? What's the right move for shareholders? And it's hilarious.
I mean, they usually get wrecked for it. I mean, like,
except unless you're Nike or if you're the NFL. Colin Kaepernick came out. I mean, Nike came out.
Yeah, I mean, I think Gillette, after they're like, shave off your toxic masculinity. Oh, let me look this up.
I didn't see that one.
No, this is.
I will say this.
It was the dumbest ad, like Gillette, like shave off your toxic masculinity, and
I will say this:
not to harass women by shaving with Gillette. And
I will say this about cancel culture. I think the answer to cancel culture, I think Donald Trump has the correct response to cancel culture, which is, I don't give a fuck. Say what you want about me. I'm doing what I'm doing. Like, it only affects you if you allow it. And so the people that allow it, I agree with you in that regard, Jay. It's like, if you let it take you out, you volunteered.
Well, here's the thing.
Fired or kicked out or something like that. I mean,
well, true. Yeah. Well, that's people's fault for being subservient to a boss. Ain't subservient to nobody. I'll say what I feel.
Yeah, and here's the problem. Most of the people on the left that are so woke these days They're not really. And that's the thing.
They have no idea.
Like, and here's the thing. I support Black Lives Matter. I support equality. I'll stand up for it. I stood up for it 10 years ago. I've been saying it for my entire free life, and I'll continue to say it. I don't care if it loses me friends or Facebook friends or whatever. But I love watching all these people on the left that are suddenly embracing it, and I can't wait to see them take heat in 5 years when sentiments change and they change sentiment and then have to defend why they're changing sentiment.
Well, the thing about
Doesn't seem to be moving backwards at this point.
the thing about it is, to me,
I mean, we always say that, and then at some point it kind of it moves out of our consciousness.
I mean, but that being said, I would say there's a major difference between being anti-racist, being woke. Like there's what?
Agreed. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, like this, like critical race theory and critical gender theory. Do you guys remember the This is a couple years back. The Sokol, I think it's called the Sokol Squared hoax. You guys remember this?
No.
No? Okay. It's fairly amusing. Basically, these three professors decided that they were going to submit all of these papers to various like gender studies at like all the what they call the grievance studies.
Uh-huh.
You know, these ones, and so they just made up the most farcical bullshit you can think of, and they submitted it. First round, they got rejected, so they toned it down just a tiny bit. And then the next one, they got 7 papers published, and then they got 7 papers in review. This is over 10 months. They did this over 10 months. And they got caught by this Twitter account, I think it's called like New Peer Review, which was just tweeting out like dissertations and theses and papers about like, one was like the hegemonic masculinity of men facing homelessness, or just batshit insanity, right? And so like one of the papers was about rape culture, and they did it by observing Portland dog parks and how and counting doggy rapes. And they said they investigated like 10,000 dog genitalia. Another one said that this is getting a little vulgar, I guess, but like it made the case that if a man masturbates while thinking of a woman, he has sexually assaulted her.
Oh my God! Good night.
So it's like if you flip it around, like Brad Pitt has been sexually assaulted like a billion times, and then another one just took a chapter from Mein Kampf and changed the pronouns, changed the names, changed the institutions, and whatnot. All these got published, and these are like top journals. And so it was like that type of theory, the kind of thing where it's like this new sort of like it's like just like a series of Kafka traps, like. Are you racist? And like, no, I'm not racist. Oh, well, that's proof that you don't take racism seriously or stuff like that. Just, this type of mindset seems to become endemic on the left.
Well,
I feel like that hoax.
But it's not just the left. It's both sides. We have this problem in our society.
No,
you're
wrong. It's definitely the left, and to Angie's point, it's in the universities, the humanities for sure.
But it's both ways. We judge
because the Republicans don't go to college, so it has to be.
No.
I'm just fucking. That's a joke.
We've gotten very good at judging an entire group by its most extreme members.
No, you're wrong.
We say we hate Republicans. If you're on the left, we say we hate Republicans because they are racist and they support Trump and they want their guns and they want to kill people and that's the most extreme right. And on the left, I think Andrew just said it better than I could. We hate the left because of their most extreme members, and we have to make it a conscious effort to remember that the most extreme members in either of these groups is not representative of the group itself.
I would absolutely agree with you, Jay.
I would agree with you, Jay, but
one exception. This part of the university, we are judging by its standard, I think.
Yes.
And it is, and not only that, it is, I see it as being, okay, now I'm going to get really hard. I see it being as basically the grievance studies, it's a lot in sociology. It's sort of, God, it sounds ruthless. It's sort of parasitic. Like, these are not why these universities exist. No one cares that they have these departments. They know, like Harvard, Stanford, they would have no reputation whatsoever if it was just these departments. But because of their economics, because of their science, because of their business, because of their philosophy, because those departments have brought them up so much, they get a level of credibility they have absolutely no right to deserve. 100%. And then they're the ones pushing speech codes on the rest of the campus. So I see it's like it is important to judge these types of ideologies by their normal, and I think it is judging that hoax in particular, the incredible success they had in publishing the most insane bullshit. And they got an award. They actually won an award from one of the journals.
Yeah, Jake, I think you're underestimating the this is a very long-term growing movement, this hyper left ideology, and it's in the universities specifically, and that's who teaches our fucking citizens. So I do think that this is not the niche extreme. This is I don't want to say it's mainstream, but it's becoming that way. It definitely
isn't mainstream. That is absolutely true.
Nope. But it's growing, right? And when you teach it in the universities, it's different than just like some ding dong. It's different than
that. I agree with. No, and that I think is the issue, is that we give it credibility.
Yes, you get a peer reviewed study that says this is legitimate.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can look at the KKK, and that's just as extreme on the other side, but nobody gives it any credibility because there's no credibility.
They wear costumes.
But
the KKK is also half of there's like 3,000 members, and half of them are FBI informed. I mean, I think the KKK is like the Communist Party. Those are kind of dead. You have new issues like that.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yes.
But no. And I 100% get the fact that because these groups and these movements have well-respected institutions behind them, that makes them that much more dangerous. So 100% agree. Yeah. And I'm glad we're having this discussion because I haven't given much thought. I guess it's so funny because when Obama was president, I was hypercritical of the left. And now that Trump is president, I'm hypercritical of the right.
That's a good position to have. Fuck that. That is the position to have. You should be critical of everybody who's in power. As a patriotic American, you should be critical of your government. That is the correct position to have. Whoever's in power.
It's funny because I get called a libtard constantly. Well, not constantly.
Well, you are.
But
sorry,
no, but that's
Dave,
go back to my Facebook.
I want to defend you. I think you're just a regular tart.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll drink.
Okay. Yeah.
I apologize. Okay, I apologize.
I will drink to that.
You are a real estate scholar, quite frankly.
But seriously, you go back to my Facebook feed from 2008 to 2016. And let me tell you something. You probably would have thought that I was 100% the other direction. I'm critical of everybody. I hate hypocrisy. Hypocrisy is what frustrates me. And typically, it's the group in power that most espouses that hypocrisy. And the left did it for a long time. Now the right's doing it, and that is what I hate. And I mean, it's not so much. You take somebody that is confident in their beliefs, who's consistent. I hated George W. Bush. I thought George W. Bush is hated.
Hey, you know what? Anybody else go to a stupid war because of George Bush?
But let me tell you something. No. I respected the fact that George Bush was probably the single most consistent most consistent leader we've had in 30 years. You always knew his position. He was consistent in his positions. And unfortunately, he wasn't, he was controlled. But I respected the fact that he had a core set of beliefs that he was consistent in.
I'm going to have to go ahead.
Look, if you're going to judge everybody's consistency based on Donald Trump, then everybody's consistent.
Well, I mean, one of the things you got to remember.
But look, let me tell you something. Look, I was young. I was young in 2001. Okay, I was young. I signed up when I was 18, right at September 11th, right? And so, but I remember, and I didn't know how to interpret at the time because I didn't really watch the news. I didn't give a shit about politics. I was 17. But I remember George Bush comes on. September 11th happened. I had just turned 18, and George Bush comes on TV and he says, "It's the Pakistanis we're gonna go fuck them up. And then a week later, he comes on TV and he says, "It's no, just kidding. It's the Afghanis. We're gonna go fuck them up."
The axis of
And
evil.
I thought to myself at the time, at 18 and not knowing anything, I thought to myself, "Oh, gee, it seems like he should know before he opened his fucking trap."
I have a question.
And he sure didn't know. So I have yet. How do I say this? After 3.5 years of Donald Trump, George Bush is still worse for me.
I mean, I will say this:
Yeah.
my ultimate enemy.
And the TSA?
What?
No. Yeah, George Bush is worse.
The Patriot Act was worse than anything that Donald Trump has done.
Donald Trump hasn't done shit except the
Yeah,
tax.
that's the thing. Trump is a lightning rod, and he's helped the left more than the right, in my opinion, because he's done nothing.
Except with the judges. He's put in a lot.
There's
Judges,
a lot of, even though they're, but I mean, with Bush, I'd say I don't agree with that because I think Bush was, I don't know what if you watch.
George Bush was a politician. He's a power broker. He wasn't an ideologue.
Governor, he spoke clearly. So I don't know if he just lost his mind, but Bush ran on a humble foreign policy where we would mind our own business and criticize Clinton for military ventures that people forget about, like Somalia and Haiti and.
Somalia,
you probably remember Yugoslavia, although I guarantee that 99.99% of the population cannot explain what happened there. I still have a hard time explaining what that was about. But if you look I think Iraq was so utterly indefensible, especially in hindsight, that it's
still is
dead.
And now the Pentagon comes out and they said that they lied about they lied about Afghanistan, and they never found the weapons of mass destruction. So you know what it was? It was imperialism. It was fucking imperialism, and I'm still salty about it. But I had to go.
Here's one of the things I want a quick thing, like why American politics is so messed up, because the people behind the Iraq War were the neocons. But the neocons today are seen as like the never Trumpers and the moderates, even though I consider them to be insane extremists. That's the way I like. So you have like Bill Kristol or John Bolton.
Bill Kristol, yeah.
What? Yeah, I consider them to be as extreme as like a KKK member. Basically, they want war everywhere all the time. But they're the moderates, and it's like, so it's like it's all a giant mess. But
there's no moderate. There's no moderates don't exist anymore.
In George W.'s defense, I'm still not sure that anybody has told him that he's decided to go to war. Like I'm not sure he's figured that out.
I know,
or that the mission was not accomplished. Remember that one?
I mean, it was President Dick Cheney that led all of that. Let's be honest.
I would grant Bush that. And, I mean, it's like, the thing. I'm a big peacenik, in case you guys haven't figured that out. But the thing, like my favorite politicians, probably on both sides, are like Tulsi Gabbard and Rand Paul. So,
Rand Paul, really?
Rand Paul?
Really? After this last 2 years? Really?
Yeah, seriously. He's another hypocrite that's exposed himself the past couple of years.
Yeah, to a degree, I agree. It seems like he's trying to basically kind of cozy up to Trump to try to convince him not to bomb countries. That seems to be. But he's better than he's better than most. With those kind of he's. Well, yeah. I mean,
it seems like you used to like him, and you can't get over it. That
his dad was a little racist, but I voted for his dad.
Ron.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it depends on who.
Wasn't Ron Paul? Actually, you know what? Let me ask you this. Let's change subjects. Joe Jorgensen, the independent that's going to run in 2020.
Yep. What about him?
You know her. Do you know anything about her?
Nothing. I know nothing about him or her.
It's a good. I was like, do you know anything about her? You're like him? No, I don't. Okay. I don't know anything about her, but but I am interested. What is you guys' opinion on voting third party in a general, especially one that's like, and I fucking hate it because every year they tell you it's the most important election of all time. And if it goes, and each side will tell you, like if Trump wins, he's going to be a dictator. It's going to be the end of America. And if Biden wins, it's going to become a socialist country and it's the end of America. So it's like, well, okay. Okay, fine. But what about the third party? It's like, well, if you vote for the third party, then you're just giving the vote to somebody will inevitably tell you if you vote third party, you're just giving your vote to whoever I don't want to win. So, with all that being said, what are you guys' opinions on third parties?
I'm looking at Joe Jorgensen's website right now.
I'll look at it right now.
Honestly, I know nothing about her.
Me neither. She is the third party vote. She is the joke. She is the.
I mean, I think it's
vote.
mostly the protest vote, especially against like the two party oligopoly or whatever you want to call it.
Do you think that Justin Amash endorsed her? I'm voting for her. Then that's it. That's all I needed.
Huh.
I love Justin Amash.
Justin Amash is good.
That's a guy who that's a guy. You know what? That's a guy who did what most politicians won't do at all ever, which is leave because his principles came first. No, nobody.
I mean, yeah. I mean, he's a libertarian. He's like Massey. I like Massey too. Libertarian types. Massey kind of goes his own way, but I don't think he left. He just doesn't seem to.
Here you go. Here you go. First bullet on issues: over 26 trillion in debt. Well, lady, you're speaking my language. You're right. Non-stop involvement in expensive and deadly foreign wars. Now she knows she can't win. So what's the deal? So let me ask you this: does the voting third party, does it help shape the next candidate, the next election?
Probably not. It's more of just a personal protest against me.
I hate you.
I'm sorry. I mean, I will probably vote third party.
Dude, I can't peg Andrew Serios at all. He's a.
I mean, if you had to put a word on me, it'd be probably libertarian. Although, like, not with some qualifications. Like, I do think there need to be some. There needs to be a bottom, a social safe, like a unemployment insurance, things like that. And there are risks of.
Let's ask our listeners. Carly, Dan, anybody want to vote third party? Anybody voting Joe Jorgensen? Anybody know anything about her?
Well, I think Dan's voting for Trump for at least one more time, maybe multiple times.
Well,
I mean, I'm not going to vote Trump.
Dan's like 20. Dan's like 20, so I won't hold it against him. But
if he has a good second term, I might go for his third term. I mean, maybe.
For his third and final term?
He's an old man. I mean, people forget that.
What's the old Churchill quote? If you're 25 and you don't vote liberal, you have no heart. And if you're over 20, if you're 25 or younger and you don't vote liberal, you have no heart. And if you're over 25 and you don't vote conservative, you have no brain.
Yep.
Yeah. Dan, I think Dan's over 25. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know her deal. I'm just curious. Like the third party vote to me seems like I don't know anything about Biden, and I don't want to vote. I don't want to do a hate Trump vote.
I'm okay with it this time around.
I don't want to do that. I don't think.
Why? It's not a hate Trump. And you can disagree with me. I'm okay if anybody disagrees with me. I really believe another 4 years, Trump will destroy this country.
I think Trump wants to become a dictator, and 4 more years will give him ample time.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think. I mean, again, I would just go back to Trump's incredible ineffectiveness.
Sure. Okay. So I say that. I say. Let me start over. I think that's what he wants. He either wants to get out and enjoy a very comfortable, secure economic life, or he wants to stay in power. Now. So
yeah,
it's
there's two thoughts on Trump. Like he didn't even want to win the election. Wasn't that the Fire and Fury book? I can't remember who wrote that. He didn't mean to. It was all
Woodward.
I mean, he had no acceptance speech written.
What?
He had no acceptance speech written.
For the biggest inauguration event of all time, by the way. Do you remember that? Remember Sean Spicer? Anybody? Was that times ago? 6 times ago?
That was sort of a good encapsulation of Trump because it's like, obviously Democrats are going to get a better turnout for speeches like that. DC is 90% Democrat. So like, why do you need to like do a pissing contest about this? But everything has to be a pissing contest. I think if Trump were to somehow pull off a victory, it's going to be just deadlock. It will be more divisive. I think it will be bad in terms of divisiveness, But I guess I'm just kind of disgusted with the Democrats to the point where, I mean, I could see the Democrats trying to end the filibuster, and I mean, they've been talking about that. They've been talking about like
They're talking about ending the 1031 exchange. Anybody want to talk? Do you guys know anything about real estate? Do you want to talk about real estate at all?
Talk about real estate.
We've only been talking about our. We can talk a little bit about real estate. Yeah, I mean, I could see. I guess I'm just disgusted with both of them.
You do know, Alex, that we already got rid of half of the 1031 exchange, right? As part
I didn't
of
know
the
that.
2007 as part of the 2017 tax bill.
No, I did not know that. Tell me about it.
So there's two parts. There's the real property part, and then there's the personal property part. Used to be you could do 1031 exchange personal property as well. That went away with the 2017 tax bill.
What does that mean, personal property?
So let's say
If I buy a car, I can buy a nicer car in 1031.
No, that's more depreciating asset. But let's say I had a painting, like let's say I had a Monet painting, and I wanted to sell that and buy another Picasso painting. That's a like kind of
is expensive. How diverged is expensive art from money laundering, or are they the exact same thing?
They're exactly the same.
Okay. I asked that to people who know smarter than me, and I've never. I mean, I can't think of.
No
any.
one could possibly actually think modern art is good. I refuse to believe it.
It's just money laundering, right? It's just like I need to stock cash somewhere, and
I don't think it's
sure.
fair that I participate in this discussion. I've watched Breaking Bad twice, so I'm pretty sure I know everything there is to know about money laundering.
You just take all of them. Yeah. You gotta wonder.
Right, yeah. That is. Well, have you seen what they give degrees for these days? So yeah, I mean that's pretty close. Okay, so they got rid of the half the 1031, but they didn't get rid of the asset, the property asset.
The important.
Well,
part.
isn't that the big one? I mean, wouldn't that be a big difference?
Yeah, it would.
Do you think it has a chance of actually changing? Let me ask you another question because this is something I'm really worried about. And like, look, I read a lot about. I'm gonna find a book here for you. I read a lot about history, right? So, this country has been basically we've had unfettered peace since 1946 ish. I mean, for the most part, and we haven't had any revolutions in this country.
We haven't given better peace to other countries, though. But
I know Korea and Vietnam. They were.
But I mean,
peaceful.
But compared to the 20th century, I mean, we haven't had any wars like that again. Well, so I guess like
the United States is kind of an island unto itself. We're geographically well positioned to support peace.
So in the late 1800s, the Russians get all fed up with Lenin gets fed up with the bourgeoisie. He gets really salty with them for some personal reasons. His personal life he didn't like the wealthy, and so then he basically creates a government of equity, which was not really equity, and then it gets out of his hands because of his narcissism, and Stalin takes over and does what Stalin does, which was horrible. Okay, and so it starts with evil landowners, and so now you got this really interesting. I can't tell how big it is, and that's my really question. This rent strike thing with COVID-19 and how it's being inflamed. Does that make you worry?
I mean, I think if it would have hit, it would have hit for this round. Like if that would have gone through, that would have happened. Like we would have seen it in April or May. And I think
you don't think that you don't think this permeates and grows over time?
Are you talking about long term, or are you talking about in the very near future?
I'm talking about very long term. I'm talking about over the next 5 years.
Yeah, I mean, I think. Well, I do not think. I mean, one of the things I've seen, like, if you see like the right's obsession with Antifa, one of the things I find that's amusing about it is that they don't seem to be very like the ruling, like the real big capitalist types don't seem to be very concerned about them, and so especially since none of them are like working, like they seem to be.
Well, Antifa, the only person I know that worries about Antifa are the people that watch my mom always talks about Antifa. I don't hear anything about Antifa. If you have
a store that has windows, you might worry about Antifa because
for sure. I mean, I'm
just mean like I don't see them. I don't think like if that's going to be the spearhead of it. I don't see them as They never seem to go after big
No.
corporations or anything like that. I think you'll see more and more legislation, I think, is what you'll see. You'll see more and more. I don't think you're going to see a big, like, I see Antifa as being also completely ineffectual, at least against any sort of actual form of power. And
yeah, it's less. I mean, Occupy Wall Street had more power than
it's very
Antifa.
interesting who Antifa is. They're not. They all seem to be kind of like college-educated children of the elite, but sort of like the losers of the elite. And that I find that very interesting. But that's another topic. But I just see like where this is coming from seems to be like, I don't see it being like a major revolutionary thing. I just see it being like picking away at this, that, and the other legislatively. We had a big,
but it's not the first time. So my worry is, and again, now this is my bias because I read a lot history from the turn of the century, the 1900s, not this century, the last century. So I read a lot about it, which we had a lot of these socialist revolutions, and a lot of it started with this anti-landlord stuff, and we're all landlords, I think.
yeah.
We're all landlords. We're all in that space. And I hear it, right? It's new. That's my thing, right? It's like, I didn't hear anti-landlord rhetoric 6 years ago. I started hearing it about a year ago. Now, it might be new to some people, but it ain't new to me. I know the history. And so I look at this and I'm like, you know, this what's Mark Twain say? History doesn't repeat, but it rhymes.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And so I look at this and I'm like, yo, this is the startlings. We have high political polarization. I already brought the fucking book out. Where's the Big Debt Crisis? Right? That's what this book is about. Ray Dalio wrote this book, right? And the idea is you got high political polarization. I don't know if you noticed, but we do. You have inequality, both wealth and income, which is increasing, and you have debt, which makes everybody squeeze. And so the combination of those three, especially income inequality, at the heart of every revolution is inequality. And so I look at past revolutions, and the 1905 and the 1917 revolution started with the bourgeoisie landowners. And so then I see that same rhetoric. I'm not saying they're the exact same, but I just see these factors, and I worry tremendously about what might happen.
You should.
Yeah.
I am.
You should. Yeah. It's.
Are you picking up what I'm putting down? I mean,
well, Jay, if you had something to say, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Otherwise, I would jump in here.
No,
okay.
Go for it.
I think one of the interesting things, like when you look at Marx and the various things he got wildly incorrect, was Marx said that the revolution would happen in the most advanced. The capitalist pimping out the Communist Manifesto. Okay, he said the revolution would happen in the most advanced capitalist country. It'd be like Germany, United States, or France, or England. And instead, it happens in the most backwards countries: Russia, China,
Yep.
you know, East Asian countries.
True.
Eastern Europe was basically just conquered by Stalin, so that doesn't count. I think what causes this sort of thing is really, yeah, basically when it becomes like a capitalist society that has social mobility, and not just social mobility, but also sort of a very vibrant working class. I was reading some old kind of heterodox leftists recently, like Peter Turchin and Christopher Lasch, and they talk about like social mobility being like that is not the most important thing. It's actually just having a really vibrant civic culture among the working class, that kind of thing. And I do think if it just starts to stagnate and we do get to a sort of neo-feudalist position, that and like the big debt crisis, we have major debt issues, people can't pay their bills. If we get into a position where that's what would trigger that kind of thing. It's basically if the country reverted from a socially mobile well, actually, the more I talk about this, the more I'm thinking like, yeah, maybe this is actually exactly where we're going. We're becoming more feudalistic. We talked about that at the beginning.
Yep.
But that's sort of a secondary cause. This will be what happens when we become more and more stagnant. And to get out of this, I think we've got to find a way to get out of that stagnation, that sort of that deteriorating working class kind of thing.
Yeah, well, we've crushed the middle class. We exported all our jobs, which I understand why we would do that. The Federal Reserve outsources, or excuse me, the Federal Reserve exports stability at the cost of the American taxpayer in terms of inflation, and that's been going on for a long time. But it's been wages here in the United States have been stagnant for 30 years, 40 years now. Wealth inequality is growing. I just look at this like, Donald Trump Donald Trump and Bernie Sanders are the same byproduct of this,
Yeah, absolutely.
Opposite byproducts of the same problem, which is their populist symptoms. Excuse me, their populist symptoms of the inequality problem. And so I look at, when I hear the rumblings of rent strike, to me, that, this is a book by Leon Trotsky called The Revolution Betrayed. And it's like they had good intentions, just like every leftist thinks that, oh, well, if everybody just treated each other well, we'd be fine. It's like, yeah, that sounds good, doesn't it? That would be nice.
I would had good intentions. I think Trotsky was just as brutal as Stalin, and he just lost. He wrote a book called...
But Lenin had good intentions. Trotsky
they were all there. I mean,
Trotsky, okay, but Lenin and Stalin are not.
Stalin, I'd say, was. I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, Trotsky started the Red Army. Trotsky committed all sorts of horrific atrocities during the Russian Civil War. Trotsky wrote a book called Communism and Terrorism, and he endorsed both. And so
I gotta read that. I gotta read that one.
Yeah, it's like I think Trotsky. They were all in favor of a totalitarian society. Trotsky was the one who plotted the assault on the Winter Palace, the coup. I mean, because they call it a revolution. It was not a revolution. It was a coup.
It was a coup.
It was a coup.
It's a revolution if you win.
Yeah, well, yeah, a revolution. It's a glorious revolution if you win. I mean, they had a coup, then they had a vote. They get wrecked, and then they just decided to take it over anyways.
Well, look, I'm not trying to. I don't want to predict specific events. I just see the rumblings of this. Like this rent strike thing is new. That ain't usual America.
Let me go find a book I recommend you guys read. This book, this is kind of what you're talking about. This is a book I just started reading called Ages of Discord by Peter Turchin. When was this book written? I think it was written in the late 90s. And it was just looking at all these various trends and coming to the conclusion, like inequality, number of people who could get placed in various professions they want. Like he has this thing called the elite overproduction, where like there's too many people going to especially elite colleges, but all sorts of colleges for the positions that are actually available, and just sees all of these increased things of instability. And so I do think there's definitely a lot to that. You're definitely seeing it. His predictions are starting to come true. He sees the 2020s as being extremely messy, and I think we're going into that. I don't know how much of that is going to be directed against landlords, but probably some of it.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of that topic, have you read a book called, this is one you guys would like, actually, Anti-Intellectualism in American Life?
I've heard of it. It's an old book, isn't it?
It is. I like old books because you don't have to buy into, they're not trying to sell you some current day, political opinion. Why won't it come into focus? Goddamn. There he goes.
Yeah, that guy probably read a couple books and thinks he's really smart, but I know more than he does.
Winner of the 1964 Pulitzer Prize in nonfiction, you fucking jackass.
I'm kidding.
But no, this is actually a fantastic
highly
book.
Anti-intellectualism. I hate people that actually know stuff.
That was actually a fascinating book because it talks about how our education system was kind of founded, and it's not based on intellectualism. It's based on well, if you're rich and you get to go to school, I should get to go to school, which seems, I look back at college now and I'm like, it's 25-year-olds teaching 20-year-olds. This is also known as the blind leading the blind.
College is becoming more of a scam.
I went to college when I was 30 and a little bit. Well, I went twice actually. And I like the idea of college, but like I got taught how to do business by a bunch of bureaucrats that didn't know how to do business and never owned one. I learned some fundamentals of finance, which was useful, but like everything I learned in college, I could have done in 8 weeks.
There's different college isn't uniform. I mean, I have an engineering degree. I could not have learned what I needed to learn.
For sure, engineering. But
if I'm a lawyer, if I'm a doctor, if I'm an engineer, college is valuable. When it comes to
social science,
liberal arts,
social. I have by the way, the business degree should be an arts degree. Instead, it's a bachelor's of science.
Yeah, business is.
That's some bullshit, by the way.
Probably quite overrated. I mean, a lot of it is just signaling to employers that you can accomplish that you have succeeded in getting a college degree.
You can do something. You can focus for 4 years, enough that you can accomplish basic tasks.
Can you imagine?
By the way, to any potential employers, it took me 2 times. I had to go for a 2-year degree. I waited 3 years, then I went back for a 2-year degree to finish my bachelor's. So don't fucking hire me. I can't focus for 4 years.
I do think that colleges, they basically become just like degree mills. A lot of them suck.
Of course. Well, the student loans, right? The student loans. Yeah. I mean, it just became basically, it's like, remember the coddling. Remember when they did the study and they're like, how much of the college's administrative costs in an effort to sell programs? And it's something like, well, I don't know the numbers, but it's something like, it's an increasingly amount every year. It's like the colleges are basically, they're degree mills, just like you said. Yep. Not all of them. Jay Scott, you're right. Like, it's not I don't want to make too blanket of a statement because people do that. My dad has an engineering degree and he's smart, super smart guy.
I've hired literally hundreds of people in my career, and the best employees, the best engineers were consistently the ones that got C's in college, because they were the ones that recognized how to get the most accomplished with the least amount of work. And ultimately, as an employer, that's what you want. You want people that are productive. You don't want people that are necessarily gonna to dot every I and cross every T. You want the ones that are going to get shit done. And those are the ones that figured out how to get through school the most efficiently, even if they didn't have the best grades.
Reminds me of my brother who like perfected the art of getting a 3.0 GPA.
That was me.
Absolute minimum level of effort possible.
What do you call a medical student who graduates with all C's?
A doctor.
A doctor.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So now we're all let's drink. We're all tipsy. Yeah. We're all tipsy. This is my 3rd whiskey. I'm pretty drunk actually. All right.
I finished
I'm on the end of this bottle of wine, so I'm doing well.
Yep. So now I want to ask you the big question of the night. The hardest question of the night. We literally just spent this whole thing talking politics, which is hilarious. The big question of the night.
Does anyone do anything these days?
What's Tesla actually worth?
Oh my God. I mean, it's worth a lot of awesome shit. I mean, they put a car into space. Like, that's pretty cool.
Yep. What's that worth? What's Tesla actually worth?
There's no Z in that word. You know that, right? Tesla.
Fuck off.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Well,
whatever.
I mean, another question.
Okay, Jay Scott definitely owns Tesla stock. That's what's going on.
I do not.
Right there.
No. I own 0 stocks. I can't even have this discussion.
You don't own any
stocks?
You don't own any stocks?
You don't own any stocks?
0
stocks. Oh man, that's.
I own some options, but all my options are like SPY and silver and gold. I own 0 stocks.
I mean, I will say that picture of Elon Musk smoking weed on the Joe Rogan show is probably
it's awesome.
So there are few images that have been as memeable as that one. So I mean, I think Tesla is an interesting case because it's like they have the chance to really dominate it. Like, have you read Peter Thiel's 0 to 1 book?
Yes.
Very good. Very perspective changing book. And I do think they have the potential to really basically carve a niche that no one can touch. So like maybe like Ford and Chevy can have like lower end cars, but they can have dominate everything on that market to a point where they have a complete monopoly. Will that happen? Will there be enough demand of that on that level, especially if they can't bring the price down on some of these vehicles? I don't know. But I do think there's sort of a gamble, but they have the potential of becoming that sort of dominant entity, which would mean I think they are probably not overvalued, but I see it as sort of a risky play because I do.
You think they're not overvalued? Okay, well, this.
Well,
I was looking for my pen because I was going to smoke weed on this show. I was going to smoke weed on this show to like, you know, equal the Elon Musk effect, but I guess it's not as. I guess I can't find it. So. Wait, no, hang on. Wait. How can Tesla not be? You think they're not overpriced? So the idea that Tesla is not overpriced, basically what you're saying is they're going to be worth what it's speculative. The future value is worth in 30 years what it's worth today with no mistakes. That's basically what you're saying. They're so far ahead, and it's so obvious, and nobody else can catch up and take that market share. They're so far ahead.
Yeah, you make a good point. I think they're assuming they're going to be victorious, whereas I think you're right. It's more of a bet. They're betting that they are going to be victorious.
Okay, let me give you another example. Let me give you another. And I love Tesla, so this isn't like I'm not anti-Tesla.
To become sort of like, you know, you have certain, especially with tech companies, you know, Facebook is pretty much just there. Like, I don't know how anyone can compete with them as far as
they compete with them every day. What are you fucking talking about? Twitter competes with them every day.
Dan says you better not bet against him.
You know,
Dan says a lot of things that don't make any sense.
Well, I mean, he's stuck with us this whole time. I mean,
I love Dan. He's a good dude.
He's 2.5 hours in, so
that doesn't mean I have to think he's right.
As much as I might disagree with his Trump support, I give him credit for sticking with us for 2.5 hours.
Me too. I do too. But look, that doesn't mean he's right. That's not how. What's their market cap? What's their market cap?
What's their PE ratio?
What's their market cap?
Oh, 729. Okay, yeah, that's an absurd PE ratio.
Market cap is 206.
What had happened here? I think I spoke out of turn.
Tesla market cap is 262 billion.
I'm just looking at it. So the average PE ratio.
The Toyota market cap is 204. Except Toyota makes a profit and sells 10 million cars a year. Tesla sells 500,000.
Okay. I spoke out of turn. I didn't know that. I was unaware that Tesla's PE ratio shot all the way up to 729.
Yo, Tesla was overpriced at 300.
That is the most. That's like holy crap. That's like it's like those the internet stock bubble prior, you know, in the 2000s.
It's pets.com. It's pets.com.
No, I know nothing.
The business model's a little stronger than that, but holy shit.
So, but the idea here is the problem with Tesla is people go, oh, they're going to develop autonomous cars. And so here, I'm going to give you a long pitch on this, right? 2 years ago now, or maybe it was last year, Netflix dropped 30% in one day. Do you remember this? They dropped 30% in one day because they lost The Office and they lost Friends in one day. And I thought, that hit me like a ton of bricks. Actually, it really did. It changed a lot of the way that I think about how to invest in the future. Because what I realized was Netflix, what they provide is they provide an interface only. They don't have the intellectual property. And so what Tesla's going to do, Tesla has the same problem. What they're going to do is they're going to develop the intellectual property for the AI, for the self-driving cars, but they can't build that many they can't outbuild GM. And so GM can build AI as well. And so, like, what do you have that's proprietary? Now, batteries. Tesla and batteries, I'm with you, 100% I'm with you. But that's not a $279 billion market cap, in my opinion.
Here's
So-
the question. I know nothing about stocks. I know nothing about Tesla specifically. But what I will say, having been in the tech industry, working for Microsoft for a long time, working in Silicon Valley for a long time, there is a lot of value in the type of talent that someone like Elon Musk can attract. And
Okay.
there are a number of people that could go to any company in the world and drive innovation that couldn't be done by 99.99999% of the people in the world, and they're going to choose Tesla because of Elon Musk. So
Okay.
that is what Tesla has. And I'm not supporting the stock. I'm not going I know nothing about the stock market. But
But that, to me, that doesn't
that-
seem like they should be worth more than Toyota. I mean, I'm with you, but that was Tesla at 300. Now you're at 1600. I mean, it's just beyond bananas.
What is PE? PE is forward looking. PE is a reflection of what people think
Okay,
a stock
but-
is going to be worth. And
Okay,
if
but
Elon Musk can attract the talent that will allow Tesla to grow and outgrow their competitors, then maybe that's accurately valued. I don't know.
Okay, but
I'm
but
just
the whole
throwing
stock,
that out there.
but the whole stock market is overpriced.
Their
So
value is
Of
if
course.
already won. And I would
the
agree.
value is what, Andrew? Say it
Looking at
again.
it that way, I think Alex is right. They are valuing Tesla as if Tesla's already won. Like they've already won this contest, and they haven't won it yet. And there's also it's less permeable. I was kind of talking about like those tech companies like Amazon. Who's going to compete with Amazon on that plane? Who's going to compete with Facebook? Okay, Twitter a little bit. But Twitter's just like yell at people. Tesla can easily be competed. They can't monopolize that territory. If Ford were to come out with something, if Ford were to come out with some, Decepticon tank like they just came out with their weird Humvee thing.
That ugly thing. Well, whatever. Ugly, whatever.
Decepticon.
Ugly doesn't matter. I mean, can you sell it?
Yeah, I mean, they can't. All they have is sort of the sex appeal of it, and people want to work for Elon Musk. No one knows who is the CEO of Ford right now.
Yep.
But at the same time,
Ford. It used to be Alan Mulally. Now it's I don't know who is the CEO of Ford actually.
like I said,
I loved Jim Hackett. Yeah, I don't know who he is. I loved Alan Mulally. Alan Mulally saved Ford. You know what? Alan Mulally saved Ford in the 2008 collapse, and they were the only one that didn't go bankrupt because of Alan Mulally, and I love that guy. But he is no Elon Musk. But at the same time, I don't know that Elon Musk is the Elon Musk. I mean, he started that company in 2008, and it's going to have a meteoric rise, but so is the whole economy since 2008.
and a lot of subsidies, a lot of corporate welfare there.
And a lot of corporate welfare. And so I'm like,
But he had a lot of corporate.
and so yeah, he also got bailout money, which he paid back, but he got a loan from the
He also
government.
got like green money and stuff like that and things.
He's
like
gotten some green money, although they haven't actually. The economics of that are actually interesting. They get so many. What is it? It's something like they get so many credits and they end up having too many because they can't sell enough cars, so they sell the credits to GM for a fraction of the price. It's been an interesting journey. I think GM is going to develop the electric cars, and they're going to compete. People will go, well, the Tesla's still better. It's like, that doesn't fucking matter. Like, Toyota's a better car than a Hyundai. No, I shouldn't say that. Toyota's a better car than a Nissan, but people still buy Nissans. So it doesn't have to be the best. Like, there's a market. People act like Tesla's going to put every other person out of business, and it doesn't fucking work like that. And so what's going to happen is they're going to develop all these electric cars and develop AI, and they're going to be selling some, and then GM's going to come along, and they're going to sell some, and they're going to take away that market share. Porsche's already selling a Taycan, an all-electric car. And so, like, Elon Musk sells 400,000 cars a year, and he's going to sell more, and GM's going to sell more, and people act like they're the only one in town, and it's like, I just don't see the...
I think you're right. I need to disavow. I disavow my earlier statement. I'd like to disavow. I don't think, like I was talking about Peter Thiel's 0 to 1 concept. I don't think you can monopolize. I don't think they can, even with self-driving cars, solar, battery operated vehicles, green vehicles. I don't think they can monopolize the space. I think they'll have an edge in the upper end market, but there's most of the people aren't upper end. It's not a big enough market to dominate.
They have the first mover advantage for sure, but like GM has come out and they're like, look, we're gonna do no emissions, we're gonna do fully autonomous, and something else. But like they've already committed, so I'm like, what are you gonna do? You're gonna compete against GM? I mean, Tesla has one plant that they bought from General Motors at the collapse, the Fremont plant, the big one. They have one plant, one.
Really?
They have one fucking car plant.
Yeah, they got a rocket launcher. I mean, different company.
That's a different company. That's a different company.
Like different, but the same.
And you know what? If you want to talk about different companies, they bought Solar City, who came with like a couple of billion in debt.
How many GMs are in space right now?
Yo, talking like a true Elon fanboy. Look, I love Elon Musk. I love the mission. I love the idea. I hate being this guy. Like, I'm such a contrarian. People have made me argue against the guy that I believe in. Like, that's how fucking...
I think Tesla will survive. I think you're right. Look,
I don't think they won't survive, but people act like, dude, a 279 billion market cap means they're worth more than Toyota. They're worth more than Volkswagen. Volkswagen, the biggest car company in the planet. There's just no fucking way. And Volkswagen sells 12 million cars a year. Elon sells 400,000 and barely makes a profit. Get fucked. There's no way.
Well, I mean, Amazon didn't make a profit for God knows how long, but
I bought Amazon at 1,100 and people told me I was batshit crazy. Now it's at 32.
I don't know how Amazon can lose at this point.
Dude, COVID-19 helped Amazon out.
Oh yeah. Oh God. I mean, they basically
it destroyed their competitors.
Yeah,
Walmart's supposed to be coming out with an Amazon competitor. What do you think about that?
I have a good friend that works for Walmart, and I know a little bit about that. And so
he's a local stock boy.
A local stock, yes, exactly. And he cleans up on aisle 7.
Yep. What's he say?
Do not count out.
I don't.
Walmart.
I don't at all.
You know, Walmart. Walmart, I believe, is the only retail store that has actually increased its volume other than Amazon. I was reading of the major ones. Amazon. Oh God, I read a book on the big 4 tech companies a while back. I think it's called the Big 4. Amazon's like up 2%. Amazon is up like 400, and everybody else is down.
Amazon came in, but what's the Big 4? What are the Big 4? Amazon, Google,
Facebook, Google, and
yeah. Basically FANG without Netflix.
He argues like, you can argue that Microsoft is the 5th. You can argue that Alibaba might become the 5th, but those 4 are the big ones.
What's up with Microsoft? You guys grew up with well, Jay used to work at Microsoft. I don't own Apple. I never liked Apple, and so I have this. Growing up, I remember I used DOS, and then I got into 3.1, and then I got into 3.11 for networks because we were bougie in my house, and we had 2 computers in 1994 when nobody else had any, and we were playing Doom cross networks, and I just got stuck to Microsoft forever, and now I know they've gone mostly B2B. Do you worry about them at all, Jay? Do you think that Apple?
Microsoft is an annuity at this point. They're going to keep throwing off cash. I don't think they have another great innovation event on their horizon. I don't think that
the Duo, the phone. Okay.
And
point taken.
I'm going to say this as diplomatically as possible. Microsoft has some of the best engineers in the world. They no longer have the best visionaries in the world.
Nadella, you're not a big fan?
No. It's very similar to what I was saying with Elon Musk. Engineers, especially young ones, are attracted to certain personalities. And those
They wanna go with the
personalities
other.
no longer exist at Microsoft. And Microsoft will do a very good job of continuing to, if you've read The Innovator's Dilemma, very good
It's on my
book,
list. It's on my list.
very, very good book. Microsoft has fallen into that trap where they have gotten so successful and entrenched in what they're good at that it's become a blind spot for them. And
Isn't this the problem of long run economics in general? Like GM had this problem in GM had this problem in 1998,
of course,
right? And they're like, hey, we're cranking out cars, we're paying our salaries, we're paying our pensions, we're a good American company. And then Toyota comes along and it's like, hey, look, we're banging out these four bangers, and you can't compete. And GM thought they didn't have to, and then they got their shit kicked out of them, and they corrected a little bit, but not as much as they should have. But is that typical of long run economics?
yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you want to take out an incumbent, you go after their core business, because that is where they're going to be slowest to respond. That's where they're going to have the most risk in response. If GM starts changing their core business, it's like if you want to go after Google, you go after search, because Google can't make any major innovations, can't pivot in search easily, because that is their cash cow. And they can't take any risks there. That's where they need to be most risk averse. That's where they need to be most conservative. And so that's where they're most vulnerable to competitors, especially people that or companies that are competing on a technology play against somebody like Google, and Microsoft's the same place. I mean, right now they are a B2B company. And if you want to compete with Microsoft, that's where you compete with them. You compete with them on B2B because they have to be risk averse in that space. Because if they screw up there, they're done.
It would seem that Microsoft dominates hardware and software, and things are moving more. They're moving more and more to the cloud, and Microsoft is not. Like OneDrive compared to Google Drive is just like it's like Bing compared to Google. It's just nothing. And so like the hard drive is like, that's a great like what you're saying, a great annuity, great cash cow. Its importance becomes less so every day. And like I used to only use Excel, and now I use Google Docs or Google Sheets 90% of the time because it's so much easier to share. And so it's just like one step. Like,
and it's free.
Yeah. Other than LinkedIn, I don't see what Microsoft owns that really that isn't either the old technology that's not gone, but it's dying. Like the hardware, the software.
Well, the problem is the Apple software doesn't work good for businesses.
That's true.
That's the really problem. It's B2B.
The stuff and stuff that's just like Bing. Like nobody uses Bing. And
nobody uses Bing. Yeah. Although I think, as far as I think the metrics are growing, but it's like one of those things where it's like, but
let's be
so
real.
Is Daihatsu. Daihatsu's are growing. Like, who gives a shit?
Yeah.
Microsoft has learned not to be scared of free. When I joined Microsoft 20 years ago, they were scared of free. They were fighting against Linux. And they then realized 5-10 years into that battle against Linux that free wasn't a competitor. But there are competitors out there. And it's not free that's the competitor. It's innovation that's the competitor. And a good offering will take Microsoft down in their core business. Microsoft's always going to be, if somebody comes out with we saw it with the phone, we saw it with the browser, we saw it with the cloud and OneDrive. I mean, Microsoft's always going to get into any profitable business because they have to be there.
They fucked the phones up so bad. They fucked the phone. They could have dominated the phone industry.
No, they couldn't because they fuck up everything that's hardware. Microsoft is not a hardware. I worked in Microsoft's consumer electronics division. I ran Microsoft's division for it was basically the competitor to TiVo for Comcast. And the reason we weren't successful is because Microsoft can't do hardware well.
So that's an interesting point because, as Andrew just said, and this is a very interesting topic. Andrew said, well, it's all software based, but I actually disagree with that. And I think Microsoft disagrees with that. They realize that what you hold, there's a difference in it's not just the software, right? It's that I pick it up every day and I hold it.
Yeah.
And And if on the back of it, like I'm using a Microsoft, this is a Microsoft Surface.
Yep.
Well, the laptop is. That camera's a Canon. But like this, that's a Google Pixel phone. That's a Google made hardware because they're like, we want you to hold our shit every day. That's a big difference. And Satya Nadella comes out and they're like, he said, it was 6-8 months ago now. And he goes, so hardware is hard.
Yeah.
Hardware's hard.
That's why Apple was able to do what Apple did from 2000 to 2010.
Which brings me to my next question.
Figured out hardware.
I think my main point was actually not about the software. It's not about the hardware. It's between the software and the cloud. And Google dominates the cloud, and I don't think Microsoft can ever catch up. And so, or Google and Apple too. And I think Microsoft is too far behind.
Yeah, and Amazon's gotten in there. Amazon has a good drive now, especially for photographers. But yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I love Microsoft, and it's a very personal thing for me. Like watching them. Like I hate Apple just because, just like if you like the Cowboys, you hate whatever the fucking opposite team is. I don't fucking know.
I spent my career at Microsoft. I love Microsoft products, but the company, I'm not an investor.
Yeah, it's very frustrating because. But now let me ask you a question about Apple, right? Because I watched Apple my whole life, right? Like Apple was a bad joke in the 80s. I shouldn't say that. It wasn't a bad joke in the 80s. It was
90s.
It was, as far as I'm concerned, an inferior product. Okay, fine. Well, then Jobs left. Okay, and then they went away, basically, and Microsoft dominated. And then they came back, and they did okay. They did well. They did okay. And then he left, and then they floundered. And then he came back, and they fucking crushed because they made this bad boy. Now, this is a Google phone, but you know what I mean. They made the app. They made the cell phone. They made the smartphone. Well, I don't know if you know this, and I'm sorry to say it, but Steve Jobs is not coming back. So are we in, no, there's no, So
I'm betting against him coming back.
So are we in long run economics for Apple as well? And that we're not going to get any big, is Tim Cook and whoever replaces him going to play it safe and play the long run economics now? Or are they going to continue to be the apple, I love the symbol of the apple with the bite taken out of it.
So here's, I have a lot of friends who spent their 90s and early 2000s at Apple. They moved over to Microsoft in the early 2000s and spent 10 or 15 years there. Many of them are now moving back over to Apple. Okay. And what I'm hearing is that the culture there has changed significantly. Apple was very much, when Steve Jobs was a part of it, a fear-driven culture. It's basically innovate or get fired.
That's the Nietzschean philosophy. I'm with you.
Yeah,
Steve Jobs is intense.
Yeah, it wasn't a consensus-built culture.
Yeah, but that doesn't. But okay, let's get back to politics, right? But woke equality doesn't mean results. It just means you're happy to work there.
Oh yeah, and if I had to bet, Apple's going to turn into another Microsoft.
That's basically what I'm asking.
Yeah,
I would probably agree with that. I don't see where their next innovation is. Although I think the one thing is, I think they are parked in a better area than Microsoft is parked. I think that's true of all the tech companies now. Unless, I've heard things like blockchain, decentralizing everything beyond our comprehension. But I think, what is the next step? And maybe it's just I lack the foresight to see it. I don't see the next disruption around the corner that seems.
Well, that's why it's a disruption, rookie.
What's that?
That's why.
What is the disruption?
That's why it's called the disruption, you rookie.
I think we saw a transition from software in the 80s and 90s to hardware in the 2000s and 2010s, and I think that's transitioning back to software now. But it's software that is not in the Microsoft or the Apple wheelhouse. I think we're going to see a lot of AI. I think we're going to see a lot of of specialized software. It's more of a software hardware hybrid, and I'm not going to go into like the detailed technology. And is everybody frozen?
I'm not frozen.
I'm
Okay,
frozen,
yeah.
I think.
Yeah, you were frozen.
I am.
But basically, I see there will be other companies that arise over the next 5 to 10 years that I think are. I think of Apple as a hardware company. I think of Microsoft as a software company. I think there are going to be some companies that arise over the next 5 to 10 years that are going to be a hybrid of the two, that are going to. Somebody's going to evolve as the next Microsoft or Apple that's going to eclipse both of them.
Well, I mean, we got one of the things that is so advantageous to Apple and Google is the iOS and Apple apps and things like that. In fact, everybody's got to make an app for Apple, and they got to make another one for iOS.
Yep.
And that it's an extremely expensive process. Alex, are you still here, or do you just disappear on us? Are you banning us?
I would never abandon you, my friend.
Well, luckily we don't have to look at them. Oh, wait.
Oh, God. No, but how do you see somebody breaking into, or do you see somebody breaking that?
I think you're crazy. I think you're oversimplifying the situation. I think, yes, so what's going to happen, most likely, is that Apple and Microsoft will continue in the long run, and Google with the software interface like genre, but then there'll be a new format, a totally new form, like Facebook with VR, like that shit. Like everybody moves to VR, and it's like, yeah, Facebook and Google they don't do that. And so it's like, yeah, your phone still works on Apple, but nobody uses, I don't want to say nobody uses the phone, but like, how do I say it? It's not that somebody new is going to come up and trounce Apple and Google, Apple and Microsoft at what they do. It's that the culture will shift to do something different, and then they won't be able to shift fast enough. Just like the Tesla thing, right? It's like, Tesla would have a really good market cap if they did something different. Like when I said they're doing renewable energy.
What are you saying? They don't have a good market cap?
No. I'm saying I'm saying
farcical.
if they were a energy company, I'd be like, yo, they're ahead of the game. But they're not an energy company; they're a car company, and they're behind the curve in terms of, or they're occupying a very small niche in terms of the car industry. And so, like competing with Apple and competing with Microsoft, nobody's going to trounce them. But what they're going to do is they're going to go do something else, and everyone's going to go shift to the new thing, like VR, or if you had like contact lenses with augmented reality, like that shit. And it's like, oh, both of them were sleeping on it. Well, meanwhile, somebody else shows up and trounces them. So that's the thing that I worry about. I think Apple and Microsoft are both in long run economics. I think Google has positioned themselves in a little bit different of a way. They're gonna compete with the phones, which ironically they sell more phones than, I believe they sell more phones than either of them. Globally, at least.
But Apple has an incredible margin. Like
Apple is sticky. People love that they love the suite. And that's the other thing, right? It's not just what phone to use, it's the whole suite. And so I love Google Drive. And so it's kind of like, I really wish I could get a Google, and I have a Google phone. I wish I could get a Google PC. I wish I could get a Google operating system to run, but I can't because they won't make one that runs Photoshop. So I have to get Microsoft. Otherwise, I would switch. Anybody? Neil's on. Hey, Neil, what's up, buddy? How are you, buddy? How's Neil? Neil's on.
Neil. Yeah.
Neil. Hey, let me ask you guys a question. How mad are you that they canceled Bigger Pockets Conference 2020?
I was going to be the MC. My wife and I were going to MC that conference, so I'm a little upset.
They hired me as the official photographer. Did
That's
you know that?
right. So you should be upset too.
Oh, I am fucking upset. And you know what? While we're on this subject, let's not let them get away with nothing. You ready? Why did they come out with that shit and they're like, we're postponing it? Did you see that? They wanted to postpone.
postponing to the next year.
Next year.
That's canceling.
That's canceled, you fucking sleaze. That's some bullshit.
So here's a funny story. I had David Green, and you guys know David Green. David Green and I were talking, and he's like, I heard it got postponed a couple weeks. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, I got an email that said it was postponed. It looks like it's a couple weeks later. I'm like, dude, it's a year later. He's like, oh, I didn't see the year.
Yeah,
so
he was they were trying to sell that shit. They were trying to sell that shit.
He was going to book a flight for like a couple weeks later.
So I actually already signed my photographer contract for next year. So I'm happy that they did it. They were very attentive with me, and I'm very thankful to them. I love BP, obviously. Actually, while we're on the topic, Jay Scott, let me ask you a question. And you and I have talked about this a little bit, but I want to ask you face-ish to face-ish.
Okay. I'm super drunk, so don't trust anything I say.
That's why I want to ask you.
Okay.
We got it recorded. So I started making this series called Meet the Members, where I go to Bigger Pockets members and I do a recording about them telling their BP story. And it's been a really interesting experience.
Okay.
Bitch, I'm calling you right now. That's what I'm about to do.
Yeah.
So here's the idea.
What have you done for me lately, Eddie? What have you done for me lately?
Okay, so here's the deal. I'm going to do season 2. I did 12 episodes in Fayetteville. I'm going to do season 2 in DC. And so the only way this works is if I can keep the logistics low.
You know I don't live in DC anymore, right?
Stop talking and listen for once in your life.
Listen,
so I'm going to do. So my first idea was to do half in DC and half in. You live in Sarasota, right?
Yep.
But I don't think I'm going to do half in DC and half in Sarasota. I think I'm going to do 12 in DC, and I'm planning that right now. So the question becomes, I want to do season 3, which will probably be early next year. I want to do season 3 in Sarasota.
I will get you every.
So I need 12 people. So I need 12 people.
12?
I need 12 people, and I need a place to stay.
Well, you got a place to stay. You stay with me.
Okay, that's what I was really asking.
12 people?
I don't know how good friends we are. And you're going to be one of the episodes, so I need 11.
Okay. I'll figure that out. Yeah, I got that.
We got time. So I'm building.
12, but not like 7 or 8 or.
Andrew, where do you live?
I live in Kansas City.
That's not too far from Sarasota. Okay, I got 2.
Hey, but hang on, aren't there a lot of investors in Kansas City? I should just do a whole season on Kansas City.
Good episodes of Nathan Brooks right off the bat.
I love Nathan Brooks. Yeah.
I don't know if you know Paul. They're not really on Bigger Pockets.
No, they have to be BP. It has to be BP people. I'm sure you guys haven't seen my production. But it's pretty good.
They own like 3,000 units, and they would do it. So you might want.
Hey Andrew,
yeah.
Do you go to Nathan Brooks's events?
I've been there. There's so many. There are so many real estate meetups here in Kansas City. I go to some, but yeah, mix it up.
Okay, I'll be there. I think I'll be there in August or October, assuming.
I will book it.
Excellent. I want to meet you. Okay.
A little bit. I mean, I think we talked for like at least 15 seconds.
Yeah.
It was good.
Maybe more.
Meet some more. Yeah, absolutely.
So Alex, your season 3 is going to be Sarasota / Kansas City.
Why don't I do? You know,
I got a place you can stay, bud.
I'll get you a half dozen. I might be able to find.
Yeah, but why don't I do season? So season 2 is going to be in DC. We're building it now. I'm probably going to have to go up for a week, film 6 episodes, come back, produce them, and then go back for another week, film them. I'm going to stay with Russell, Brazil.
Who else are you doing in DC?
Joe Asamoah.
I love Joe.
I love Joe as well. He doesn't know yet, but I'm going to do an episode on him.
Yeah.
I'm going to do an episode on Kevin Leahy.
I love Kevin.
I'm sure you love Kevin. He's already agreed. And then 9 other people.
What is the need of being at being 12. Like, that's a lot of people.
So here's the deal. If you guys don't know the story, which I'm sure you haven't even seen the videos, but the idea was I've been doing photography for a long time, which you probably know about me. And if you don't notice the camera equipment, so I've been doing photography for a long time as a kind of just a fun hobby, a very, what's the interesting about real estate? It's like, I want to buy real estate to give myself freedom. It's like, okay, what do you do with the freedom? That's a hard fucking problem to solve. And so I solved it with this creative outlet called photography. Jay Scott knows, because I shoved that fucking camera in everybody's face, but I got a talent for it. Okay, so in late 2019, I said, this photography thing is okay, but I need to learn video, because like the world's going towards video. I need to learn it. It's a little bit different of a skill set. So I started practicing video, and I put together this really interesting video of a buddy's flip before and after, and him talking and this and that. I said, this is just so fascinating. I didn't really have a plan to do it. It was just kind of put together. And then what happened when I got it done, I said, I met this guy through Bigger Pockets. He loves Bigger Pockets. He talked about Bigger Pockets in the video. I said, let me send this to Zach Gwynn, the video production editor at VP, and just see if he likes it. I said, hey, Zach, what do you think about this? I could probably do more if you like it. But if not, don't fucking sweat it. I'll put it on my YouTube. And he goes, I love it, but I can't do anything with one. I need 12 to make anything of it. So I don't know where 12 came from, but that's what he said. So I said, fuck you, I'll go get 12. Don't underestimate me. So I went between myself here in Fayetteville, Wilmington, which is about 2 hours east, and then Raleigh, which is about an hour.
Underestimating you. It didn't sound like underestimating.
No, I'm just talking shit. Jesus Christ. I'm just being adversarial because it's
a little unnecessary adversarial, but that's good. That's good.
Yeah, unnecessary adversarial is my style, bro. So he said 12, and so now that I'm building another one, it's 12 just is the number that I kind of want to produce. So we have 8 more to release. Another one comes out tomorrow, actually. I don't know if you've seen them. I think they're good. They're not great, but what they are is genuine, right? They're genuine Bigger Pockets people talking about the genuine Bigger Pockets experience, which I think is very valuable for new members to be like, what do you get out of this community? If I show up on BEP.
What is Bigger Pockets again?
Bigger Pockets is a online community that talks about real estate investing.
Really, that's the best you can do. They hired you, and that's the best you can promote them. They are the premier real estate community on the planet with over 2.5 million members.
They don't pay me as much as they pay you.
They publish like what, 4 of your books? Right
4 of my books. There
you go. The entity that has published 4 of Jay Scott's books.
They are the premier real estate publishing company on the planet.
I have this book by Jay Scott.
That was a good one. That's your best one, in my opinion.
Is it his best one?
I have a frog that's climbing up my window right now.
Nice.
Say hi, little froggy. Sorry.
Hey, you know what? Let me tell you something. You did something so nice for me that I don't deserve. And every time, no doubt. And every time somebody brings this book up, the book on estimating rehab costs, my arrogance says, I'm in that book. And they're like, no way. And I'm like, yep, I'm in it. I am in that book. And you know what? You sent me an email and you said, Alex, just tell me how you estimate rehab costs. And I'll tell you the story right now. I said, I felt so bad because I said, Jay, I go into a house and I look at it and I go, paint, $5,000. Floors, $6,000. HVAC, $5,000. Roof, $5,000. Done. That's how I estimate rehab costs.
I felt so bad for you for doing that I put your name in the book.
And so, and I was like, I don't know. I said, I don't know if this is helpful, but that's just, I walk into a house and I'm like, okay, it needs these 5 things. I'm set. Like, write a check for $25,000. We're done. If that. And you put me in that book and I'm eternally grateful. So thank you very much.
I think I mentioned this to you on email or Facebook or something like that. I made a 1-page sheet based on your book. I added a couple categories, changed a little things around. But
I loved it. Yes.
Yeah, you see that? I have mentioned that in like 2 or 3 articles and like a podcast and like with live stream and whatnot. I have probably gotten 300 to 400 requests for that sheet. on BiggerPockets. Like every week, I get like 5 people asking me for this. Like, can you send me your template? Can you send me that template off of Jake Scott thing? Like, it's yeah, you know, it's very good. Definitely worth reading. Anyone who's in real estate, I'd highly recommend.
Excellent. Well, I appreciate you doing that and sending it to people, because the goal is to help as many people as we can.
Yeah. If there's one
this is
thing,
a fantastic book. If you're watching this and you don't have this book, you're a fucking idiot.
I would say that is the thing that I see screwed up in by far the most. Nothing comes close. Estimating the rehab costs is where most investors just blow it. Like that's where that is where they're like, oh, this is $10,000, and then $35,000.
$35,000 later.
Yeah.
Jay, let me ask you, what's your experience in houses? Did you learn how to estimate rehab costs fresh, or did you have some experience in housing before you got into rehabs?
My wife likes to joke that I am the only person on the planet with an electrical engineering degree that doesn't know how to change a light bulb. When we bought our first house,
that's nothing to joke about.
No, I'm serious. I probably am less, what's the word?
Technically inclined.
I'm technically inclined computer wise, but
handy.
But yeah. Like I am, you do not want to put a hammer in my hand because I will kill myself or somebody else accidentally.
That's interesting.
So
you learned it all as an investor?
I learned it all as an investor, and the way I learned it was literally just calling so many contractors and having them come out and asking them questions and getting information and standing over their shoulders as they were doing work in my houses and asking them more questions. And yeah, I mean, so many people think that like there's some secret to estimating rehab costs, and there's no secret. I mean, it's a lot of hard work and you have to learn it. But here's the thing, if you're willing to put in that work, that's the difference between the successful investors and the non-successful investors. Wow, I'm really drunk. The non-successful investors.
The non-successful
yeah, it's hard work, but I'm an engineer, and so I just approach it like an engineer. There's a list, and there's a methodology.
So let me ask you this. So people ask me all the time, how do you estimate rehab costs? And after I cite your book, I say, you know, it's difficult because I don't want to say an unfair advantage, but certainly an advantage. I went out to Arizona and I helped my uncle build a few houses. And when I say we built houses, I mean, he bought a backhoe and then we dug our own trenches and poured our own footings and built our own stem walls and then built some fucking houses, just him and I. Yep. And then what we did along the way was we volunteered for Habitat for Humanity quite a bit.
Love it.
And I usually tell people, like, if you don't know houses, it seems more daunting than it really is, because houses, you know, you look at them and you're like, wow, they seem so legitimate, but really it's like a piece of fucking drywall, air, and then drywall. I mean,
yes, but then there are things like, I remember the first time I did a Habitat for Humanity day, and the guy was teaching us how to square a door, like a pre-framed door. And I'm looking at him like, holy shit, like this is like physics to install a pre-framed door. Like,
well, but so the advice I usually give now is, if you want to learn how to build houses, go volunteer for Habitat for Humanity.
Absolutely.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. I'm just making sure it gets the J. Scott approval. That's the advice I usually give. I'm like, go, they'll take you, they'll be happy to have you. They won't let you screw anything up, and you can learn a ton. Go give them a month.
Yep.
And you'll be so damn confident. And best of all, you'll probably meet some fucking contractors along the way that know how to, like, they hire local contractors to do this stuff.
And here's the thing. Even after 12 years of doing this and hundreds of deals and hundreds of contractors, I still can't screw in a light bulb, but I can watch somebody else do it and I can know if they're doing it correctly. That's the important thing.
Yeah. I had a plumber here earlier. I don't know if you noticed, but sorry, Andrew, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that's the important thing as an investor. It's not to do it yourself, it's to know whether it's being done right or wrong.
Exactly. And if they're doing the right shit. Yep.
Yeah. If they can convince you, they gotta be able to convince you that they know what they're talking about. That's the hard part.
Yeah, and I mean, the number of contractors you go through that just don't work out tends to be.
Dude, I have a flip going on right now that I can't. I had some brickwork, some tricky brickwork that needed to get worked out, and I had one guy show up, didn't do any work, and then took my money and then left. And then I had another guy that I paid, hasn't showed up, keeps promising me he's going to show up. It's been 3 weeks, and so yeah, I mean, it's a difficult little endeavor. Jay, are you flipping houses again?
Yeah, I was really burned out last year. And so for the last year or so, we haven't done much. I have a partner. He's awesome. And he's done a lot for us. And basically,
Mark Ferguson?
No, his name's Cliff Terry.
Yeah. I've seen your post with him. Yeah.
Cliff's awesome. I've been more the money guy, but I haven't done a lot just because I was totally burned out. And then about a month and a half ago, like I just got this I don't know, this adrenaline surge where I was like, okay, I feel like doing more real estate deals. And we bought like 3 flips in the last couple of weeks, and we bought 3. We literally put 3 rental properties under contract yesterday, and so I'm finally getting my mojo back a little bit.
You're doing real estate again? Good for you.
A little bit.
Good for you. How's the podcast going?
It's going well. Yeah, it's fun. I love talking to entrepreneurs. I love talking to people that are kind of, a lot of our listeners are Bigger Pockets members, like real estate investors, but they kind of want to make that jump over into entrepreneurship. And so I love just bridging that gap because there's so many similarities between real estate investing and business investing. And those people that are passionate about one or the other, making the jump to the other is just, it's fun. And so it's awesome.
Do you think that there's any correlation with the macroeconomics there? Meaning, do you think that real estate investing was super popular from 2010 to 2017? And then now that it's become tighter, not to say you can't do real estate. I'm still doing real estate. You're still doing real estate. Andrew's still doing real estate, although poorly. But you can still do real estate.
Everyone else give up on real estate. The part that's done, just give up, get out.
But we know that the margins are tighter, and but people have gotten this bug, right? Like this, hey, I can maybe, and I'm speaking from a broad brush, right? Like people go in Bigger Pockets and they're like, what's this real estate thing about? Oh, I can be successful in this. And then you have a good run, and then you get some talents, and you get some assets, and you get some resources, but then you're looking at the real estate market in 2020 and you're like, yo, like it's tapped. Not everywhere, not always. It's a blanket statement, but like we were at the top of the market a year and a half ago. We're at something else now. I mean, maybe you agree, maybe you don't, but this is my narrative. So do you think that feeds into this, like, hey, what else can I do? What else can I do with my newfound ambitions and newfound skill sets that doesn't work in the real estate field, which is we're seeing margins tighten?
Yeah, I think 2008, we saw a meltdown in real estate that led to a 10-year expansion in real estate, and it made a lot of millionaires. And here we are in 2020, and with COVID, we're seeing a meltdown in business. I mean, we're seeing literally millions of businesses going out of business, millions of business owners either shutting their doors or selling or struggling and likely going to have to shut their doors or sell in the near future. And so what we're likely to see over the next few months or year or two with businesses is very similar to what we saw with real estate back in 2008. I mean, this is a business crisis, much like 2008 was a real estate crisis, and there's going to be opportunities. And the skills required to be a good real estate investor, understanding what a financial statement looks like, a P&L looks like, increasing revenue, decreasing expenses, good management, managing contractors or employees, basically driving up NOI in order to increase value. Those skills are directly applicable to businesses. So it's all about increasing revenue through marketing and sales. It's all about decreasing expenses through good management. It's all about managing not contractors, but employees. It's all about increasing your revenue to increase the value of the business. And so a lot of the same skills that make great real estate investors make great business owners. And so I think a lot of real estate investors who are struggling to find great deals or to find opportunity are saying, I can take these skills that I've developed over the years and I can transfer them into the business world where I can do the same thing with businesses as I was doing with real property previously.
Now, are you talking more along the lines of buying businesses with like injecting capital into businesses that were doing well but got hammered by COVID?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of.
Go ahead and go.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of the whole flipping. I mean, it's the same model where you find a distressed business, just like you would find a distressed property. You improve the management, you improve the revenue stream, and you resell it at some point in the future. Unlike a flip property where it might be 3 months, we're talking about 3, 5, 7 years. But yeah, finding those businesses that were affected by COVID, where the owner may have put in $100 or $200 or $500,000, and now just wants to get out, and you can buy that at $30,000 or $50,000, some small multiple of revenue, and you can rebuild it. So
what about the retail commercial space? Are you worried about it in general?
I am not a fan of retail or office space right now. I think, and I mean, there's a whole separate discussion, but I think we're going to see a downturn in the economy in general. And I think it's going to be led by commercial and retail real estate.
I think the long run for commercial and retail are both of them are hammered by long-term trends.
Yeah.
Like
I've had this idea for
and the move to working at home. I think Twitter just announced that everyone,
50%.
all their employees can work from home now.
Yep.
You're going to see more and more of that.
Absolutely.
I would think office. I mean, obviously not, a particular deal here, a particular deal there. I'm not saying that's not right, but I think both the office and retail both have poor long-term outlets.
Yeah.
Do you think? Let me ask you a really off-the-wall question, because I tremendously worry about people working from home, because the way that I approach most problems, social problems, is not from a political standpoint, but from a social interaction standpoint. And so I wonder, the old saying about democracy, united we stand, divided we fall. And so I look at this hyper-polarized community that we have as a nation, and then we've divided ourselves up as individuals, and we're going to send everybody home to work. So I'm half drunk, and by half I mean like 75%.
I'm going to actually get more drunk. I'm going to grab my other bottle of wine. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm
going to take a piss too. Okay, pause.
Okay,
Let's pause it. All right, we'll pause. So nobody's going to watch this. The idea of Better Drinking Buddies is nobody's going to watch it. But then one day, right, I'm feeding into the cancel culture, right? One day I'm going to become famous.
Huffington is going to review every single episode of this, find whatever horrible things you've said, and cancel the fuck out of you.
I'm 100% certain.
He is going to celebrate.
Fuck you, HuffPost. Fuck you.
I almost ran. I was going to run for political office back in 2018, Maryland House of Delegates. I am convinced because Carol did want to stay in Maryland. She made me move. I would have won.
I'm going to run for office one day.
Yeah, I'm going to run for office one day, and it's going to be this show is going to fuck me over.
What do you think? What have you said in this show? That's
it's not what I've said. It's what I'm going to say. We're getting close.
Oh, we're getting there. I mean, there's got to be
no. You know what? You're wrong. You know what? Let me go back to Donald Trump. Donald Trump saved this world in one way. Only one, but it's an important one. He showed me, and I'll never forget it. Cancel culture is voluntary. They can't cancel you. You cancel yourself. Donald Trump doesn't get canceled because he doesn't give a fuck. People get canceled because they go away.
I think
Fuck that. I'm never going away. And the important part is that people who have power only because that has been given to them by a higher authority don't have any real power. That's why this show is on my motherfucking feed. That's why I don't want this. Like, I'll make those shows for bigger pockets, but I'll just as easily make them for my own YouTube. Like, I will not acquiesce to anybody's subservience.
People have power because Epstein has tape of them sleeping with underage girls, kind of thing.
What are the odds? Let's take the over under on Ghislaine. What's her name? Ghislaine Maxwell. Ghislaine Maxwell. What's the odds that she survives the next 5 months?
I don't know about you, but I wish her well.
You know, I was about to post something on I was gonna ask.
What's the odds she survives? Because
I think I'll do it tomorrow. I'm gonna ask I want to I don't know if I have any QAnon followers, but I want to figure out how this fits in because I thought QAnon. You guys, have you heard of this QAnon thing?
Of course.
I thought QAnon died 2 years ago. Like they predicted a bunch of arrests and it didn't happen. But apparently it's it just continued to exist.
Somehow. That's what COVID is. It's a cover up. All these people are being arrested behind the scenes. We just don't know it.
Not yet. They're sealed indictments, Jason. Yeah, come on, keep up, honestly.
I thought that they were just body doubles of them walking around.
From my understanding, if I can get this correct, so the Patriots are in charge. What the deep state cabal was trying intentionally release the virus to, but instead the Patriots stopped it and then are using it as an excuse to round them up because they can't move as much and have this adrenochrome thing, I think is what it's called, where they torture babies to death. And this creates this substance that can make celebrities look younger. And they've interfered with that supply in order to, and then poison the COVID thing and are using that as to restrict the movement of the deep state.
Yo, I'm pretty sure that shit you're saying is making me more high than this.
Alex.
You're making me more high than this.
Alex, better stop. Because right now, Andrew's, they're coming at. He's going to be dead tomorrow. Just pretend.
You're welcome, Andrew.
Protect yourself. Protect yourself. He knows too much.
Thought police are coming, baby.
How are we talking about QAnon?
I don't know that much about QAnon.
We start with Epstein.
I honestly, I read about it for a while. It seemed to just come out of nowhere, and then I thought it died. I thought it got executed. They had the prediction that there were all these sealed indictments and it was all going to get dropped sometime mid 2018. It didn't happen, and I thought it just died. And then now it's just back again. I guess Pizzagate is back again, but now Tom Hanks and some actress who made a bunch of really gross.
Hey, Tom Hanks is pure. Don't even bring.
No. He and Bill Gates.
This is TikTok.
You know what? Let me tell you something.
Although I will say the actress made some Chrissy Teigen. She's made some disgusting comments on Facebook.
Why would you? Who gives a fuck? Let me tell you something. I'm not a religious guy, but there's a rule of religion that I really like, and Christianity doesn't follow it well. Islam follows it really well. No false idols. Do you know that in the Nation of Islam they don't have statues? Did you know that? I only very recently
have idolatry.
What do you mean? You say of course, but I've studied religion for a very long time. I didn't know that.
Yeah. I love the people that are just they argue. Try and pull down a statue of Muhammad and see how much the Muslims freak out.
There are no statues of Muhammad.
And they have to be reminded that there are no statues of Muhammad.
Well, there are no statues of any human beings because they don't want to. Because the idea of Islam is that they want you to understand yourself, not try to become. Hang on. I say all this. Oh well, I'm drunk. I forgot what I was.
There are statues of figures in Islam.
No, there are not.
There are statues of sultans and stuff like that.
No, very few. Very, very few. They don't celebrate human beings. They celebrate.
If you go Turkey, there's plenty of statues of various sultans. And stuff like that.
Okay, well I don't know. I just very recently learned this.
Because I'm part.
I want to go to Turkey though because I want to go to. I've been to Istanbul. Excuse me. No, I've been to.
You've been to Constantinople.
No, I've been to. No, I've been to I don't know where it was. It was Incirlik Air Force Base, but I don't know where it is in the country itself. But I don't think it's.
I went to Hershey Park once.
I don't think it's Istanbul, but I do want to go to Constantinople.
Constantinople. That's right. We're taking it back.
I forgot what I was saying. I forgot how we got here.
I think you were saying that Epstein didn't kill himself.
He didn't.
Has there ever been a conspiracy theory this widely accepted? Where it's like you're anyone.
I don't think so.
Well, it's no longer a conspiracy theory.
You know what I read? I read something interesting the other day about conspiracy theories. They said, or no, it's on John Oliver, which I usually don't watch because, well, he's popular and I don't like.
He's hilarious.
He is hilarious. So he did this thing on conspiracy theories. He goes. You know what's interesting? And this actually is interesting because he goes, Reagan had an attempted assassination, and nobody gave a shit because it didn't work. But then JFK gets assassinated in almost the exact same circumstance, but it worked. I mean, JFK died, Reagan didn't. And so people came up with all these supposedly wacky. I wasn't around at the time, so I don't understand those conspiracy theories. And those are conspiracy theories that seem more legitimate. Now everything in the fucking world is a conspiracy. And so it takes away the validity of it. But the interesting thing is, I don't remember any conspiracy theories about Hitler's 3 assassination attempts. But his death in and of itself as a suicide has a myriad of conspiracy theories
he's
regarding.
Still alive.
And so, in Venezuela, right?
Yeah. Well, some people think Josh Dorkin is. Oh, did I say that out loud? Whoops.
How many times have you met Josh Dorkin?
Josh and I are friends. Josh and I are good friends.
Oh, okay. I met him in Colorado.
I mean, that would make sense. Denver.
Okay. Fuck off. I was at Best Ever Conference, and Matt. Faircloth, I'm so drunk right now. Matt Faircloth, he goes, okay, I don't know how to work this out, but Josh Dorkin is going to meet us at a secret speakeasy in the bottom of a fucking warehouse building. But we got to be cool because it's like him and it's us and we're like 6 dudes. So don't be a bunch of fucking weirdos. And which is hard because 6 dudes, right? But all a bunch of BP people. And so I met Josh Dorkin at the bottom of a secret speakeasy in Denver, and it was the dopest fucking thing. And he was so cool. And we're not like friends by any means now, but now I talk to him on Twitter here and there. But that was the coolest damn experience. I don't know. I just had to tell you that because it was so dope. In fact, Neil's watching and he was there.
Josh just moved to Hawaii.
He left. Well, I got him before he moved.
He
called
moved,
me a liar?
He moved temporarily because he is so concerned about what's going to happen with the upcoming election and the social turmoil that it's going to cause.
That's a smart idea.
He's in Hawaii. He's in Hawaii until February.
Do you think that's a smart idea?
I think Biden's going to win. I don't remember the last time.
Jay Scott, have you thought about leaving? Have you thought about moving?
Why?
Have you thought about moving? No, I think I'm pretty safe down here. But I think the next election is going to be a little bit crazy. I think there's going to be
the 2020.
Yeah,
2020 would not feel right if I feel like whoever wins the electoral college needs to lose the popular vote by at least 10%. Right? Like it just doesn't.
What's going to be good for the ratings? What's best for the ratings?
I don't know. I mean, this year, we can't just be done with the insanity. I think it's got to accelerate. It's got to accelerate.
I'm starting to agree with Elon Musk that this has to be a simulation.
I agree with that. I may or may not have figured that out while I was on psychedelics. Now we live in a simulation. Do you think that's a smart idea? I mean, okay, I'm drunk. I'm just asking straight up. Do you think that that's a smart idea to, if you had the means easily to leave CONUS for the few months surrounding the election? Do you think that's a smart idea? Or do you think that's just way out there, batshit crazy?
I
know that's a very varied question.
I think there's going to be some craziness around the election. I think there's going to be, if Trump loses, I think he's not going to leave easily. I think if he's going
to leave fine. I think it's his friends, his supporters that will act crazy.
I think he'll claim that there was foul play.
He'll say shit. He'll say whatever he wants, but there's no way because let me tell you something.
But don't get me wrong.
The states ratify.
I think if he loses or if he wins, the left is going to do the same thing.
The only thing I would say is I think if Trump wins, there will be
The left didn't last that well. They did. Say it again, Andrew. Sorry.
a lot of Republicans rioted. They have in the past, but it's been a long time. So I think I could honestly, I'm going out on a limb here, see 2020 winding down rather boringly. Biden wins decisively. I won't go landslide, but I'll say decisively. 5%.
I think
plus. I'm going to say he wins by 4 to 6% with 120
on the popular vote.
Yeah, 4 to 6% on the.
That makes sense because that's what Hillary won.
A little bit closer in the Electoral College, and Trump tweets a lot of things and does that.
You should write it. I'm gonna write my predictions.
That's right there. I just dropped.
You should write it.
Okay, we
should.
Biden wins by 5%.
Nobody's ever gonna watch this. I'm certainly not gonna watch it again.
Biden wins by 5.2%, 5.4%. 132 electoral votes, and Trump sends a lot of tweets and does nothing after that. That's my.
You're out of your. Hey, you know who just showed up, Andrew? Is Beth.
Beth.
Do you remember Beth? She's the one that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. I just figured. Okay. All right.
Okay. So what?
Okay. No. Hang on. Do you remember what Nassim says about predictions? Everything is obvious after the fact. So here's the deal. Andrew, because I know Jay's not going to do it, but Andrew, you and I'm going to write my prediction on a blog post so we have it saved.
I mean, this is saved. You can call me out. You just got to remember the timestamp.
I'm not going to remember this. We got to write it. That's the whole. we got to write.
What do you think is going to happen? Do you think Trump is going to pull out of a miracle here?
I think it's beyond a predictable variance. That's what I really think.
I mean, everything's okay.
No, but I think it's beyond. I think what you said, I think you downplayed the situation into easily predictable because it's easily predictable, not because it's what's actually going to happen. I also think
it's very hard to predict, but I will say with regards to Trump, I think people overestimate how enthusiastic Trump voters are. I think they're mostly disillusioned. I think they've seen Trump a lot. Not enough of them are disillusioned that there's in the left is extreme. They don't care. It's Biden. It's Biden is a person who's not.
I think you. Fantastic. How many close friends do you have that are Trump supporters? Close friends. Very close friends.
There's a handful. I'd say as many. More of my friends are right wing, but I think.
Have you seen any of them change?
What?
I've seen some people change. That's what weirds me out. Like I've never seen that before.
Change in what regard? Like change like not being supportive. I've seen people move. Mostly, I've seen people move to further extremes.
This is who that motherfucker reminds me of. Cult of personality. I think Trump's like Stalin. Like
I'll grant him that.
Like I see people putting his picture up in their walls in their house voluntarily, kind of stuff. Like they used to do with Stalin, like weird stuff. And so that's a behavior that's extreme in a way that permeates the social fabric in ways that are very unpredictable.
Stalin had a sort of hyper cancel culture, like super cancel culture. Like if you went against him, you didn't.
I'm not saying he's the same. I'm saying
canceled. Like not. I'm like saying figuratively, you were literally canceled. Trump, you go against him.
No.
It's just like, they'll give you a TV. There's no social consequences against going against him.
I say it like this. I agree with your large. I agree.
I just think he's a completely tiger. He's going to get destroyed in this election because he has talked a big game, and he's been very divisive. He has enthused. He has energized the left, but he's failed to, other than the judges to a degree. He's in his base, his base is like a white working class and evangelicals and stuff. They don't really care.
Jay,
do you think doesn't excite them? Bombing killing Soleimani, some person no one has ever heard of before.
No, what's worse is that what's worse is that Jay, do you think he's underestimating the do you think he's underestimating the potential
I think that there will be a very small minority that is tremendously vocal. I think it will be very interesting to see what right-wing media does should Trump lose.
I like that point.
It'll be interesting to see if they immediately turn against him and basically create a new narrative of Trump wasn't great, Biden's not great. We need a new.
That's a good point.
Or because I don't see Fox News going down with Trump. I don't see.
They're going to turn on him. They'll turn on him in a cocaine heartbeat.
Yeah.
They'll turn on him in a cocaine heartbeat.
I think they'll disappear him, like George W. Like
oh yeah,
George Bush and also Clinton to a degree. No, like the Democrats did not talk about Bill Clinton for years after.
Yep.
And even now, I mean, especially given given how embarrassing it is for them to be like the Me Too party and also defend Bill Clinton, how you just can't do that. Like they just don't want to ever talk about him. No one wanted to talk about George W. Bush. I mean, George W. Bush was invincible. I mean, it's like the Iraq War was a catastrophe. It was based on lies. The economy was a train wreck. Like it's just nothing. The Patriot Act was you can't square it with the Constitution. So it's just like no one wanted to. George W. Bush just disappeared. And if Trump loses,
now he just paints. Now he's just a painter.
If Trump loses, I think I actually don't know for sure, but it's just one of those things where it could be. Well, I mean, honestly, George W. Bush. It seems like there is a segment of the Democratic Party. It's like, oh yeah, if only we could go back to that. It's the same one that likes Bill Kristol. It's like, are you?
I like Bill Kristol more now that has no political clout at all whatsoever.
So who's
to a war that I appreciate that he can't found an organization to lie us into a massive disastrous conflict. That
he's much better in a humble position than an arrogant position.
So assuming Trump loses this year,
which he will.
But my point, Andrew, was not. I'm sorry, Jay. I'm sorry, Jay. I think like it's going to be very interesting because I don't actually think the damage. I think once he loses the election, he's going to whine like to no end, but it will account for absolutely nothing. Because I actually think
he won't do anything, but he will whine forever.
He will whine to no end, and he will get a lot of people that will leave, and I think it has lasting damage that will follow him to a media company that spouts off bananas righty stuff. That has its own ramifications. But I think the election, here's what's going to happen. The election is the states ratify themselves. He doesn't have that power to say the election's fraud. He'll say it.
And
it won't amount to any. They won't amount to any actual. What's it called? The Senate will still elect
like an Al Gore hanging Chad situation. He could sue
for sure, but purposeful. Al Gore was salty. Donald Trump wants this.
Here's the thing: Trump
he's planning for it.
Trump loses the election. He goes to another network, or he starts his own network. He's now splintered the Republican Party. So you now have the Fox News Republicans and
he'll go left. I bet you. He's the splinter Democrat. Always has been.
I mean, he's gotten his fix on being populist. So it's being like immigration restriction.
But look, he literally has created his user base. He's like the Democratic user base is so big now. Well, I shouldn't say that. It seems big now because depending on how much they win, right? If the Democrats get a landslide in 2022, he's gonna be like, well, that's where all the money is.
Well, maybe. I mean,
I'll lean left.
They're not taking him back.
I think the Republican
Party, they will. You're out of your mind. Yes, they will.
I think the Republican Party might collapse after this, and the Democrats also are in an interesting position because they are a coalition that I don't know how it can be held together without the hatred of an enemy. If the Republicans collapse, the Democrats.
Donald Trump had the same problem. Donald Trump is going to do better. He's not going to do as good against Biden as he will Hillary, just because Hillary's so reviled and she was.
I mean, they
haven't shown him Biden that much, right? They're gonna hold him off to the last minute.
Hillary, really. I mean, she was kind of elbowed her way in there, and
should have been Bernie.
Biden is mostly just like he's not Trump, and he's also not got any enormous scandal. I mean, there's that allegation against him, but it seems to have
he's vanilla.
Yeah, he's just he's not Trump, and he's been there, and it's like he was Obama's vice president, and like whatever, and whatever.
Yeah. Do you think this sets a precedent for extremists? This is my real worry. Like Donald Trump is not the worry that I really have. Because I think to myself, I'm 36. I'm going to live till I'm like 120 is my hope, right?
Here's my prediction.
So this is going to get worse.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think Trump loses. He goes over. He moves farther right. He moves more extreme. He takes his fringe with him. I think the left moves further left. They take their extreme with them. And I think Fox News moves to the center. And I think more of the yes. No. I think they and
then what? Smooth sailing for another 50 years?
No,
sir.
I think in 2024, Fox News supports a more centrist candidate who wins.
Okay, you are drunk. Here's what's going to happen. Let's write this. We got to write. This is why we have to write this shit down. Here.
I can see that, but I don't think you'll be winning a centrist candidate winning in a
centrist candidate doesn't
electorate becoming more centrist. Unfortunately, I don't see a way to do that.
Yes, right. The centrist doesn't matter because like Biden would be the centrist in reality, and I say that in like actual reality, not like Biden would be the centrist, and maybe he wins, maybe he doesn't, and he only wins. If he only wins, because Donald Trump is so polarizing, not because people love Biden. And so the electorate is going to continue to get divided, and it's like, okay, maybe you get a centrist that's good. Doesn't matter. People are going to vote wacky.
You're gonna laugh at this. I think Mitt Romney could win in 2024.
I laugh at the possibility of that happening.
That's so far out. Like, you know what? That's such an insane statement. You couldn't have predicted Barack Obama in 2005.
There it is. I'm making a prediction right now. Mitt Romney 2024.
Who's watching this? Dan DiFilippo. Write all these predictions down. Beth, please write all these things down because this is all insanity.
How is he going to win?
The fact that you can record it, the fact that you can predict something 5 years, no. 5 years out.
Mitt Romney is your 2024 Republican.
Okay, but Jay, how does he win the Republican primary? That's the question. Because the Republicans, here's the thing, it's kind of funny. Like the further right you go,
you wouldn't have predicted Biden a year and a half ago.
What?
I'm so mad that you guys.
I still don't think Biden's running.
You don't even predict that Biden could have been the candidate a year and a half ago.
I still don't.
And now you have the audacity to do it five and a half years out.
That Biden's actually on the Democratic ticket. I'm not so convinced. He may not be.
Who's the possibility?
I don't know, but I still don't want to believe Biden's.
That's how volatile 2020 is. What about Mark Cuban in 2024?
He doesn't want it.
God, I hope not.
Fuck you. He doesn't want it.
He doesn't want it.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Of course he does. Are you kidding me? He doesn't want it? He doesn't want it?
No.
Would you turn it down? You're out of your fucking mind.
You turn down the presidency? Is that what you asked? Actually, I think I would. I don't want to be a part of this shit.
You're out of your mind. Okay, well, I thought you were a real egomaniac.
Other than ego or money, what is the benefit of being president?
Excuse me, are you a capitalist are you a capitalist in America?
Mark Cuban doesn't need either.
You're out of your mind.
Yeah.
You're out of your mind.
It's
I thought I was the dumb one of this group. That's what I really thought until now.
Mark Cuban, it's negative EV for him to be president. He walks away 4 years.
I don't even understand what you're talking about. What else is there to do?
To be president? Alex, do you want to be like, I mean.
I don't understand. You guys, I don't.
Like, can you handle being hated that much? Like, that's the question.
I think I don't know because I haven't been in the position. I don't want to say something that I can't do, but I'll tell you what. There's nothing that I've done on the internet yet. And I'm pretty vocal and I'm very small, but I'm not like super. I have some presence, some. There's nothing that's been done on the internet yet that has hurt my feelings.
Is that
There's nothing that's. Yes. Fuck yeah, bring it on. Yeah.
What about like the Kathy Guilford stunt and like had like a mock version of your head like cut off, like bleeding?
Do you know what the worst thing on the internet about me is? You want to know what it really is? It's my shit. the shit that I put on the internet embarrasses me. The shit that you guys say about me, I'm like, okay, all press is good press, baby. Come talk to me. Like, I maybe I'm wrong. I have no idea because
it sounds like you're sort of Trumpian a little here. Like you're like Nietzschean sort of Trumpism.
I've learned a lot from Donald Trump, to be honest. I'm not a fan of his, but I've learned a lot from him. Like,
I mean, it is one of the things. Yeah, you do not apologize. You always attack.
That's not true.
No matter what you fucking say, you just keep going.
That's true. That's what I've learned from him, right? Like, people will forget. Keep going. Don't worry about it. And also, just because the initial reaction of the mob is to be that you should be ashamed, you should not set your values by the mob. You should have values. See, that's Donald Trump's problem. He doesn't have any values. That was Nixon's problem too. He didn't have any values. He was a pure power broker. Nixon fell to the mob too easy. Donald Trump will never fall to the mob. But the point is that you should deny that. The point is that you should have your own values and stick to them, which is what I try to do. Although I'm still young and I'm learning, but you should always stick to your values and then disregard the mob. Donald Trump disregards the mob, but for the wrong reasons. But it doesn't mean that it's not a good skill set. It's not a good trait to learn.
Yeah, I mean, there's a more modest version of it that is good to learn. Yeah, to have both. Trump.
You have to be super shameless to be in politics, and I'm not shameless. I have shame for sure, but that doesn't mean. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I just asked, given the amount of criticism and hatred and anger and assassination attempts, of which there have been several against Trump.
Assassination attempts?
Yeah, there was a British guy who tried to pull a gun out of a security guard's and shoot him. That was during the election. There was some temp by ISIS. There was some guy who ran just this year, tried to get onto the White House with a knife. Not very good ones. They haven't really thought it through very much.
Yo, they blew Hitler up twice.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's well too. At least a ton of threats. And do you want and all the do you? Is there something?
I'm not in any position to ever. I'm not. I don't even know why we're talking about like this comparison. Like, there's no chance. I have no chance. There's no way. I don't know, but all I'm saying
I'm still thinking about the challenge to shame you.
Well. So my thing on the internet is, like, I look at the internet now.
I have a question. Do you work on your triceps half as much as you work on your biceps? Because it doesn't work.
I don't do biceps or triceps, bro.
Really? Yeah, I can tell you don't do triceps.
I do dips, heavy dips. Well, I've been out of the gym a little. Fuck off. You know what, bro? What's up? Oh, that's good actually. What's up?
Did you just say fuck off? I think I got to him.
What's up?
Alex, I see no proof that you don't skip leg day.
I don't skip. I did.
What do you do for?
Bro, I'm gonna fuck you guys both up. You out of your mind. Let me tell you something. I have been out of the gym all year because of COVID-19, and I had a bad breakup early in the year, so it's been just a tragic.
That's an excuse for not doing triceps. You know, your triceps are 2/3 of your arm muscles.
I never do biceps, but I do heavy dips. I never do biceps. I only do powerlifting. So like,
wait, you never do biceps?
No.
You never do biceps?
No.
Like
biceps are what? For show muscles.
Your traps are disproportionately small. I think you need more shrugs. More shrugs, dude.
Gains look awful.
I deadlifted 315 for 8 today. I haven't been in the gym. I haven't done the deadlifts in months.
Okay. I mean, I
deadlifted 315 for 8 today, bro.
Look, if you're happy with that, I'm happy for you.
I mean, I'm
no. But seriously, if that's like a real attempt, yeah, there's no chance. There's no chance that you can throw me off my game.
Again, no evidence of you doing leg day has.
So do you guys watch? Do you know about everybody knows about Myers-Briggs now, right? Myers-Briggs personality type testing.
Yep.
So are you familiar with the Big Five,
which
is like the newer one apparently?
Well, Big Five has been around a while. That's like.
Okay, it's been around a while. Whatever, fuck you, Andy. Yeah. So
is that the test where I have to remember 5 animals in order and?
It's like the 5 big personality traits.
I'm not demented.
It's like the 5 big personality traits: extroversion, openness, disagreeableness, conscientiousness
What
and
was the
neuroticism.
test that trumped ace?
Agreeableness, Alex. It's agreeableness.
So
not-
agreeableness, disagreeableness. Okay, fuck off. It's not my point, right? Like, if I take this test, I score off the charts on disagreeableness.
Yeah.
And so I think I'm like warmed up. Okay, so when I went to basic training, right? My mom goes, "How was it?" I was like, "You know what? Honestly, I remember saying this. I was like 18. I was like, Dad's tougher." And so like, we grew up in the Northeast too, where it's like really, I don't know, hostile way to converse. Dude, there's nothing on the internet that scares me. I don't even, and I'm in that age, right, where like young people think the internet is real. Old people don't use the internet. And then there's like my little generation, our little generation, where like a lot of us use the internet in highly, we use it actively more than like our parents, right? Everybody here uses their internet more than parents, but like less
Are
than
we
young
all
people.
Gen Xers here, or ish?
We're all within the same couple years, I think.
Well, like I consider myself honorary Gen X because like millennials.
Something like that.
whiny.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, Gen X,
Gen X
something like
are
that.
nihilists, so I'll go with nihilism over whininess.
Yeah, right. Yeah, nihilism over whininess. That's it. That is the Gen X motto. Okay.
Nihilism.
So like I'm in that really weird blend where I use the internet. I like the internet. I'm okay to put my face on the internet and everything. And okay, I have my little embarrassing moments and cringe and everything, but like in a big part of my way, I just don't think the internet is real. I just don't think about it that way. Like the internet is like that thing to me still. I remember most of my life without it still. So like embarrass me on the internet. It's like, okay, well, all my real friends.
We're the
No,
weirdest
it's-
generation.
it's
We're the
hilarious.
ones that grew up without the internet and then got it, and then it became
Yeah,
we adopted.
Yeah, like we voluntarily
as
joined
we
the.
were older. And I remember when I was like 15 or 16, and my dad and mom had. I was the lucky one. We were the lucky kids because we had AOL, but we had 2 phone lines because my dad had an office line in his house, the little workplace too. So at night we could use the office line, and that didn't cause any problems with because when you use the internet, this dial-up, you couldn't get any phone calls, and so nobody wanted to use the internet because they couldn't phone calls because nobody had cell phones. So we were lucky ones to use my parents and my dad's office line to do the internet.
Same. Yeah.
Yeah, just
White
absurdity.
privilege.
Like nobody would even think of that today. But then, like the generation before is like, what the internet?
You
We're-
guys,
we're the one that-
you guys are both babies. How old are you, Andrew?
36. Not baby.
You are a baby.
I'm not baby.
You're a baby. Alex, how old are you? 38?
36.
36? No, I was just, I wasn't going, I was only going based on, I thought you said you enlisted in 2000.
2001. Yeah.
Okay.
September-
So I was just assuming you were 18 at the time and I was adding 20.
Yeah. So
Okay.
the interesting thing, let's see.
Your
August 9th is my birthday. I turned 18. I didn't know what the fuck I was gonna do with my time. Right? I was like, my parents were like, they're kind of old school, which was very good for me actually. Looking back, I mean, they're parents. They're humans. They're not perfect. They did good. Like they said to me though, they were strict, right? They said you can pay rent and go to work, or you can go to school and we'll let you live for free. And I was like, I don't want to fucking live here at all whatsoever. So I'll join the army. September 11th happened, and I was like, well, that seems like a good enough reason to get the fuck out. And and then October 25th, I was gone, bro.
So let me ask you a question. Knowing what you know right now, would you enlist again?
Would I enlist if I was 18 again?
Yeah. If you could go back and tell your 18-year-old self
Yes.
what you know now. Okay.
Yes. Like, reluctantly, yes.
Okay.
I don't even want to say reluctantly. Like, that's a long story.
No,
Like-
no judgment. I'm just
No,
curious.
I don't like I don't like from a 100-yard view. I'm adamantly a critic.
Yeah, that's
To say the
why I
least.
asked.
To say
That's
the
right.
least. To say the least. Like I could go on. But as an individual, as an 18-year-old individual with no influence in the world, and I was in a much different state. I was a very insecure kid. Right? Like dude, the Army, I needed the Army. I would never be Alex without the Army. So like, I can't go back and say, hey, look, they didn't do anything for me. I mean, you know what the interesting thing is? You want to talk about something controversial? Like, I wonder if a lot of our wacky social behavior, especially violent, wacky social behavior, is due to lack of violence in our society at large. There's no more wars, not big ones, right? And the Army is not all like, you know, it's not all war. It's a lot of like admin. There's nature there, right? Like something about getting in line with your fellow man and going like and doing something high stress is like, dude, it feels natural. Sitting in an office all the time, so dull, like it doesn't feel natural. And so to say, for me to take,
that's interesting.
For me to like, look, I'm not, it's a very interesting, it's a very weird feeling. I'm not like,
well, it doesn't need to be war necessarily.
I'm not saying it has to be. I didn't say that. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is like, you know what? We live in a world where there's almost nothing on the line ever. So the Army gives you sometimes, many times, luckily we live in peace. So many times it's artificial, but it gives you something to stress, some bigger goal and under tension. There's nothing on the fucking line. I'm drunk. There's nothing on the line in society. And so like people create this very weird, like that's why virtue signaling comes out. Right? There's no reason to have any honor. Right? And so it's just like, there's no honor in the culture because it's like, there's nothing on the line. So it's just like, oh, you made a bunch of money. That's not a real thing. You got a Mercedes. This is bullshit. So like, there's something about going and putting something, you know, fight, like war was sometimes honorable. It's not all war that's bad. It's bullshit imperialist war for resources that's bullshit. But like, hey, look, some people are fucking bad and they want to take your country and your land. You know, I'm pro-war. I'm pro-honorable war. There is honorable war. But there is bullshit war too. So like,
which one was 2001 to 2020?
Bullshit.
I'm going to go bullshit.
They weren't invading us. Jesus fucking Christ.
You know,
they weren't invading us.
Osama bin Laden to us.
Look,
look,
man. Have you read Skin in the Game?
Yep.
That's good.
Interventionista. Like, right? He knows I'm right.
He used Bill Kristol as an example. I can't remember. I know he's talked shit about Bill Kristol. Bill Kristol's like my arch nemesis.
Okay, Bill Kristol. I like Bill Kristol because that's how much of a contrarian I am. He gets such shit that I like him. I'm like, this guy's okay.
He's like my all-time least favorite person on the planet.
That's fucked up. I like Bill Kristol actually. He's not so bad.
Which one is that? The title's really small, dude. I need to zoom in. Is that Anti-Fragile?
I can't do it. Goddamn.
Anti-Fragile? Just
Skin in the Game. Skin in the Game. I can't see it. Skin in the Game. Skin in the Game. Skin in the Game. And so the idea is, I love this book, The Way of Men by Jack Donovan. Excellent book, speaks this off. Skin in the Game. The idea is, it's like you go to Iraq, you go to the Afghani war, the Russia-Afghani war, and you intervene. And you intervene and you screw around with a culture of people that you don't understand and you don't take the ramifications of your actions. And then you leave, and then it creates insurgency against the United States. That's like, this is cliche, and so people don't think it's a big deal, but that's exactly what happened.
You started with Al-Qaeda?
Say again?
Are we talking about the Soviet-Afghanistan war when we started?
Yes. Yes. And that's what created we went over there and we screwed around with them. And then, it's the same as the Soviet War. I mean, it's not the same, but it's the same. Not the Soviet War, the Vietnam War. Interventionistas. You're going over there and you're fucking with a culture you don't understand. You're not really trying to do the right thing. You're just you're doing your own thing at their expense. And then you're mad when they fuss about it. That's exactly what's happening.
Vietnam was a terrible decision, but
you went over there screwing with a situation that you really didn't give a shit about. You just wanted to see if you can get an edge, and then you fight Ho Chi Minh, the good guy. You fucking assholes! God Almighty!
Was Ho Chi Minh the good guy? I wouldn't grant you that. I would just
America was the good guy. America was the good guy.
No, I don't think there was.
So but all that being said, so like when I go back, when Jay Scott asked me, would I go do it again? Like there is something about going over, especially at 18 when you don't know any better. That's why 30-year-olds don't join. When you don't know anybody and you're like, we're going to kick their ass because we're the fucking good guys, right? That's what American culture teaches you. We're the good guys.
God, are you reminding me of like American jingoism during like the early parts of the Bush administration, like freedom fries and oh my God.
Lies my teacher told me. You ever seen this book? This is a good book. Jay Scott's on a whole other. I'm so drunk he just started doing something else. Lies my teacher told me. Everything your American history teacher textbook got wrong. Anyway, so I love the Army. It did such good for me. You know, I was terrified of heights. And so when you join the Army, they ask you if you want to go to join airborne school. So you jump out of airplanes. And it like pays you an extra like $150 a month, which seems ridiculous now. But at the time, it seemed halfway. It was more of a pride thing. The Army pumps it up, right? You join airborne school, you're like the elite. It's like 15% of the Army or some 30% of the Army, something like that. So I went, not because anybody went with me, not because I love joining the airplanes. I do not. I was terrified of heights. My idea was like, I could beat it.
Where were you stationed?
I went to Fort Benning, Georgia for basic. And then you go to AIT, which is like training. Everybody has different training based on your job. So I went to Fort Gordon, Georgia, which is, it was communications. I wanted to do something with computers in the Army. My recruiter goes, yeah, this will be computers. Turns out it was like literally like wire, RF communications. Analog, like it was the opposite. I was like, this is some fucking bullshit. So I go to school in Fort Gordon. It's like 6 months, and then it was all silly. It was a very interesting experience, but it's just Army culture. Okay, fine. And then I went to Fort Bragg, North Carolina. That's where I'm at now. You get trapped.
I was DOD for contractor for a long time. Did Army work. So.
Oh really?
Yeah, I spent a year at Fort Campbell.
This is why I wanted to do a meet the members about Jay Scott, honestly. Because I was like, everybody knows. I don't know what everybody knows about you. You probably have a better grasp of what people know about you than what I know.
Part of the military-industrial complex? Is that what you're saying?
Me?
Yeah.
I was. I built air-to-ground communications for Army Rangers, for the helicopters.
Nice.
Oh, wow. That's a lot of what I did. I called evac for. That was a traumatic experience for me, actually.
Calling evac for like
for hurt soldiers.
Traumatic experience. Yeah, I can't believe we're still there. Honestly,
I can. I knew as soon as we got there. I knew the plan. Like,
never leave.
Dude, they're gonna build they got Domino's Pizza there. In Kabul. In Bagram. They got Domino's Pizza there. Like, it's on the base.
Nothing but Kabul, right?
Excuse me?
I mean, the capital of Afghanistan controls nothing but the capital of Afghanistan, right? Like, the countryside is...
I don't understand the politics so much, but it's mostly, as far as I can... I don't want to speak out of terms and be wrong. So, like, it doesn't seem... It's not a big federal government like us. It's very regional, as far as I can tell.
Tribal and then Kabul.
So like, Kabul, when I got there, I remember literally, it was a very interesting experience. When I got there, there was these videos on CNN at the time, because it's 2001, right? Like, you didn't have smartphones that much yet. Did you? Not like they are today. So, like, I remember these pictures on the TV of us bombing these buildings in black and white. And there were these very, like, repetitive viewing clips on the internet.
Regarding
and then I moved in that fucking building. That's what I remember. I moved in that building. We built. Yes, we rebuilt the thing, and then we're like, oh, we're gonna build hooches at it. So we built 18. My little crew, 18 people built in those exploded buildings, and then we put an antenna on top because I did that. It was a very interesting experience. And then before I left, we actually gave it up back to the Afghanis for their first Afghan National Army, 1st Battalion, and then we moved down. I ended up moving to Bagram. Which is the capital.
When was your last year in the military? When was your last year in Afghanistan?
I got out in 2005.
Did you ever go to Iraq, or were you just in Afghanistan?
Never been to Iraq. I've been to Qatar for a very little bit, and then a lot of time in Afghanistan, like 7, 8, like 9. What was it, like 9 months the first time and 6 months the second time? 2003, 2004. Kabul, Bagram. I spent about a week in Kandahar. We did an illegal run to Turkmenistan. I did some really interesting shit, actually. Like, not as much as many people, but now that I'm older, I wish I had volunteered for way more shit, like weird shit. But now, like, when I was young, you know, it's like, well, you're fucking scared a little bit. You don't realize it. It's like
killed. I mean, it's a war.
Yeah, it's like, you know, I'm like not invested interest in, like, you know, the war. I'm like just there, kind of thing, you know.
I mean,
like, I knew it was exciting. I was excited to go. The second time I was excited to go.
Incredible thing. Like you said about you left in 2005, 4 years after the year began, and we're still there. What?
Dude, check this out. You know what's interesting? Okay, so I go to Bagram like September of 2003. So that's OEF 2, right? So OEF 1 was the first time they went over there. That was in 2002. They went over there. So 2001, September 11th, and like they were there in 2002. Okay, then they come back.
Al-Qaeda?
No, my team. So I was in a Green Beret unit. I was in 3rd Special Forces Group here in Fort Bragg. So I wasn't in a Green Beret, but I was a commo guy. So I was attached to a Green Beret unit. I went to airborne school, and then, you know, like, I wasn't as charming now as I am. I'm not as charming then as I was now, but like, I think people knew my potential. So they sent me to a really good unit. I got lucky, super lucky, and I go to this really super good unit, literally a Green Beret Special Forces unit. So fucking dope. And so the first year I get there, like, everybody's already gone. They're already deployed. So I'm just sitting there chilling. Okay. Then they come back and they're like, we're going fucking again. This shit ain't coming. We're going to be out there a lot. And so, so they come back. And so like April, we go over to Kabul, Afghanistan. There's 18 of us with a unit, I think, of like 150, 200 total. In Kabul, it was just us. It was very, very interesting experience. Like, super rugged. They didn't have running water. I'd never experienced not having running water before. Like, that's a very difficult thing to explain. Go 3 days without running water. You'll fucking freak out. You'll be like, I had no idea that I used it this much. All the time. Toilets, shower, brush your teeth. Like, go without running water for 4 days. You're going to have a different everything.
I dated this Vietnamese one for a while, and she was like, when she came to the United States, she was like, the first thing that really stuck out to her was running water. I'm like, dude, oh, I never thought to even.
Yeah. And so then weird shit happens. Like, we moved in the first day we got there. It was a very bizarre experience. We go into like everybody's at this little camp. I have pictures of it. I'll actually give them to you. I'll show you pictures. But there's a little camp, and you know, like, everybody's got their tents out, and so we had to go in this little resting area. The resting area, like where we were, the interim, was a gym, and by a gym I mean it was like a corrugate metal box with bullet holes every fucking where. So like, when it's sunshine out, like, the place is lit up like daylight. There's no lights. It's just bullet holes, and it's in the ground too, which is a very weird experience. And so it was a little intimidating. Like, no, we captured this place. We're good now. And I'm like, okay. And so like, we're sleeping on the floor and shit. Like, it was just a weird experience. And then we get to this room, and they're like, it's just this box. And like, we're gonna build a second floor, just us. We'll go down the street and buy lumber, and we'll build a second floor, 18 rooms, electrical, and we fucking did. I don't know, I'm drunk. I don't know why I'm telling these stories. But anyways, it was a really fascinating, it was like these kind of things. Like, so when you ask me, back to the original Jay Scott, like, when you ask me, like, dude, I could tell war stories for so long about the way that it shaped a lot of it is courage. You go through hard things, and then you're like, well, it's not, I can take it the next time, right? It's not as hard. And so, like, to take all that away and say, well, I didn't agree with George Bush, it's like, yeah, but I would know better if I had just been some fucking idiot who worked at a restaurant at 18 and been nothing. I would have known better to dislike George Bush's policies if I hadn't had to learn better. So, sorry to ramble.
Good answer.
I mean, it's not.
We shouldn't do these anymore. We should not do these anymore.
It's not experience in the military was good, but the wars that you fought in were bad. I mean,
yeah, but isn't that I bet you that's every soldier ever, right? Like every soldier ever. Imagine, you know, like,
a friend of mine got hit by
by an ICBM, and he lost an eye and all sorts of shit. So he probably, yeah. I mean, it's just
Was World War II a moral war?
I think so.
I think so too. Was World War One?
No.
Okay then. What I mean, can we go down the list? Like, there's probably
I think
some.
World War One is indefensible on every side. World War II is a moral war, although with the huge asterisk because we sided with Stalin, and that's not exactly something. Doesn't make for a simplistic.
We sided with Stalin in World War II as well.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like World War One is indefensible. Our participation at war is indefensible, and the war itself is indefensible, and nobody can defend it. World War II was a moral war, but it's not an obvious one because we sided with Stalin, and so. But yeah, I think most wars generally range from either indefensible to yes, we had to fight it, but it's got a lot of there are asterisks all over the place.
Yeah, asterisk. Yeah, so that's what's that, about 30 minutes, Jay Scott, on would you do it again? Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'll tell you, I will say this. This is an interesting thing. How about this? If you had to join and you didn't go to war, it wouldn't be worth it.
I can see that.
If you just went for okay, so in peacetime, the army is used to bring people up the social economic ladder, which not as valuable of a history to have.
I mean, how often has the U.S. been in peacetime in the last 7 years? It's weird. The United States has been complete peace for its entire When was the last time the United States had a war on its own border in its own country? Was the Civil War?
Pearl Harbor, bro.
Okay, and Japan,
yeah, you're right.
Japan bombed the Oregon forest.
Actually, let me actually. Okay, I'll bring this up because I thought about it earlier. This is gonna fuck you up. Let's take the 500-year step back from American perspective.
Okay, going back to
you had the War of Independence.
It's 250 years, not 500.
Yep. Well, but people have been here 500 years. So 250 years goes by and you have a War of Independence. And then 100 years goes by and you have the Civil War, essentially an economic revolution. And then since then, we've been mostly smooth sailing here. Are we due? Are we due?
I hope not.
I mean, people forget this, but there were enormous convulsions in the early 70s.
Yep. Yep. Agreed.
Yeah, particularly there was a civil rights movement, and then there was the hippies, and then there was left wing, weather underground terrorist stuff. I think there was 1,900 bombings in 1971 or something like that. And so the early 70s were extreme.
Okay, but we avoided it.
Well, it's simmered down. The question is, will it simmer down again? In this, I don't know if there was so much of it.
But see, I read a lot of history, right? A lot of these history books. Yeah. So war is not hard to find. Peace is hard to find.
And the United States itself has been at peace for a long time. I mean, I could.
Okay, is that are we special or is that a fluke?
I'm not even sure what that means. What does that mean? The United States has been at peace for a long time.
In the United States,
well, that's because
the United States has had peace since 1946, and it's been somewhat peaceful because we had the Cold War.
We have been at war since who knows when. But the United States.
On our soil, we haven't had a war.
That's because of geography. I mean.
Okay, but that's become less. An advantage.
Mexico,
less an advantage.
I think that's
also true. We have good neighbors.
I mean, the next time we have a war,
we have weaker neighbors.
It's going to be a war.
Mexico and Canada Yeah.
That's some Nietzschean shit. We're all friends because I'm in charge,
We're all
right?
friends until we decide not to be, and then
Yeah. Yeah, don't get too big for your britches, bro.
No, I mean, at this point, things are so divisive and I could see the United States breaking up. It wouldn't shock me if in 5, 10 years the United States is breaking into different pieces. I think that would. I don't know how it would come about, but in some ways, it makes sense to come about. Like we're not.
What do you think, Jay?
I mean, it's one of those that if you would have asked me 5 years ago, I would have said that's crazy. But now I see where this country's headed, and it no longer seems nearly as crazy.
In some ways, it seems.
I think.
Small. If you could
Do you think?
right, like break the country up along its divisive boundaries, and that
No,
would.
because it goes by population. It goes by population, not by coast.
Yeah, that's
No, I mean, but the thing, like the coasts are extremely liberal.
No, that's a terrible answer. That's a terrible answer.
Explain why it's a terrible answer.
Because we don't do better divided. That's not going to work.
Well, we could unite the entire world.
That's not going to wait. Like splitting the people up is not going to help.
I mean,
that's not going to make things better.
We could unite the entire world under Chinese domination, and they would rule us with an iron fist. If you want, I mean, we have.
You have two bad answers. Doesn't just because those are only two drunken answers you can come up with doesn't mean those are
okay.
realistic answers.
The question, I'll just ask.
Anyways, I was just positing a wacky idea for the sake of it.
I'll just put this. Like New York and London have a lot more in common than New York and Des Moines. I'll put it that way.
But do you think that maybe people just might move?
Be what?
Might just move.
Who move?
Do you think people might move? Well,
I think. Well, I don't see the mechanism for the country breaking up, but I think it would make sense for the country to fracture. If we could come to some agreement and split the country into like 4 pieces, where they're like people.
That's revolution. No, that's revolution.
Not if you agree to it.
Not
if it's like if they actually.
Bro, do you have? You read so much history. Tell me, like our revolution is the best revolution that's ever been done in history.
We're the best at revolution.
We're the best.
Our revolution was the cleanest.
Our revolution was the cleanest in history.
I mean,
like
I'm not sure what that means. I mean, the French Revolution was pretty clean.
No, it wasn't. It was ugly. What about the Russian Revolution?
The Russian Revolution was pretty ugly.
Russian Revolution was a coup. I already talked about that.
Dude, all revolutions are coups. Our revolution was a coup.
An unsuccessful one.
Yeah. Well, yeah. No, but like there was no. They were just a political party that took over. That's all that happened, and then they launched. But okay, whatever. I think the American Revolution. What were we talking about? Why is the American Revolution? We're talking about the best revolution of all time.
I'm saying ours was the
American Revolution. I mean, the people. They were some very fine people.
There were some good folk.
Yeah, they were good. I have a lot of.
There were fine people on both sides.
There were fine people. I forget how I got there. I'm really fucked up. I forgot how I got here, but I was just saying. I was like, look, we talked about big debt crisis. Shit's wacky. And we talked about we were talking about history. I think here, Dan. I think I know a lot about revolutions more than the revolutionaries. I'd say. Okay, he's like 25. Prone to this kind of behavior. I'll tell you, this country has had the best revolution, and it was so beautiful. Other revolutions weren't as good. That sounded like Donald Trump talking.
That really did.
Nobody has had a better revolution than we've ever had.
I walked out. People stop me walking down the street and tell me that I've had the best revolution.
Other revolution, not so good.
Nobody has ever revolutioned.
Amazing. It was incredible.
My generals come up to me and say, "Sir, you have the best revolution."
Yeah, nobody has better revolution than you. Believe me.
Yeah, it's the best ever. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, at the same time, I mean, it's like I remember hearing this. Like the average republic lasts 250 years.
Yep.
And we are at 250 years.
That's my point.
We still have 6 years to go.
That's my point. And Okay, let's talk about a really wacky conspiracy theory.
No.
Is the Federal Reserve trying to blow up the dollar on purpose to create a crypto dollar?
To create a what?
To create a crypto dollar. Or
No,
to justify a crypto dollar.
The feds hate the cryptocurrency because they can't track it.
Yep.
The feds are trying to save. They're trying to save the economy, and save big banks.
Are you? I can't tell you're being sarcastic.
What? The
I can't
feds?
tell you're being sarcastic.
No, I'm not. I'm being drunk.
You think the Fed's trying to save the economy?
The feds are. They don't want the economy to collapse. They're trying to save their banks.
They're trying for they're.
Oh, you said trying to save the economy. I thought you meant
They're trying to save the economy.
I thought you meant the institution of capitalism. They're trying to save their buddies for right now.
Well, they're trying to save the institution of capitalism for like this month.
For this month.
Yeah.
The feds hate cryptocurrencies because they can't track it very well. Yeah.
I think you're out of your mind.
You think the Fed they want to create a cryptocurrency?
Look. As far as I can tell, and I'm an idiot, it seems like with cryptocurrency, you get the same database calculation for less cost at higher scale.
But they don't control it. It's harder to track. It's
But
harder
it's
to.
cheaper. So capitalism says that you can do it. That the banks have to offer a product that comes with crypto. So the idea is like, yeah, you can create crypto, but you have to create an interface or something that's worth something, so that people will say, yeah, I'll use your cryptocurrency format with the Chase overlay, or do it through Chase as a brokerage or whatever the fuck it becomes.
I mean, credit cards are some.
But the Fed's going to do this. The Fed. Oh, sorry, Jeff.
From the government side, from the Fed side, that's just credit cards. What's the difference between credit cards and crypto from the government side? Certainly from the consumer side, there's a big difference.
Well, don't I only care about the? Don't I only care about the consumer side?
Not if you're the Fed.
Yeah, but for the Fed, the Chase is the consumer. If Chase goes to crypto to serve us, then it has to participate in crypto.
Serve
Because the crypto isn't going to, because the Federal Reserve is not going to do crypto to issue to, I don't know how it works. It just doesn't seem like they're going to interface.
This is a
they're not
much
going to
easier
interface. I'm sorry.
This is a much easier conversation to have sober.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I don't know. I know a little bit about it, but not enough about it.
That is a good point. Jay makes a good point there. I think I'd be much more coherent on this topic sober. I do think the Fed wants to, things that are bad for the Fed would be complete economic chaos. They want it to be they want it to be worse.
They don't want to lose on
their member banks and the big institutions to do well, which is why they bail them out all the time. And I don't think like cryptocurrencies, because cryptocurrencies kind of work sort of outside the system. They're kind of a mishmash, and they're not as easy to track, and they're not as easy to keep. A lot of from everything from like criminal gangs to dissident political movements use cryptocurrencies. So it's
yeah, but aren't they different, Jay? You know more, well, he wants to talk about it sober. God damn it.
No, I can talk. I can talk about it.
There's a difference between.
Like my idea is, if it's going to go that way, then the government's going to want to have a hold on it. So I'm speaking way out of my depth, but it just seems like the government would introduce a way to do cryptocurrency on their terms. That seems like the most plausible, albeit maybe I have no idea what I'm talking about, reasonable way for the government to proceed.
So I think you use the term cryptocurrency. The government might be very happy with an electronic currency. The problem with the cryptocurrency is the government wouldn't necessarily be able to track it.
Yeah, they're not
going to a true cryptocurrency.
Okay.
But just an electronic ledger-based currency is certainly beneficial to the government because now they know every transaction that happens.
Would the American public know any different?
It's a good question.
Okay.
I mean that's
yeah.
It's one of the. There's a lot.
What if they said? What if they called it a crypto dollar?
I mean, there's a lot of crap that goes on in government these days that that a small portion of the populace like says this is ridiculous and this is anti-constitution and this is bullshit, and how much of that actually gains traction. I mean,
Right.
we have masked, unmarked cars and federal officers in Portland right now,
Portland, yeah.
arresting people. Well, that should outrage Americans. But
Yeah.
is it?
No,
So
well,
I think it's hard to say will it go over or not. I mean, these days, who knows?
well, so my idea was to go back to the original conversation about the Fed. They're being, I mean, I've read a pretty good amount of the Fed about the 2008 collapse and what they did. Not as much as some people. I'm not an economist, although I'm not so sure that that matters. I've read quite a few books on it, and it just seems like it just doesn't seem like anybody prudent is behaving like nobody at the Fed is behaving prudently lately. And now it seems peculiar. Coin shortages. The crypto Bitcoin was created after the 2008 collapse, by the way.
Yeah.
For that exact reason. You can't trust the Fed. And
Wait,
so
did
the
we
Fed is
created Bitcoin? Is that ever determined?
Satoshi, whatever his name is.
Yeah, but isn't that just like a pseudonym? Like I thought they like.
It's Elon Musk. It's Elon Musk. It's always Elon.
Seriously,
It's
Mike.
always Elon Musk. It's always Elon Musk.
There are a couple likely candidates for who it is.
Yeah. I don't know who it is. I'm just making a joke about Elon Musk.
I mean, it's cryptocurrency is kind of hilarious. Speaking like how much computer power is used to mine it, just doing absolutely nothing to mine this fake currency.
I'm not like I don't want to dip into conspiracies. I just mean like, it just seems like there's nobody reasonable. There's nobody being reasonable at the Fed. And it seems like the appropriate time, we went from the mercantile system, we changed literally the economy changed. And so we changed from the mercantile system to what we call market capitalism now. And so I look at the economy now and I'm like, it's changing.
Keep in mind, we talk about cryptocurrency a lot. Cryptocurrency is an application. So think of it as there's the underlying platform, which is blockchain, and then there's cryptocurrency, which is the implementation on top of it. So you can think of it kind of like roads and vehicles. So roads are a good thing. But just because you have roads doesn't mean you need cars. You could also have buses. You could also have plenty of other types of vehicles. Blockchain is the roads in this very bad analogy, where blockchain is a thing that connects everything together, and then on top of that, you have some implementation, and it can be cars or buses or trains or trucks and that's what cryptocurrency is. And so, Andrew, you talk about like ridiculous computer power to mine cryptocurrency. Yeah, that's the way Bitcoin works, but it doesn't have to. I mean, you can have a cryptocurrency that's pre-mined where all the tokens are mined beforehand, and then they're just traded back and forth. And so it doesn't require any computer power to mine. There are other ways to validate transactions. So, I mean, cryptocurrency is too often thrown around as this like.
Okay, you nerd, we get it.
No.
We don't know what the
But
fuck we're talking
I mean,
about.
I think the underlying technology, the underlying platform, what we refer to as blockchain, yeah, there's zero doubt in my mind that in the next 5 years, that we're going to see blockchain in all aspects of our life, just like 20 years ago when we first started.
Wait. So I was right, but I used the wrong term. This whole thing is about me saying crypto dollar instead of blockchain dollar. I think they'll call it crypto dollar because crypto sounds cool.
I think that's another way of saying that you were wrong.
I mean, it's kind of like you go back 20 years and we were talking about, so is everything going to be pets.com? Is pets.com going to be the biggest? And the answer is no. The internet, yes. The underlying technology, yes. But that doesn't mean a specific implementation on top of it, pets.com or amazon.com is going
or Bitcoin versus Ripple. It's like, don't worry about it. Blockchain's going to make it. Crypto, who knows?
I mean, I've heard things about like blockchain.
That I agree with. Yeah.
But we'll. I mean, it's hard to know. It's
Right. That's what Jamie Dimon says the same thing. He goes, I don't know about crypto, but blockchain technology for sure.
Well, blockchain. I mean, the thing about blockchain is it can't be the chain of events can't be changed. So it could make if you integrated it into the economy as a whole, it could effectively make fraud impossible, which would be good. That would be good.
That'd be good. Yeah. Do you guys know Natalie Kaladi?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's a friend. She's a really good friend of mine. Fantastic human being. CPA in Charlotte. She's on Meet the Members actually, and she is buying a house. And I was just telling her the other day. I was like, dude, be fucking careful with those wires.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I worked at a bank for a while, long time. Like wire fraud's up. It's crazy right now. And so blockchain will fix all sorts of shit like that, making fraud much more difficult.
Go back and like, okay, this is exactly what happened. Who this is exactly who it went to, and yeah, it's. I mean, I wish I studied Bitcoin more. I've heard of things where like Bitcoin is stolen, and they know exactly where it is, and they know exactly like this is in this account, but now it's not owned by the same person, but it's still stolen. And it's like, well, why don't you just take it back? And it's like, we can't for some reason. And it's like, because I don't understand that, but it's like, I've heard of that. We're like, Bitcoin was stolen, but we know it's here, but it's stolen now. And it's like, well, then just take it back. But they can't take it back. And I don't know why.
That's the whole point of crypto is that nobody can steal it, even the government.
You can track it, but you can't touch it.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's both transparent and autonomous?
Immutable.
Immutable? Okay, yeah. I like that.
Yeah.
That's some Ron Paul shit, right?
Ron Paul is gold. He needs some gold.
Gold.
So to me, I bought a bunch. I sold 20% of my equities in November, and I sold my house in Las Vegas. And and unlike Andrew, I had a fucking blog post about this. I predicted. I'm like, shit's about to hit the fan, bro. This is in November.
Whoa. In 2019, I wrote a blog post, not a blog post, a published article on the most popular real estate website in the country. Okay. And it's explicitly stated that there would be, in all likelihood, a recession in 2020. That's on record. That's not disputed.
Okay. I did one better. This is my point. Look,
Virus involved, but I did say that there would possibly be.
Okay, so unlike you, I actually sold my house not because I said what I thought was going to happen, but because I believed in it and acted on it. So I sold my house in Las Vegas, and then I sold 20% of my equities, and I bought gold.
You know, you could probably get another 10% more for that house right now.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
We haven't exactly had.
I sold my house last week.
By the way, what is happening? This real estate market is utterly.
Yeah, I'm early, but I'm not wrong. And I don't even think Jay Scott. I think he just wants to fuck with me. He doesn't even think I'm wrong because he sold his house too, right? Like the time to go is now.
If you sold
the time to go is probably 6 months ago too. We'll see, but I'm pretty sure I'm right.
It's just a real inefficient market. We've got. Think about it. If you're a buyer, you're not scared of going out shopping for houses because of COVID. You don't mind walking through other people's houses.
Which is the dumbest thing.
Right. But if you're a seller, you don't necessarily want to leave your house all weekend so other people can walk through your house. So there are a lot of buyers out there. There aren't a lot of sellers out there. COVID is restricting sellers. I think,
you know what? I expect a better answer out of you. That's so anecdotal.
Bullshit.
That's
I mean, I can't speak to your markets. In my market, listings are down 25% year over year.
Okay, but the example used is anecdotal.
Why listings are down?
Yeah, listings are down, but you made a reason why.
It's true. Maybe it's 5G technology that's like modifying my brain not to want to sell my house. Sure.
5G technology just created coronavirus.
rules. It didn't modify anything.
Oh yeah, okay. I mean, why do you think people aren't listing their houses?
I mean, I think a lot of.
I think
could be
people are staying
wrong.
home more. I think people are staying home
some
more.
people.
Why are people staying home?
I mean, I
working
think
from home.
Why are they working from home?
COVID-19.
Blah. There you go. That's what I said.
Okay, but that's false equivalency. No, excuse me. That's a false equivalency. See, COVID-19. So how can I tell you that it's because of now, but not because of COVID-19? Like COVID-19 encumbrances everything right now. That's such a cheap answer. I expected more out of you, Jay Scott.
Okay. Well.
Okay.
Boom.
Boom.
So supply down, demand steady.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, but wasn't there a shortage before in many markets? Was there a shortage in your market before?
Yeah, but not like we're seeing now.
We were seeing 2 or 3 months of inventory. Is absurd.
Yeah.
What about rates? Rates are lower.
Rates are absurd right now. I think Russell just posted about it. Some lady who got a 2.87% interest rate.
If you get a VA loan, you can get 2.5%.
That's just stupid.
With no money down, I'm gonna go buy a house. Honestly,
I don't care. I'll buy a house at 2.5%. That's just stupid.
Dan DiFilippo, my client got 2.25. I think he's lying.
Really?
For a 15 year?
Oh, we got people responding. Hold up. There's good stuff in here. No government. Oh, here's what crypto. No government wants to be beholden to a fixed value currency. SWIFT needs to be replaced. Okay, it's Dan. He's saying some crazy shit.
Yeah, but
it's gummed up and useless.
Again, crypto can be fixed value. It doesn't have to be fixed value.
People aren't listening because they aren't buying. It's logically challenging for people to list. My client got 2.25%, 30-year. Yeah.
I mean, I've seen it's like there's still people buying. They're just not very many sellers. Like,
dude, I started flipping like they go in one day.
On the list, which makes you wonder, like, Jay, what do you think is going to happen here in the next bit? Like, when things start to normalize regarding the virus and the economy and maybe the political situation, do you think? Like my best guess, and of course I take any estimate with this grain of salt. We're gonna see.
We're gonna put all this on paper. That's the goal for tomorrow.
Okay, we'll put it on paper. What do you see happening?
I think, and it's just a guess, and I've been wrong a lot recently, but my guess is that we're going to, even when things open up, we're going to settle at 8, 9, 10% unemployment. And we're going to see a lot of businesses going under, and we're going to see wages drop, and we're going to see a lot of people struggling. And I think we're going to see a lot of default on consumer debt. I think we're going to start seeing a default on corporate debt unless the Fed is willing to inject another $5 or $10 trillion. And I think we're going to see a pretty decent sized recession, and that's going to impact all industries, including real estate. So I think
a 70s style inflationary recession or more of a 2008 style?
I don't know if it's going to be. I could see a 10-year, 15-year stagflation like Japan saw in the 90s.
I would probably agree with that. I think we're going to see a lot of. I don't think the Fed is going to let a lot of companies fail. I think they've decided that inflation is a better. Yeah. We briefly. I do think one of the things I think I've seen is that an argument I think by this guy named Michael Hudson is pretty left wing, but basically his case was we had a ton of inflation after the Great Recession.
Absolutely,
we saw it in asset prices because money is injected into the economy. It's injected through debt. Debt is generally through loans on assets, which are often real estate, but also stocks. And so we saw inflation, but we saw inflation in asset prices. We didn't see inflation in consumer goods.
Yeah, it's not CPI inflation.
Yeah, CPI does not take into account consumer goods, so they weren't counting the inflation that existed. And I think we're going to see this. I think they're going to do the same thing there. And they will prop it up. The question is, in the political will, are they willing to? And this is kind of going against free market principles, but especially when it's like there's nothing free market about whatever they did with COVID. They've got to
What?
what they did regarding COVID had nothing to do with the free market. That was regarding.
Oh yeah, no, that was ridiculous.
They've got to do something to push back against massive corporations and give these small businesses a boost, because small businesses have been just absolutely hammered.
Yeah,
and they need if a politician wanted to try to carve out a moderate position, there's some moderate positions that you can take very. How do you put this? They're moderate positions, like they're in the middle, but they're also very they're very.
Small business is one of them.
They're not like something like, oh, we got to all play, we ought to just like be exactly in between everybody. You'd be very aggressively moderate. And one of the most aggressively moderate positions somebody can take is, like taxing the fuck out of Amazon, and we're going to use that to prop up small businesses. That would be, and Amazon benefited in a really, it wasn't a corporate welfare way, but in a way just like the way things worked, Amazon got an extraordinary benefit from the coronavirus meltdown, and we're gonna tax that away from them, and we're gonna give it to small businesses, because economy with a large number of small businesses is a lot healthier than one with one giant, massive.
Yeah, I'm concerned that we're going to move from a crony capitalism supporting big business, unlevel playing field that benefits larger companies and hurts smaller companies. That the right has kind of pushed for. And not just the right. I mean, this is all the way back to 2008, but especially over the last few years, to just the opposite, where we're going to see an unlevel playing field that the left is going to push against big business and trying to hurt big business and taxing large companies, unfairly taxing large companies, and basically hurting the economy through trying to prop up small businesses by destroying the backbone of this country. And I think both sides are horrible. I think I don't like what we're seeing now with the propping up of big business. But I think what we're going to likely see over the next 4 years, assuming Biden wins, where big business is unfairly punished, is going to be just as bad.
I don't think we can go after big business. I think woke capitalism is the price these companies pay to appease the left.
No.
But I'm not talking about capital. I'm talking about unleveled playing field by the government to benefit some size company over another.
So yeah, what if it's between like super high minimum wages, which actually hurts consumers, or if it's through like affirmative action gone awry? I'm not like against affirmative action.
I'm actually okay with increasing minimum wage. I've seen.
I'm not okay with it.
I've seen enough studies that I don't think that it hurts.
Talking about.
I don't think it hurts businesses. I think it hurts consumers.
I think minimum wages can help. They're very modestly increased.
They should do it in a different way. They should do it. Literally, the mechanism literally matters. So they should do it in a different way.
Doing it on the federal level is insane. If you're doing it like New York and Podunk, Kentucky have the same minimum wage is insanity.
They should not do it at the federal level. That's for damn sure.
No, the federal level should stay out of it.
Well, I have to go in a minute, but I think we need to reconvene at some point soon, because this leads us into the whole discussion of universal.
Universal income.
Yes.
UBI?
UBI.
We didn't get to talk about UBI.
My only point on UBI is both of you are wrong and also horrible people because of the opinions you hold on.
If I had a nickel for every person that said that to me, I am definitely wrong. I'm definitely a horrible person. I mean, my mother tells me no.
My basic point on UBI is if you replaced much of the welfare state with it, it would be better. But you can't. I don't think you can just add it to the welfare state. I didn't.
I think there needs to be a complete paradigm shift.
Yeah.
The UBI works. UBI works really good if you have a. UBI would work really good if you had a caste system.
The way I see UBI working is if you replace the welfare state with it, it'd be a very effective way of having the safety net. Like it literally just like, here's the safety net. If you fall into it, you fall into it. Now, once you fall into it, you get out of it as quickly as possible. And it doesn't have the very perverse incentives of the original welfare system. The original welfare system was like, oh, if you get married, we're just gonna fuck you. If you have kids while single, here's a bunch of money. If you have kids while married, you get nothing. It's like the original welfare system was set up horribly, like back in the 60s. If they set up UBI right, it would just be very, very simple safety net and a much more effective one.
Yep.
It doesn't. Well, maybe. I hope so. It doesn't work good now.
In
fact, like Jay Scott said, we don't have time to talk about it, but I think part of the problem we have is that we incented people to live on their own at 18 and move away from the family system, when in reality, we shouldn't need UBI or Social Security or retirement. We should live with our fucking grandparents.
I don't think the two are mutually exclusive.
I do. I think generational wealth. I think the fact that we don't build generational wealth is the reason why we need that bullshit. Like, where do your grandparents live? Do they live by themselves because of Social Security? Well, you should be taking care of them. Like, I don't want to do that. It's like, well, then I'm glad we have Social Security, but I think it's worse for the socioeconomic fabric.
I think you've touched into a major issue. The atomization of society is one of the biggest problems that no one talks about, or no one addresses. I don't see any serious issues like community in America is dying, and how do we bring back?
That's why. Well, I think it's coming back actually, because I think there's a national tendency towards. That's why conferences have been up so hot. I think, like church attendance is down. Like if you look at it from if you took a microscope and looked at humans as a species, like an ant. You'd be like, why are they're getting together for church? It's like, well, church died. Well, now they're getting together for this now they're getting together for this other thing. It's like, what is that? It's like, doesn't matter. Point is, people want to get together and hang out with each other. Real close. Real motherfucking close.
Alex, I think we should take this opportunity to reduce the contents of our bowels real quick. I'll be right back.
All right, it's just me. I'm entertaining the group. I can't believe if any human being was actually watching this right now, 2 hours in. I don't know how long this is going. Yeah. But there's a couple people live. So Dan DiFilippo says you can raise the minimum wage, but you have to remember we're having more people than ever moving into fixed incomes as they retire. That is true. I don't know what the fuck that has to do with it, because minimum wage, retirees don't earn minimum wage. Minimum wage increases are consumer goods inflationary, and this would hurt the retiring boomers in ways we don't anticipate. Maybe. I don't think about it that way, Dan. I think about things more from a individualistic, how I say it, behavioral standpoint. So I just look at if you have minimum wage, it just means I'm not care about boomers and retirees. I care about an 18-year-old kid, a 16-year-old kid. A 16-year-old kid can't go to work for somebody for $12 an hour. It's illegal. But the kid might only provide $12 worth of value. Like, it's not a new argument, but
minimum wages.
It reduces people's young entrepreneurship. Right? Because it's like you can't go work unless it's $15 an hour. It's like, well, you get priced out of the market because not that many people can hire $15 an hour.
I think
say again, sorry.
I think in general it's unhelpful. I think
it feels good.
I don't think it has a major effect if it's relatively small, or if it's in an area like Seattle, like you up it to $15.
It should be city by city, not state by state, honestly.
And I don't honestly, I don't see it having If you're
It
talking
doesn't
about
affect that many people.
quality or major people not being able to pay their bills or stuff like that,
It doesn't affect that many people. Like people are fucking like the minimum wage is a buzzword, like so many other things, culture wars that we argue about.
yeah, I mean, I think like it's. I don't think it's an effective. It's interesting because like I see this very contradictory position between the two parties. Like the Republicans, what is their case against immigration? Like they seem to fall all over themselves in trying to do it. Like because the best case against immigration.
Well, the problem they have with immigration is that they lied and they said it's about taking American jobs, but that's not what immigration is. The problem of people taking American jobs is exportation, exporting jobs, not immigration. I mean, so they lie to the American public, and it plays on xenophobia or at worst racism.
Sure, but the main thing about immigration the best case to make against like excessive immigration is that it hurts the working class. That's the best case to make it. And it depends on like what you're talking about. Like, do you want to allow in?
How does it hurt the workers?
I'm like my girlfriend is a immigrant from Iran who is.
Yeah, she's smoking hot, by the way. If anybody, check out Andrew Sirius's girlfriend. She's smoking hottie.
It's because he focuses on his triceps.
Yeah. I work hard on triceps. Pectoral. I mean, like, if you're going to make a case against immigration, that's other than just like a purely racist argument that I don't think we need to discuss.
What?
Well, I don't think you need to discuss like racist arguments against immigration because they just don't.
No. I wasn't. I don't make that argument.
Case against it, it's a case regarding the working class, like basically that excessive immigration reduces wages. That would be the case, and
that's not. But hang on a second. Let me ask you this question.
That my point was a little bit. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so did the left abandon the labor class in the 70s when they stopped supporting unions and started supporting exportation?
I think so. I think the left more or less abandoned the working class, and the right. I think what happened was the left abandoned,
and then the right abandoned fiscal responsibility, and then we got fucked.
The right never cared about the working class.
No, but they're not supposed to. They're supposed to care about. But they're supposed to care about fiscal responsibility, or
to restrict immigration to people, basically like my girlfriend who is a PhD student, and like came in 7th in her class, or basically in the entire country, or something. Is basically that an excess of labor reduces wages, reduces the bargaining power of labor. That would be the argument. It's very awkward for the right to make that argument as the exponents of like capitalism and whatnot. Like, where do you like? It's hard for them to make an argument that's not just simply racist. Like, because there's a legitimate argument against immigration or against certain levels of immigration should be along the lines of, well, if you have too many laborers coming into the country, that hurts
reduce the price
of labor, that hurts the wages of labor.
I know I have so many friends that like just want to be picking fruit for $7 an hour, but can't do it because of all the Mexicans. I mean, stealing all their jobs in the field.
Well, I'm not.
Yeah, but okay, but jobs don't scale the same way. Not all jobs are the same.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've seen a study from, I think it's George Borjas, who looked at wages of or looked at what the effects of immigration were, and it was like increased GDP. Most of that went to the immigrants themselves, which is fine, but there was an effect where like money went from the working class to the investment.
Yeah, I don't think that immigration is the problem in the United States. Labor, it's exportation. Exportation is the big problem. We blame it on immigration because it's easier.
Well, I think Republicans are so messed up about this because they're so basically pro capitalism, and like the really legitimate arguments that would be to restrict immigration are basically along the lines of that can move wages. It reduces the power of labor. That's the best argument against it. That's not just racist or something like that. And that is an argument that Republicans can't make.
and that's why.
That's such a weird argument though, because
I don't understand that argument.
What are how so?
So if
because then the left implements his minimum wage anyways.
Well, the left it puts in a minimum wage.
So the labor price isn't free market.
Yeah, but I mean minimum wage.
I'm sorry, Jay Scott. Do your bit.
Exactly what you were saying. I mean, if an immigrant can come in and do a job better than an American at the same rate, I mean,
or cheaper.
I mean, isn't that capitalism?
The best possible kind of capitalism.
That's more or less my point. The point, I think there's a study I saw from, I think it was, don't quote me, I think his name was George Borjas. Something like that. His conclusion regarding immigration was that immigration brings in, and this is all immigration, brings in about $2.7 trillion extra at GDP.
Of course. It's the stupidest fucking thing, right?
Okay, I want to hear the rest of it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Here's how it goes. If I remember correctly, $2.7 trillion of GDP extra from immigrants coming into the country. But 98% goes to them themselves, which is good because they're making more than they would have otherwise. They're making more, like a Mexican immigrant or a Guatemalan immigrant or whatever, is making substantially more than here than they would have in Guatemala or Mexico or wherever.
But what does that mean it's going to them? Are they not like renting an apartment, or they're not buying food, or not paying utilities?
Yeah.
Well, it's just of the increase, the $2.7 trillion increase in GDP. That amount goes. I mean, that income goes to. Yeah, I think. Well, I mean,
so they're putting it in the bank, and they're not contributing it back. That makes no sense.
Well, they are contributing it, but okay. Here comes the next part. The next part is so 98%. The most of it goes to them themselves. The rest of it stays in the economy. That's fine. But the thing that happens is, I think it's 500 billion goes from the working to the investment class. Like it's a sort of like because of the increased supply of labor.
Sure. Which
is the thing about immigration that if Republicans were to make an argument about it, they should say, like, basically immigration, large-scale immigration, increases the supply of labor, reducing their bargaining power against capital, and thereby makes it so that reduces their wages. That's an argument that doesn't make sense to Republicans since they're generally in favor of big business and whatnot. So their arguments against immigration are completely incoherent.
Yep.
And when the only argument I think that the only argument I think that it makes sense really that is strong is basically a economic argument, a labor argument. They can't make it, which is why it's so incoherent.
Yep.
Which, I mean, it's technically good for us since we're capitalists, but I don't know if that's a good thing overall. I think it's kind of a mess, and which is one reason I guess I don't even know how we got on this, but one reason I think like politics is a complete train wreck because it's like
the right should be supporting the free market.
Well, yeah, the right is saying they're for market,
for free market, but then anti-immigrant. When the left should be supporting labor,
yeah,
and the labor movement instead
immigration, but against markets. But those things are completely incoherent. It's the other way around.
Yeah, they want minimum wage for American workers, and then they want pro-immigration. It's like, what do you think they're going to fucking do? Are you out of your mind? It doesn't make any sense.
It's the same thing with being pro-capitalism but anti-offshoring and sending jobs out. So, I mean, if you're a capitalist, what's wrong with
outsource?
Yeah, what's wrong with outsourcing?
And I think that's I think one of the reasons I just can't even handle one of 1,000 reasons I can't handle the political discussions at times is I don't think they're incoherent. It's one of those things like for the right to be against outsourcing, but pro free trade, which doesn't make any sense at all.
They're not pro free trade. They're fair trade.
Yeah, well that's the leftist. Wait, that's the leftist fair trade.
Oh, right is fair trade now. I mean, if we had free trade, we wouldn't be going to have a trade war with China.
The right used to be cap and trade for climate change. Now they don't believe in it at all. And the left is cap and trade.
If it's free trade, why do we need a trade war? Why do we hate China?
I mean, yeah, that's Trumpian. I mean, that's the thing. This is the Trump part of the GOP versus the Paul Ryan part of the GOP. And it's interesting. Like, I think the GOP is at war with itself, and I think the left is more of a. If I would say it, the GOP is at war with itself. You have the anti-immigration part of it, which, for it to make any sense at all, has to be just a labor movement, a pro-labor movement.
Yep. Versus
the libertarian market movement. With the left, it's more of a continuum thing as far as I see it, versus the hardcore.
They're in unison, but they're worse.
Versus the moderates. And I don't. I see it. The way I see it is the left is a continuum, which is fighting back and forth. The right is incoherent. It's at war with itself. The pro-labor, the anti-immigration part has to be pro-labor. Otherwise, it's just incoherent. Purely, the only reason to be anti-immigration and pro-capitalist would be basically be racist.
Yeah.
But I think most of them are trying to be pro-labor. But the Republicans have just been pro-business, and so they're just at war with themselves. They can't decide what they are, and that's one of the reasons.
Do you think COVID-19 is making it worse because nobody knows what to? Nobody wants to go out on a limb, right? I want to support local businesses, but like I really don't want to open gyms. I really want to open things up.
I understand has made everything worse. I mean, can you imagine if this was Spanish flu, like that bad? Like
this is not that bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that bad. Well, if it was that bad, I mean, it would be like the end of everything.
Yeah.
I think COVID-19 has made everything more. It's accelerated everything. I think it's accelerated every trend that was happening. We were divided before. It's hyper divided now. Small businesses were kind of being pushed out by Amazon and likes them. They're being really pushed out.
Do you think that? Okay, I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist. Do you think it's all coincidence that things are becoming more polarized, or do you think that there are forces that guide it that way?
This question, like Building 7. Nothing.
Building 70? What is that?
7.
Building 7. What is
9/11.
Yeah, you don't want to be a conspiracy theorist. I said Building 7, which is conspiracy theory, 9/11.
I'm right with you.
I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I read books. I don't watch YouTube. I read books.
Okay, but Building 7 collapsed, and it was a big conspiracy, and you mentioned conspiracy. Okay.
Is that some Jesse Ventura shit? No, I'm not interested. Thank you.
Pretty much.
Okay.
But it was a joke. Okay.
Okay. Hilarious.
Hey guys, I apologize. I need to get going. I mean,
right.
I tried to make it 5 hours, but I'm 5 minutes short.
It's 4 hours.
Has it been that long?
Oh,
Jesus
no,
Christ.
No, it's 5.
Are we on?
God. Oh my God. Okay.
But I want to do this again, and I want to do it with you guys.
All right. This is the Dream Team. You're hearing it here first. I'll schedule this again in a few weeks.
I can't believe you only lasted 4 hours and 56.
We have seven participants. Who else joined? Okay. All right.
Dan, thank you for your comments. Rory, thank you for your comments. I'm reading them all.
Yep.
Beth, thank you as well. Hey, Beth. I know Beth. Beth actually, I was talking with Beth.
Beth is awesome.
I was talking with Beth on Facebook this week.
That's a freaking
she's friends with both Andrew and I. She has very low standards.
But Beth, were you you're in Seattle, right? Were you in the autonomous zone? You live in the autonomous zone?
Yeah, were you in the, what do they call it? What's the acronym for this?
Chaz?
The Chaz, yeah.
The great Chaz. All hail Chaz. I was so distraught when Chaz was eviscerated when in the invasion, when that tyrant, what was her name? Governor of or the mayor of Seattle invaded
Seattle, like with the or baited Chaz with the bike police.
Jay, if you gotta go, don't feel bad. I'll hang out.
I'm
with
gonna hop off. My wife wants to say.
Pleasure. Always.
All right, tell Carol I said hi.
I will. Love you guys.
Be well.
Yeah.
Conference 2021.
All right, Andrew. You fucking lush. Hey, I'm in it for the long haul, baby. I'll stay on here and chat with you.
Dude, this is wine bottle number 2. I'm
Hey, Beth, are you on? Do you want a video chat with us like last time? We'll invite her on now.
Are you a coward?
Are you a coward?
Do it now.
That's fucked up. We're really drunk. Okay. Okay. Sorry, Dan, Rory, Carly. She's not gonna video, but I don't. It'd be nice to have a lady.
I mean, I think Beth joined
for equality. For equality.
Yeah, exactly. Like invasion by the Reno 911.
She's
not smart.
I wonder if she's not watching anymore because she's not responding.
Maybe not. I mean, Chaz was hilarious. I mean, I was disappointed when Chaz was conquered by the United States government by bike police.
You're an idiot. Okay. No. You know what? Let's talk about wacky fucking politics. Okay. I'll tell you something interesting. My mother, I like her. She's a nice lady. She's diehard Trump. Okay, it is what it is. Like, I'm very curious sometimes to know her. Like, she watches OAN. Okay, fine. I'm very curious to know the difference between that and the hyper lefty. You know what? Let me tell you something interesting. I don't watch news to understand what's going on ever. That doesn't do anything for me. You know what I watch news for? I watch news with the filter of what are they selling other people. That's how I look at news.
There's something to that. I mean, I never watch TV. I only see Fox, CNN, MSNBC through clips.
And so but hang on a second. So like Chaz to me is like, it's like an episode of a TV show and I just look at it. I want to know what other people thought of that TV show. I don't have any vested interest at all in Chaz. But some people are like, if you're either pro Chaz or anti Chaz, and I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm not pro Chaz or anti Chaz. I want to know what you are. I want to know what other people are.
I think Chaz was a good example of why the far left is dumb. I think that's like this guy did this analysis.
I think, you know what? I think that...
analysis. He looked at Chaz, the number of people who lived in Chaz.
No, it's a stupid argument. Well, I'm sorry, Andrew.
Hold on. Oh, I haven't even finished it. You didn't know.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. That's fair.
He looked at the number of people who lived in Chaz and for how long Chaz existed and estimated its murder rate. Basically, so what is the murder rate of Chaz given how many people were there if it was for a year? And it was 1,216. The national average is 5. And so
what's your point? Wait, what is your point? Is your point that they think they look at the data and understand that's an inefficient way to run a society based on the murder rate? That is why I argued from the very beginning. No, that's a terrible way to analyze the data because that's not how people analyze the data. You know how I would look at that data?
How would you look at that?
I made fucking progress, bro. Next time I'll get more.
I mean, they had a warlord. What was his name?
Doesn't matter. Next time I can get more. Do you understand? Like, yeah, you're looking at the data wrong. You're like, it didn't work. It's like, that's not what they're looking at. They're looking at they're looking at how much they can take. That's how I would look at it.
It's one of those questions. They took it, but they only took it insofar as the government let them take it. And
But do you think they know that? That doesn't. Oh my God!
How much is the government willing to tolerate left-wing radicalism? They don't seem to have much tolerance for right-wing radicalism, which is fine by me. But they seem to have some tolerance. I mean, I don't know how much, where the level is.
You know who's good on this is Jordan Peterson.
It seems like they've lost it. Now they're bringing federal DHS soldiers with unmarked cars. It's like, wait, what the fuck is this? Like Portland seemed like a complete insane asylum.
Chicago now too.
Yeah, now it's like what? It was a weird swing. wait a minute, like this is insane. But now, like, why are these troops here? And if they're not,
Well, that serves. You know what? I will say this. This serves back to Jay Scott's original right wing hypocrisy argument. Was like, the right wing was supposed to be the hyper 2A. Don't tread on me. Like, don't let that shit. Remember the Arizona? The government infiltrated this guy's rights, and they all like shut up with guns, and the government backed down. And now it's like you're sending federal fucking troops into a city while the mayor says no. Like,
I mean, they're there to protect the federal court.
Yeah, sure.
But it's also like,
okay.
To me, Trump felt like his base feels like he does nothing because he always loses, and so he wanted to do this show of like, I'm going to take on these Antifa types, and that honestly, I think it was just like performative. Like, I don't know, like,
yeah, it's super. Check this out. Can I tell you something?
I don't know if the right that interested in that, because the right, I mean, like a lot of like right-wing supporters are like people who would say that Waco was the government just killed people. Like the people that like Trump, people who say, Waco was mass murder by the government, and Oklahoma City was, or some bullshit conspiracy theory. And those are the type that like Trump, or a lot of those people are amongst them. They're not going to like this shit. So I don't know. I think Trump is flailing. I go back to the thing. I think Trump is flailing. He doesn't know what to do. And he's just trying to make waves, and that's why I think he's going to get just destroyed. I think he's going to get annihilated because he loses every battle he fights, and he tries to win these performative, fake victories, which I think is what he's trying to do here. And it rallies the left, and the right is like, I don't even know how I feel about this, because it's like, I hate the left, but also this feels like what a government who would do something like Ruby Ridge or Waco would do. I think that's...
Yeah, I think everybody's lost objectivity. They've lost... Well, my big complaint, and I talked about it in a book earlier, Infinite Jest. I don't know where it went. People are hard on values right now. They don't have values. They just have teams. And the teams have a different objective than values. So it's like you outsource your values to this team, thinking that the team has values, and the team is like, well, I just want to know, I want to be in power. And then like, yeah, I don't like the Chaz thing is so bizarre to me because
Chaz is one of the funniest things I've ever seen, but go ahead.
Well, but just people like have this big vested interest in it, and I'm like, why do you care? You don't live in Seattle. Why do you have this big vested interest that you're going to pick friends and enemies based on this thing that doesn't happen to you? It's so lacking skin in the game. It's just like, well, it's a culture war and it's popular, so I want to be a part of it. And then it's like, and so you're picking these sides of this culture war about Chaz, and it's like, you're not. It's like I went to the protest here in town because they weren't that big a deal, so I knew it wasn't gonna be that. It was one day. It wasn't a big deal. They're not burning down cities like they are in all sorts of cities. But like here, it was just like this one little day, and they burned some shit, and that was it. And I took pictures of it. I took incredible pictures. But it was like I heard people afterwards talking about it, like, "Oh, it's a fucking riot," and I'm like, "Bro, it's not a riot. You don't know. You weren't there." Now, I'm not saying it doesn't happen in other cities, but at the same time, like, I know that people who aren't there don't know what the motherfuck happened. That's what I know. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm Chaz was its own thing. Chaz was exceptional. Chaz was hilarious.
One city in America, but my point, even though, exceptional, but one city.
Chaz was just funny. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it was a joke. I do think there's something about the left that had a hard time saying, like, these are the riots, these are the protests. The protests were good and the riots are bad. And it just seems very simple to me. Like, I just saw a story about, like, somebody...
But that doesn't benefit the left by saying that. It benefits the left to just say, we support Black Lives Matter. Because the issues are... Dude, not all issues are the same. That's an issue that's divided 50-50. That's an issue that's divided 50-50. So it doesn't make sense for them to it doesn't make sense for them to come in to negation of any of the riots. It only makes sense for them to support the riots.
Well, I think the left is out of time.
Or the protests of any form. Sorry.
Remember, like, look at 2 polls came out right after this all went down that are hard to decipher. Like, one said that 65% of people support Black Lives Matter. And one said that 60% of people wanted to use the military against the riots. And it's like, what does that mean? And it's like, it seems to me that most people just are of the opinion that, like, what happened to George Floyd was horrible, but the riots was a horrible response to that, and the protests were a good response to that. And
I give you a
very simple thing to say, but it's like the left has a very hard time saying that.
Well, let me give you a different perspective. So I don't think any of this has been about black-white relations. I think it's all been about police v. citizen relations.
There's certainly something to that. I think there's an argument that police.
I think it's the majority of the argument, and that's why white people have been joining in because white people will virtue signal for being part of the black community. I mean, there's plenty of white people that have a lot of black friends and a lot of black relationships, like myself. Most of my partners are people of color. So like, it doesn't. So how do I say it? It's like there's an attraction in over policing in this country. I think there's a common ground in over policing in this country, and I think
that's true. I mean, the more I look at the statistics, it's like I don't know how much of it is. I mean, have you seen the video of Daniel Shaver being shot?
No, but I see fucking videos all the time, and that's anecdotal. I understand, but it's like I'm a white dude, and I've never had a good interaction with cops ever.
Well, the one in the hall. Have you seen the hallway of the hotel room? It's in a hotel.
No, I haven't seen it.
It's pretty fucked up. We can watch it afterwards.
There's all sorts of videos. So
it's a white guy getting shot by the police, and so it doesn't fit quite with Black Lives Matter. And I mean, but at the same time, it's like, why do I think police brutality kind of goes. I think one criticism I would have of Black Lives Matter is I don't think police brutality. First of all, I would overall say, like, a broad brush, the police are necessary, and a broad brush look at them is completely unfair. That's the first thing I would say. The second thing I would say is I don't know how racial it is. Like, there is a major problem with police brutality, but
I don't think it's as
whites blacks are more likely to be violent of it, but Asians are less likely to be violent of it. I think it's just like,
I don't know about the policing in general. I know the justice system is skewed. See, let me give you an example. Like, I come from the economic system, the banking system. So we have a thing called redlining.
Oh yeah.
So redlining is like a big deal. Redlining is, for those that don't know, if anybody's watching, which, given how polarizing this is, probably now everybody's going to watch. So redlining is when a bank won't lend to a certain area because they know that it's some demographic that they don't want to lend to. So they create economic zones of inequality. But the other thing that happened in this country, and this is the thing that I think is interesting about this movement, is like, this woke culture thing. And it's like, well, we recognize that things are unfair, but they don't want to take any responsibility to look at why the things are unfair. They just want to say, well, things are unfair. And so this is why I don't like the woke culture of corporate America right now, or my peers. In fact, I've made some fairly insensitive jokes on Facebook about to try to satire this woke culture. But hang on. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, well, as woke corporations, I feel like it was completely cynical.
Well, white corporations the same way, but you know what? But woke citizens are the same problem because they wanna take the virtue, but they don't want to actually research why the problem exists as it does. And it's not because there's so many races out there, although there are certainly people that are outwardly racist, but that's really not the bulk of the problem. The bulk of the problem is that we had a system of inequality, slavery that we ended. Fine, all good. And then we didn't really address the problem until extremely recently. And so it feels like 1865 we fixed the slavery problem, but we didn't fix the institutional inequality problem. And so like you couldn't, so the big one for me at least as a lender, in 1946 people came back from the war, the GIs, and they got VA mortgages, no money down, VA mortgages for small homes all across the United States, thousands of them, thousands and thousands and thousands of them. And it created the biggest wealth generator in this country that this country has ever seen. Oh, Beth's here. What's up, Beth? Except that wealth creation was not available to you if you were Black. And that was until like the 80s, the 70s, the late 70s. And so like what we have really is a inequality of income, of equality problem, certainly driven by systemic racism, and not as much as it was in the past. But the effects of wealth are compounded over generations. And so people like want to be woke, but it's like, do you want to fix the problem? You know what the real fucking answer to the problem is? As unpopular as it is, you know what the real answer is? Reparations. But that's an improblem. But that's an improblem. But that's an impossible.
No, I don't think it's impossible. Who's pays for it?
Well, I mean, I'm saying it's an impossible problem. It's an impossible problem to solve. It's an impossible solution in a pragmatic sense, albeit the correct solution. So the real answer is time. And so what
morally?
So people.
Hold on. Let's say you morally do reparations. How would you do it?
I don't want to do. I don't. I'm saying it's an impossible. I'm saying it's impossible. How would you do it?
Well, I don't think it will be impossible forever. Like, what do you think? If you had to institute,
but my point is, people are not understanding, are not accepting. They're accepting. This is why it's virtue signaling, because they're accepting that things are unfair, but they won't do the goddamn research themselves to understand why, and then how they can be a part of the solution rather than the problem. Instead, they just say, "It is a problem. We're so sorry about it." That's nothing. Fuck you.
I think part of the problem is the people who are virtue signaling generally tend to be, upper class, like
yes,
white people.
Yeah, no skin in the game.
Like, it seems kind of gross to me. It's like, lower class, middle class, lower class and lower class and lower middle class white people are not doing very well. There was this. I can't remember. What was it?
All right, Beth. I muted you, Beth. Your video's on.
Okay,
so you're
there.
in. You're like the fucking Beth gets special treatment.
I do. Thank you.
I don't know why. You don't deserve it.
Why me? I don't know, but
you don't deserve it
thanks.
at all. Because you're in a mountain. We like a look in that mountain view.
Yeah.
Hey, before you got here, I'll tell you an interesting story. Before you got here, Jay Scott had his virtual background as just his fucking face. What a narcissist. It was hilarious. It was hilarious.
Is that an ego thing?
Yeah, it was hilarious.
Where is
it was
he?
hilarious.
He left. He must have left. I left for a little bit.
It's 12:15 in the morning. There's no reason why this should be going on anymore.
He's a pansy. Only 4 hours.
Okay. Well, it's only 9:15 now. I'm still working, but.
Done that Seattle time. Yo, speaking of Seattle.
What's that?
Portland.
Yeah, right.
Portland. Chaz is dead. Chaz died.
Yeah, tell us about Chaz.
Yeah, Chaz. I didn't go over there. Yeah. I don't know. I've got friends that lived over there, and they were not too. It wasn't all people. Some people were trying to portray it like it was a street fair or something, and it definitely was not that. So.
I mean, the murder rate was what were we at? About 300 times the national average. So
yeah, it managed to go about 10 days before 3 people got murdered. So there you go. And then the police couldn't come in. If somebody gets murdered, the police were blocked from coming in there to help the person who was shot. So I would call it a failed experiment.
Beth, are you do you lean righty? I can feel it.
No, I grew up in Seattle. So how about that? So no, the funny thing is I I don't identify with either side. I always grew up
Okay, good.
feeling more left, but lately that feels like it's gotten too far. It's gotten so polarized that I don't feel like I really belong in any.
Oh, you're in good
camp.
company then. You're in good company then.
I mean, so we got Rory here. We gave reparations to the Japanese for the racist incarceration. Why not give the VA loan at least to the heirs of those that are still alive and those who were
I don't know
denied?
how he can be. I feel like he's saying two polarizing opinions.
Well, I think there's some point there. Like, if somebody was denied it,
We gave Japanese for our racist incarceration.
Yeah, basically saying we incarcerated them. We gave them
unjustly.
people who
We gave
acted
them reparations.
like this thing. We cannot give reparations to anyone who is a slave, unless we were to try to free this 40 million slaves who still exist in the world today. We tried to do it, but
I got a book.
that is the thing. It seems like much of the attack on the how we would put this, like
If you haven't read this book, this is a great book. It's not a popular book. It's called Capitalism and Slavery. This is a great book.
I think I may have heard of that. Is that
It's how we changed from the mercantile system to the market capitalism.
mercantilism was very pro-slavery, and capitalism was when they pushed, like, Adam Smith and David Ricardo.
Yup, 100%. And they're like, hey, look, like maybe we don't need to use. So the idea was in mercantilism, it was like the more assets, the more resources you own, the more you benefit. But now with the market trade system, was like, no, you own what you own. We'll trade you for what you're good at, and you can trade us for what we're good at. But it was an uphill battle because people were like, well, I own all these people.
It's hard to convince people who own people that they shouldn't own people.
There's a quote for that. It's called, it's very hard to convince a man of something when his paycheck, it's very hard to convince a man to believe in something when his paycheck relies on him not believing it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I do think like the broader, I think one of the issues is that there's this broad idea of like white colonialism and white slavery or whatever, that if you know history and it just doesn't make sense. Like the Arab slave trade was bigger than the transatlantic slave trade.
People don't know history.
Yeah, and so it's like
they just know buzzwords.
It just is like white colonialism, European colonialism. There's nothing exceptional about it. It was just one part of like everybody did that shit. So,
no, that's a bad way to look at it. I gotta say, that's a bad way to look at it.
Well,
you downplay its importance by how do I say, marginalizing it, by making it.
Well, I don't know if it's okay, go ahead. See.
So the slave trade here happened for the exact same reason, because people were like, well, I shouldn't say that. It was money, right? But like at the same time, it didn't end because they don't want to take Reformation seriously. So I have to disagree with your argument on both ends.
Well, my argument was just that there's nothing unusual
about it. Versus other slave trades in other parts of the world, worse than some, better than others.
Yeah. I
think ours was different because it was part of the law, especially as a liberal country.
I mentioned this before. I'm part Greek, so Greeks were colonized for years by the Turks.
There's been plenty of colonialism. I think ours was unique in some ways, but not. I think people think ours is unique. People think our brand of slavery is unique, this black-white slavery, because black-white slavery created black-white racism, not the other way around, like people like to think. And so we feel partially how do I say it, like appreciative towards it, whereas you're like, look, if you look at lens from a global history, like slavery, bro, like it's been around for a long time.
I just put it in my own perspective. From the United States, I would say, like, from my American heritage, the white Americans enslaved blacks.
But if you take my Greek heritage, there were something like 2 million Greeks enslaved by the Turks.
Yeah, it's not something new for sure.
It's not something new, and we were colonized for 400 years. We
Beth, do you have anything to add to this incredibly non-controversial conversation?
He committed a genocide against us. About 600,000 Greeks were exterminated during the First World War. Most people don't even know about this shit. I didn't even know about it until I was 30 years old. I was like, oh, I had no idea there was a genocide of Greek people until I was 30. But it's like this, and it kind of, when you put it in context, it's just like it would seem.
I highly recommend this book because this book will cover a lot of the controversial things that he's saying right now. Capitalism and Slavery by Edric Williams.
Yeah, but I think the main thing is
Eric Williams.
All this shit is bad, and you shouldn't do it.
You shouldn't do it. We have it. Well, honestly, I hate to fucking say it, but like slavery existed for a long time before the American system. We had a particularly interesting way to do it. Poorly. I don't mean it like interesting, like I'm not advocating for it, but the American system was unique in that we shipped people in rather than, I don't know, it was unique in that way. But I think it created the racism system we have now. But slavery has been a system of employment for a long time in the Middle East and Asia, where people didn't have enough resources to like share. So it's like some people are going to get more and some people are going to get less. And
I mean, if you think about it, like now, we obviously think slavery is evil. But if you think about it just like back in the day when it was just like,
when there's not enough resources to go around, like somebody in the social hierarchy is going to win. Somebody in the social hierarchy is going to lose.
Like, if you want to be a master, why would you not just take some slaves and do whatever you want? If you want to be a bitch, like be a slave.
Is that some Nietzsche shit?
That's some Nietzsche shit. It's like, it's like I think it's very easy to judge the past from the present. We live in an era of relative abundance. Like, yeah, and it was like, and also relative like moral progress. It's weird.
I think moral progress is looked on upon the past. No, I don't agree with that.
Well, I mean, think about it. If Aristotle said slavery was fine, Confucius said slavery was fine. I'm drunk. Jesus never commented on slavery. Moses said slavery was fine. Like you go through every ancient philosopher, you will not find a single one who has something to say bad about slavery. It's very weird.
Well, it was. I will say this: it's been different between chattel slavery, where it was by law property, a piece of it was ownership.
Yeah.
Whereas slavery in history is as people have rights.
I mean,
some.
I mean, like you want to be a chattel slave of a southern slave owner.
But like I said before, like I said before, it works in a chattel, in a caste system. It doesn't work in a liberal system where it's like, oh, every man's created equal.
Well, it's weird. Well, slavery is one of those things. Like, it's so obvious to us now that it's evil. Like to me, it's like when somebody explained to me what slavery was when I was a little kid. It was like immediately obvious that it was like that's indefensible. No one could possibly defend that. And it's weird to think in history that like that wasn't an unusual sentiment until the 17th, 18th century. Like there was like even people who were slaves who didn't want to be slaves were like they wanted to be they didn't want to end slavery. They wanted to become slave owners. they wanted to stop being.
So the book Capital and Slavery is about how largely the well, look, you know what? I don't think that.
Well,
I don't think the systems are that different now than they were then. People in the 1920s, the 1915s, in Russia, they had wage slavery. In Germany, they had wage slavery. You could make just enough to survive. Now, you weren't technically a slave, right? You weren't technically a slave owned by somebody else, but you couldn't. The system was designed in such a way that you couldn't work for more to get any of your own freedom. And so they called it a different thing, And so this is an extrapolation of history that seems to be ongoing. The more we learn how to extract resources from the planet, my headphones are gonna die. The more that we learn how to extract resources from the planet efficiently and distribute them, then the term of slavery becomes less pronounced, or excuse me, the effect of slavery becomes less pronounced. So it was slavery as labor. Now it's slavery as wage slavery. So we'll pay you, but you know,
employer,
just enough to come back to work. Well, now we have debt slavery in America.
I think,
right? Because the quality of life has gone up so much. So it's like, yeah, you get a car and you get all this $1,000 cell phone, yada yada yada, but you better go to fucking work. Can't quit.
I think there's some
go to work.
that I think. I mean, I don't think there's there's a real comparison.
I think there's an absolute comparison around the amount of resources versus the amount of freedom. Fuck yeah, I do. And people just.
I mean, there is, but I don't.
You think people want to work for Amazon now? Get the fuck out of here.
Well, no, I don't. I mean, I'm such a critic of the big tech companies. I mean, we didn't get into that. I thought we were good because. I know I'm starting my speech, Beth. Can you not criticize me? I know you're judging me.
She's just laughing at us. She's like, she is the most tolerant person.
Rory and Rory, you just comment on me for okay. What do you say here? Slavery is chosen, though no one held a gun to the head and said, "Take this 10% on a piece of shit car." Yeah, okay, yeah. Slavery's worse. Obviously, slavery's worse. I think
slavery is worse. I'm not trying to make the comparison that they're the same. I'm just saying people don't see them as the extrapolation of the same thing as they are.
I'm really interested in why slavery was so tolerated throughout like medieval and ancient philosophers.
It's caste system. It's caste.
Well, the church went after slavery, but they didn't go after serfdom. And it's very weird. Aristotle, I mean, if you look at Aristotle, said that usury, like loans at interest for people, but slavery was okay.
Hang on a second. Hang the fuck on. Both Islam and Judaism say that usury is bad. Christianity barely says it's bad.
Christianity says usury is bad.
Christianity says usury is bad, and Islam says it's really fucking bad.
Catholicism and Islam are pretty much one and the same on usury.
All three of the monotheistic relations are way more. It's all the God of Abraham. They're all way closer than they're
are. Not very happy, but Aristotle's also the same on usury. He said it's.
You know what? Don't talk shit to me, okay? I got Aristotle up on here.
Usury says money. The way Aristotle described usury was money mating with money to make more money, and it's like money is sterile. It cannot make more money. Usury is immoral.
Usury is
time value. What?
Usury is now we consider to be highly priced debt.
Yeah, but not Aristotle. Aristotle was such usury any price, and I think. But Aristotle also said that slavery was normal. Slavery was some people. Slavery was natural.
It's caste.
Yeah, I mean, ancient Greece was the most badass society of all time. No question. But I'm a little biased. Syriapolis.
No question.
Yeah, my girlfriend is Persian. I'm Greek. We've had a little bit of an argument. Like we got in a fight about this. And, I was like, "You guys burned Athens. We had every right to burn Persepolis." And she was like, "How dare you guys burn Persepolis? That was bullshit. Are you ashamed of your ancestors?" I'm like, "No, you burned Athens." Long story. Okay. Don't worry about it. But
that sounds hot.
Yeah, burning Persepolis. Yeah, fuck yeah. I mean, they burned Alexander the Great conquered Persia, and he's like, "I'm gonna burn that." And I don't give a fuck. That's what he said.
Let me tell you something on stream. You ready? I'll tell you something cool. My dad and mom named that. Oh, did I lose? Am I? Hold up. I can't do this story without being seen. Hold up.
Lose him?
What's that?
We lost him?
Yeah, Alex abandoned us because he doesn't like us anymore. Ancient Greece is the most badass society of all time. You can't be serious. I am serious because ancient Greece is the most badass society of all time. No one comes close. Everyone is a fucking poser. We're the best. Fuck you.
Okay. That was a legitimate, valid argument, Andrew. Serious? I told people you were smart. What the fuck? You're making me look bad.
I mean, you want to pretend like anyone had a candle to ancient Greece? I mean, try. You failed.
So Alexander the Great, my dad and mom named me after me, Alexander the Great.
He wrecked shit.
He fucked shit up.
Yeah, he fucked
And
shit up.
remind you anybody you know?
My girlfriend's still kind of pissed off about that. She's like, "How dare you burn Persepolis?" I'm like, "You burned Athens."
So from Greece to the East Ocean of China, he raised, and I mean it with a Z, destroyed and rebuilt 21 cities, and he renamed them all Alexandria.
He named at least one after his horse. He was a little obsessed.
Bucephalus.
Yeah, Bucephalus.
Bucephalus.
Narcissist, I'll grant you that. And
So when I started in real estate, shut up. So when I started in real estate, I named my company Alexandria Properties because I named after my fucking empire.
Nice, Alexandria. You know, when Alexandria.
And when I named my photography business, which is coming up right now, I'm gonna name it Alexandria Media.
That's good. I'm gonna start naming our stuff after Greek. Like, first of all, I'm hell bent on taking back Constantinople. That's our city. We can take it back. Secondly, our massive debt crisis and farcical unemployment, enormous unemployment rate, that needs to be fixed. Greece is kind of living off of its past a little bit right now. But my opinion, generally speaking, is that ancient. I don't know. What are we going to talk about? Ancient Greece is pretty badass. That's what my prediction.
Fuck, I love it. Beth.
Yeah. Yes.
How do you put up with this nonsense? We've been talking for 5 hours.
I don't know. I just popped in like an hour ago, so I have not been hanging out for 5 hours. I just like dropped into this midstream. Yeah.
You get special treatment. Nobody else gets to just jump in like you do. I'm sitting there minding my own business. There's like 3 or 4 other people in the chat, and then your video just shows up for no fucking reason.
I got something saying I was asked to turn the video on. It's like there was a request to turn video on, so I turned it on.
You sit on a throne of lies.
I mean, you were here to talk shit about Chaz.
Yeah, talk shit about Chaz.
Yeah, so I don't know. What about Chaz? It almost seems like it's sort of still going in a way. They're still smashing windows and looting. It's still happening.
Did you go see Chaz during its glory days?
No, I didn't.
Oh, what?
But I work like 80 hours a week, so that's, no time to go there. So
Work? What's that?
Plus I'm a mom, so can't just like go over there.
You didn't bring your kids to Chaz?
I'm gonna bring my kids to Chaz.
Oh, Chaz is a utopia.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you bring your kids to Chaz? Does he say Chaz?
That would be a really bad parenting move. Yeah. So no, I did not personally go there, although I do have a fair amount of friends that did go over there and check it out and take video and stuff.
And none of them died?
None of them died, but they all said it was kind of scary because it was like there was a lot of tension in the crowd, and you could tell like people were just ready to everyone's on a hair trigger. So
doesn't that
the
feel
slightest
good?
little thing and they'll turn on you.
Did they talk to the warlord who's in charge, Raz Simone, I think? The great Raz, the warlord Simone, my favorite.
You just made that up, I think. Yeah.
No, I didn't.
Works.
Raz Simone.
That works.
Well, okay, my understanding,
Chaz was started by some. I can't remember her name. I can't remember if she's transgender or not, but she was accused of sexual assault like as soon as she took over. So she stepped down and swore to commit suicide to Sabuka herself, and then Raz Simone after that took over by assault, like beating shit out of some journalist, I think, and then Raz ruled with an iron fist, and then they murdered a couple people, and then the governor or the mayor of Seattle said it was a street fair, and they protested outside of her home, and then
when they went to her house, it was shut down the next day. So as soon as the crowds descended upon her home, that was the last straw.
That was my understanding of it. Like the moment they actually protested outside her home, she shut it down.
Too close. Yeah. Too close. So yeah, that was the end of that. So I'm surprised, really surprised it was allowed to go on as long as it did.
I think that's the disagreement. Conservatives have an ideological war. Liberals have a distance war. Like it's like, how far are you willing to go? Like, are you a moderate liberal, or are you like an anarchist who wants to burn it down?
So Jordan Peterson, I don't know if you guys listen to Jordan Peterson. I love this guy.
He's interesting.
He actually has a good point. He goes, we know when the right goes too far. We fucking know. But we don't know when the left goes too far. That's a dangerous thing to know, to understand. Because, like you just said, when does the left go too far? We don't fucking know.
I think one of the things the left is the absolute worst at is criticizing their fringe. I honestly think this is.
But hang on, Andrew, that's the same thing. That's the same thing I'm saying, right? We don't know when the left goes too far.
You know, for example, one of the most extreme examples of this is the Bolshevik coup, which you're just talking about. When, so there's two revolutions, right? There was the one where basically some Democrats took over, Kerensky. And he thought there was this big mess up, and he thought that this general was trying to come and like take over the government, when the general thought that actually is all messed up. He thought that Kerensky wanted him to do this. And so he literally gave the Bolsheviks weapons. He armed them in order to defend the government against this coup he thought was coming, which never was coming. And the Bolsheviks just took him over. I think the left is very bad at criticizing their fringe, and that is a major problem.
I think we're saying the same thing, but you're right. Like when there's less on the line, how do I say it? When there's less on the line, it's hard to tell when the left goes too far. When there's more on the line, it's still really hard to tell when the left goes too far.
I think it's because when the right goes too far, it sounds really vicious. It's like, it sounds really like it's racist. It's like
unempathetic.
It comes off like just mean-spirited. Not regardless of what it is, it comes off mean-spirited. When the left goes too far, it doesn't necessarily come.
That's why the left is so attractive, because it's empathetic by nature. It's like, oh look, you care about people.
Minorities. We're trying to help women, whatever. And it doesn't come off but it doesn't come off authoritarian or.
You sound like a dick when you say it. Try to help women or whatever.
Yeah.
No, but the point being, it's like, I know what you mean. It's like, we want to fucking help. Like, it's hard to do that while being genuine instead of sounding like a jackass.
I think it's just when the extreme right sounds mean-spirited. The extreme left
because it's more about the individual.
The extreme left sounds just dumb. Like, it sounds like, oh, that's just utopian. It doesn't sound vicious and brutal and whatnot. And that's why it's much harder for the left to criticize their friends than it is for
the left. Is more idealistic. Like, wouldn't it be nice if we all got along? Yeah, fucking would be. God damn it would be. I agree. It would be nice if we all got along. It would be
That'd be
blessed.
great. Why, if there was no war and everyone was happy and everybody had $1 billion and we were all
Yeah, that'd be delightful. Have you read the Old Testament yet? It's just about to go downhill.
Yeah, there's some the Old Testament is kind of brutal actually.
I love the Old Testament. Beth, Old Testament or New Testament?
Oh gosh, no testament.
No
But
Testament.
no
How dare
testament.
you?
I was going to
How
talk
dare
about
you?
the left
How
when
dare
they
you?
go when the left goes too far. Because as somebody who was raised, I always believed that I was a liberal. I was like, yeah, well, loud and proud. And then I feel like in the last handful of years, like I've started to, I don't know that I really moved, but I feel like they did. And I felt like I started to feel like I was treated like one of the bad guys. And like, excuse me, I'm like known for my empathy and I really care about people and I want the best for others. But then I started being, at least in Seattle, treated as somebody contemptible because I own property or whatever thing. I'm a business owner or whatever it is. And to the point where it just got ratcheted up farther and farther and farther to where like the voice of people like me is like no longer even wanting to be heard. It's just like violently shut down immediately. And to the point where, I mean, I felt like I had to just like find my own way, you know, and I definitely don't identify with the right either. Definitely not Donald
Actually,
Trump.
a lot
No.
of people like you and me, and I mean, it feels like you, me, and Alex and Jay are kind of in the same boat, which makes me wonder if there's a new coalition that can be made of people who despise both parties.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's possible, but
It's like somebody reasonable. Yeah.
You're not
The
understanding-
reasonable people. I don't know.
That's a misunderstanding of how voting parties work. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Everything's
There
so
are a lot of
polarized. I feel like
there are a
half
lot
the
of us.
people, yeah, I feel like half the people I know are like on extreme right, and the other half are on extreme
Yes.
left.
That's how political parties work. Like, people are a spectrum, like a bell curve. Not really, but close, right? And so it's like some people are going to go wacky left, and some people are going to go wacky right. And like the politicians, fuck you, Dan DiFilippo. You're fucking muted forever.
He's been drinking too. I'm like the only one not really drinking.
yeah,
Sorry.
I'm 2 bottles deep. I'm freaking hammered.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he's talking, he's muted. See that shit? Fuck you, Dan DiFilippo. See that? I'm in charge.
He's making a
Yeah,
point.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
I'm in charge, bitch.
Yeah, what are
So-
you doing? Nobody cares.
So, should I let him in? I forgot what I was gonna say. I'm drunk as
I
fuck.
don't know. I can go take a shot, but I'd probably just pass out.
All right, I'll unmute him. Dan, you better say something good. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah. If you see something
If
bad,
you say something stupid, I'm gonna mute you and make sure your video stays on.
jack your shit. So,
Okay, I won't do it. There he goes.
Yes?
Say something smart.
Oh, no, I was just going to say that Jay Scott said earlier that one of his first comments about the left was like, oh, well, you know, the problem, of course, about the left is if you give them a hard time, you're going to get canceled. So that's what I said. That's the only relevant thing. Like, that's the only thing you
That's an
really need to know
extremist
about the
position,
left.
though,
Right.
Dan. That's an extremist position.
Yeah. One side.
That's an
Is
extremist
being-
position, though. That's not every leftist person. That's just an extremist position. He's making a
Yeah, but
joke.
we've been experiencing the like encroachment of social justice for a long time, and Beth, you gave a really good personal story about your experience of it.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people have had a similar experience.
Okay, but that's not what is it? But that's not the overwhelmingly American experience. And in fact, it's voluntary. I don't feel shame for my non-leftist views. I say shit on Facebook every day that is pretty neutral, to be honest. I'm pretty fucking good at riding that line of like, oh, he said something kind of offensive, but you know, he get mad out of him. Also, I'm a nobody, which helps. But I think part of the, and I said it earlier, I said it to Jay and them earlier, part of the problem of censorship of leftist, like you have to acquiesce to it. You have to acquiesce to it. So
the idea that you can defeat leftist censorship and therefore it's somehow not a problem doesn't follow. You can't be like, oh well,
I think
it only
you're
works
making a
if you,
bigger of a problem
if you
than it
admit
is, and I think you're saying it affects more people than it does.
it affects everyone. It
doesn't affect
has
me.
affected everyone.
This is my point. It doesn't affect me. It doesn't affect Andrew. Andrew, do you feel censored? Beth, do you feel censored?
I will say I have hesitated to post things because of leftist censorship.
But that's a first order effect,
Ben,
and there's
Ben?
multiple orders of effects.
Beth?
I don't feel censored. Well, I mean, honestly, I don't even jump into it. On Facebook, you mean, or like places like that? Like you won't see me doing anything political on there.
Yeah, I mean, I had some thoughts about the riots, and I wrote posts and I didn't post them, and it's just like the reason was just like it just seemed to me pretty clear that like I think there's a lot of people who are scared to post or think twice about posting things that are.
What good is going to come of it? I can't think of anybody whose mind was ever changed because somebody posted something political on Facebook. So
No, but you know what? You know what? In the Russian Revolution, there was literally thought police. Literally, that would come scoop you up in the middle of the night and give you 10 years in jail.
They just kill you.
Andrew, based on what you just said, you have to presume that there is much more right-wing sentiment than you're perceiving.
Oh, I'm assuming there is. I'm very confident that there is. I mean, that's one of the reasons I think Trump is going to lose, because he didn't protect his own base. But one of the main things he wanted, one of the main things that Trump supporters wanted, was to be able to tell the left to fuck themselves with no.
That's not why. I think they followed Trump on a legitimate basis, and then he just failed to deliver.
I agree.
Like,
I think
we
that
got
is
fiscal policy in place, which he did not fix.
I think Trump would lose because he didn't fulfill his own promises.
That I agree with. He didn't do shit that he said. Some people are still buying in, but I think it's a very small. I think it's a smaller margin than they feel like. He campaigned on the forgotten men and women, and then he campaigned on the forgotten men and women, and he campaigned on being an outsider, and then he became a politician and forgot about the forgotten men and women.
The Republicans could win the election by becoming the populist party. If they were to say, we are going to not like shut down immigration because we hate immigrants, but just reduce it because wages have stagnated, and we're gonna favor workers. But like, here's the thing: if you're gonna become anti-immigration for non-racial, like not because you're a racist piece of shit, you become anti-immigration because like I'm pro-labor union. So the Republican Party would have to become pro-labor union, restrict immigration based on economic causes, and be like, you're not allowed to fire someone.
Alex falls out of his chair, the show's over.
What's that?
When Alex falls out of his chair, the show's over.
And it's like, that's never going to happen.
What's happened?
The parties are best. They are completely incoherent at this point. I mean, Antifa is fighting to fire working class people. That's their goal. They don't give a shit about Amazon making, like Jeff Bezos made 13.
This show has gone off the rails.
I don't care. Amazon wants to fire somebody. Like Antifa wants to fire some guy for saying some edgy Facebook post.
You guys are out of your minds. This show has gone off the rails from reasonability.
Okay. I think the Republican Party is doomed unless it becomes a working class party.
Who's more tolerant of like libertarians, for example, right? Is it someone who's a positive right winger or someone on the left? What do you see from Republican politicians about, well, we're fed up with these Democrats doing this, we're not going to do this anymore? I think it's very clear that we've been criticized as having essentially a controlled opposition party-based system in which Republicans just kind of everything they want to do, they ask the Democrats like, can we do this? And they more or less get some sort of moral permission from the Democrats.
Unless they want a war or a tax cut.
I don't think that's what's happening at all. I don't even know where you
Not
get
anymore.
I don't even know where you get the narrative. You think that the Senate is asking the House for permission to make law?
Not at this point. No, but Republicans generally have been toothless and without principle for a long time.
Well,
Unless they want a
you
war.
think it's because they're asking the Democrats for principle? That's not the case. They lost principle because they lost principle.
No, they're asking Democrats for essentially for moral permission to do
Yeah, Donald
whatever.
Trump's asking the Democrats for moral permission.
No, Donald Trump is not. Party
Yeah.
Republicans. Until recent, Donald Trump is the exception.
I think
Because there has been no real right wing in this country for a long time.
I think the Republicans are confused. Like, if you listen to Republican ads, you would come to first and foremost, Joe Biden is a radical socialist who wants to end private property, and in addition, a reactionary racist who wants women to be pregnant in the kitchen at all times without shoes on and have no rights. Like, it makes no sense. Their advertising doesn't make any sense. Because, you see, here's an old clip of Joe Biden, because Joe Biden's been around for a long time, so he's kind of gone with the flow. He's kind of an establishment guy, and so you can find old clips of him saying like, "Oh yeah, what are some of his old positions are like, there's they were posting something that was like very anti-LGBT. I can't remember exactly what it was.
Sure.
And then also it's this radical liberal. It's a weird incoherent mess of Biden is both radical and also a reactionary. And it's like Biden is just an opportunist. Like, that's just the best way to describe it. I think the right is such a mess. Both parties are such a mess. The left, the way I see it is the left is mostly a continuum. Like they can't, the mainstream can't criticize its fringe, and the right can't decide which way it wants to go, because if the right decided to be the workers' party or the party of workers and small business
Right now,
Yeah,
it would win easily. But they
It's trying to do that. Alex pointed out recently the Democrats and the Republicans are essentially the same. People say like, what is like Donald Trump is some sort of crazy like establishment party politician just because he's, I don't know, I suppose because he has pro like business sentiments. But the reality is Donald Trump is the next paradigm for right wing politics, if it can even be said that he's right wing, and he's not even as much. The Democrats are the party that actually have some serious like figuring out to do, because they have Joe Biden, who's immensely unpopular. He's as established within the party as it more or less gets. And then after that, like the most vocal Democrats right now, I mean, okay, Nancy Pelosi. And then you look at like who's known other than them. You have like Ilhan Omar and AOC. And by the way, they both are calling for.
You know what? The fact that you mentioned those, they're super popular by the far right, but they're nobody. They're just good for TV.
Yeah, but they're there's very little. The Democrat bench is extremely
It's not a
shallow.
popularity contest, okay? It goes state by state.
Hmm.
It's not like a total popularity contest. Okay, it goes state by state. What states are they popular in?
It's
like,
not a matter of
this
states.
way.
It's a
It's
matter
like-
of demographics. Because the party is a matter of demographics.
It depends on what state. Like, okay, nobody votes for president for AOC isn't running for president.
No,
So
but Democrats don't have anyone to run for president.
they don't want Biden.
Democrats, no, yeah, Biden is the best they have. He's
Not
he's demented, and he cannot win against Donald Trump in November.
Why?
It won't happen.
Why?
he doesn't have support.
I think he's gonna win.
Polls now.
Even if he could win,
Pretty better.
you have Democrat politicians.
I want to know if you're speaking conjecture or are you speaking opinion or are you speaking relative? I mean, you're speaking relative facts or you're speaking opinion. Either one's okay. I just want to know.
On what?
He can't win.
Feasibility for Biden to defeat Trump?
You're like, he can't win. Why?
I don't think he can win.
Well, that's okay.
I mean, on the basis that,
The electoral college or the popular vote?
He can definitely stand to win the popular vote. Democrats will win the popular vote just because of the way the country's gone.
You mean the people that voted Democrat?
Yeah. Like speaking in terms of just population, we have more people Democrats. I mean, that said, the only thing that could change that is we don't know exactly how. Very few people in the country actually go to vote at the polls. So depending on how that changes.
It's getting better.
Voting. Yeah, we're going to see a bigger turnout this year than we have in the past. Definitely.
Biden has no charisma. I think that's going to hurt him.
Biden has no because he doesn't, because he's a milquetoast neo-lib, and all the party have been just like that. Donald Trump is the first politician in a long time. Well, Bernie Sanders, who is fantastic, by the way. Bernie Sanders is an amazing person. He's not a presidential type. And he's too principled to be a good president. But Bernie Sanders is a very good characterization of what a lot of the left wants. He's very much, I mean, he's good for workers. He's great for veterans. He would have.
Doesn't have to do with anything.
Hmm?
He's not in. It doesn't have to do nothing.
You're right. And he was very well liked by a lot of the people who are now the young,
Dude, the fact that you say that Donald Trump is going to win no matter what, your overconfidence is a mistake.
Who's going to beat him?
Your overconfidence is a mistake.
I think the problem with Trump.
Who's going to beat him?
Is Trump.
I honestly think the Democrat strategy isn't even to win presidency; it's to win the Senate.
The Democrats are going to win the presidency and the Senate and the Congress. I think Trump didn't deliver. That's the problem. If Trump is played the middle, it's almost like here's the thing, like with the take the DHS in Portland. Like the liberals are going crazy about this. Like these guys, and they shouldn't. Like even just like them being there is not that big a problem, but just being in military garb is a problem. Like why are you? It seems very wrong.
But it's only a few troops, though. I don't think it makes.
Yeah, but the thing is, like Trump has played in, as far as I can see, an extreme Twitter account while simultaneously playing a moderate, basic Republican as far as getting like his policy agenda, and really is, other than the Paul Ryan agenda in 2017,
couldn't even undo Obamacare. Which when I looked at it, I was like, you guys just couldn't do it. I think honestly, you know what I really think about that? They had McCain come in, poor fucking guy, as his last vote. What a poor fucking fella to vote against them because they really didn't want it to be undone.
McCain's a warm.
That's what I really think. I think they didn't want it to be undone. Like, fucking McCain, can you help us out? You're gonna die anyway. Jesus Christ, help a brother out. That's what I really think happened.
I mean, maybe. I mean, McCain's a warmonger. I don't really care. I think his. I despise that guy. But I mean, I think like Trump's big things. Like if he had been able, his big things were like trade, immigration, war. Those are the three big things. And
better trade, less immigration, less war.
Yeah, and none of them have really come true. And I mean, he didn't expand.
We had a lot of good headlines, though.
Yeah, a lot of good headlines. I mean, if he had actually said like after like what we now know is fake. After what we now know is the fake gas attack by Assad, if he'd just been like, "Fuck you, you're all liars. We're taking our troops out." I mean, he would probably like if he had done something like that. If he had foregone
Was it fake for real?
the tax cut and just be like, we're building the wall. I mean, he had really rallied his base. I think he
Was the Assad attack? Was the Assad attack fake for real?
Oh yeah, it's been 4, I think now. Leakers from the OCW.
Is this some like propaganda bullshit, or is it really fake? Don't fuck with me.
Yeah, I think we have four. I mean, think about it. First of all, let's go with logic. You're winning. Let's say you're a psychopath. You love murdering people. Okay.
Don't
But
sell me like some Dan D. Felipe.
You want to win a war. You're about to win. You're on the verge of winning. Do you gas your own people to get the United States and every other major power to destroy you for no reason? Like right off the bat, it's absurd. But now I think we've had four different leakers from the OPCW say that gas attack was bullshit, and it's like no, it was weapons of mass destruction in 2.0. It's fucking bullshit. The whole Syria campaign is like some weird bullshit to try to convince us that we should side with ISIS, Al Qaeda, and a bunch of commies to take out another secular dictator in the Middle East. Let's see, 4 OPCW.
Done ridiculous, but
yeah.
But I hate the.
I think they're on 4 now, but don't quote me on that. The OPC Duma links part 4. Okay, I'm not sure how many leakers there are, but there are a lot. It was basically like at the beginning they said they're basically saying like the attack, the way that it was described to the media doesn't make any sense, and it didn't appear to be.
They do that shit all the time. Foreign policy. Have you read?
Always the white helmets. Every time they have these things, it's the white helmets. The white helmets have been filmed with Al Qaeda over and over and over again.
Have you read?
They are, as far as I'm concerned, officially an Al Qaeda front, and I just don't trust anything they say. What's that?
Let me tell you a book. As soon as I can find it.
But yeah, I think there have been 4 leakers from the OPCW who've leaked documents saying that the gas attack was done by the rebels.
Andrew,
I'm gonna go.
are you heading up?
I'll be right back.
Read this book.
What's this? Yeah, I've seen of it. I haven't read it.
Yo, that book is legit. Noam Chomsky, the right thinks he's a leftist maniac. He's not a leftist maniac. He's brilliant, but he's kind of leftist. And he's a political. Excuse me. How do I say it? He doesn't pick sides. He's a critic of the United States foreign policy, always, which is not an easy position to take.
Andrew.
Always. And so he's a political critic of American foreign policy, and this book was written long ago. This is not some new shit. And he explains in detail and example, it's dense, how it's like this. The basic premise is this. If you want to work in journalism, you need to make friends with people who work in government so you can get good leads. And to get those good leads, you're going to have to sacrifice some of the authenticity of your story. And the overall result is that media is corrupted by design by the government itself. And so the media manufactures consent for terrible foreign policy because we don't fucking know better.
Chomsky, yeah.
I love Noam Chomsky. He's regarded.
Andrew, I wanted to ask you,
but that's an incorrect assumption of him. He is a critic of foreign policy in the government, regardless of.
I agree with him on most foreign policy stuff and disagree with him on a lot of domestic policy stuff. Go ahead.
He's reasonable. You know the problem is? The problem with a guy like Noam Chomsky is the same problem that guys like Jordan Peterson have, who I find completely obscene because Jordan Peterson is one of the best fucking role models we have in our society today. 12 Rules for Life. What an amazing book. A fantastic book. 12 Rules for Life. And both of them, the problem is they don't do good on sound bites or headlines. Context. The contextual, both those reads are very deep and contextual. If you don't want to read them by context, well, you're just looking for your fucking, what you're talking about, leftist, radical leftists. That's the problem, is they go by headlines. Like, their morals are wrong in many cases, or excuse me, their the way they think the society is going to unfold is wrong. Okay, fine, but more so than that.
Well, I think Chomsky's right on most foreign policy issues. I'd grant it.
Noam Chomsky is right on most foreign policy issues, but he's a foreign policy critic. Sometimes when he goes into domestic policy,
I don't think he's right on domestic policy completely.
Domestic policy, he's a little bit radical leftist, but
yeah. I mean, that's the general like libertarian Ron Paul type of view of him. What were we saying, Rory? Or Dave? What?
man,
Rory's not in the comments here. Okay. Yeah.
No, me. I was going to ask you.
who the
I
fuck?
think you've made some good points, but I was curious as to where you think Donald Trump came from. 4 years
Where
ago.
he came from, and where his support came from.
He came from what?
Very clearly.
What?
He came from
Yes,
what?
very, very clearly. Where did they come from?
Where did his support come from?
Yeah.
I think his support came from the fact that I don't think there's any real legitimate grassroots support for foreign adventurism on the right. I think that
For what?
for foreign adventurism, like neoconservatism, I don't think there's any. I think it's all of it. I think the right is generally anti-war. I think the left is generally anti-war too. Actually, I think all pro-war stuff is astroturfed and pushed. I think Trump is basically a manifestation of rage. They hated the Republican Party, and they hated they hated leftists, obviously, but they also hated their own party, because they were like, you think George W. Bush, tax cuts and wars, and that's not really what the base Republicans want. What the base
Don't you think so though? I mean, Reagan was
Andrew, that's a shitty answer.
Yeah.
That's a shitty answer.
So Reagan, Bush were both, and Bush admittedly was, he was one term, right? But going back, I mean, that's what republicanism has sort of been just the same neocon nonsense as we've always had.
Well, neoconservative basically started with Reagan. I mean, that's really when they got into any form of power. They were sort of, I mean, they started off like Reagan wanted he wanted a second opinion on things. He got the neocons involved. This small clique out of the University of Chicago with Kagan and
Okay, but Trump came from populism.
That's more what I'm interested in. Is I don't think that Trump won for being anti-war.
Yeah,
I think that's hard.
everybody's pro-war when you're fucking winning.
But we weren't. I think Trump won for
It was driven by inequality. Let me tell you something. Obama should have never won. He was a fluke. In fact, a testament to how good of to how electable he actually was, because Obama won in the middle of an incredible financial collapse.
Yeah.
And where populism should have prevailed, but instead a moderate prevailed. I know it doesn't seem like a moderate to the.
He also had the benefit of actually having an anti-war ticket, which we think of the war having been dragged on for a long time at that point.
Nobody gave a shit about. Look, the elections don't get swung by the left or the right. They get swung by the 5% middle. So I always think about the middle.
Well, I would say
5 to 8% middle. So the middle didn't give a shit about Obama's. They didn't believe Obama. That's what I think. They didn't believe Obama's anti-war. He might have said it, but so did George Bush. He declared victory. The fucking moron. Jesus.
Well, Obama wasn't anti-war. He launched the war in Libya. Obama was pro-war. He just wasn't quite as pro-war as Bush was. I think what they saw in Trump, war was not the major issue with Trump. Trump was like, we need to get out of this bullshit. That was part of it. People are sick of it. I think both sides of the aisle.
He didn't do shit. He just said what the fuck people were already thinking, which is the same thing Romney did. We need to get out of this war.
But how do
Obama did in the second election? He goes, "We're going to get out of this fucking war. We're going to close Gitmo." Didn't do neither.
But someone explain this to me. How does Trump get elected in 2016 and then some, and look, whatever you think of him, a lot of people say like, oh, how could we let this happen? This is ridiculous. It's absurd.
All,
he's just some right-wing crap. How does he get elected in 2016 and then somehow we never have anyone like him for the next, 5 or 6 terms?
We don't know if we're going to have my next
that kind of thing going forward. I just don't think it'll be this term because Trump didn't deliver. That's the thing. Like Trump, based on several points, war was not the first one. War is one of them. People wanted, I've talked to a lot of people on the left and right. And anytime I bring up, I want us to leave the Middle East entirely, every single person agrees with me. I'm not meaning anyone who says, oh, yeah, we should stay. No one says that. It's a winning position. But as far as Trump's base, I think they see it. He's like, we want to reduce immigration. We want to take on political correctness. And we want the right not to be so obsessed with cutting tax. It's weird. I don't think his base really cares about, they're not anti-tax cuts, but they're not pro-tax cuts. But I think they're moving more, the right is moving to be anti-capitalist. This is an interesting phenomenon that we didn't get into with Jay, but I think the right is becoming more and more anti-capitalist, and the left is becoming weirdly more and more pro-capitalist.
It is. The left's becoming more, I would argue, pro-business. I don't think they're pro-capitalist.
Yeah, they're pro because they're
establishment still. I don't think so, though. I think that, you see, the reason that, and this was something I kind of touched on earlier, we have this idea that, the right, and I think the right has a real huge problem mobilizing against the left because too many people on the right are very individually minded. Alex, I know, for example, Brandon Andriola comes to mind. He will be, hawking whichever libertarian candidate is out on stage until we're all dead. And a lot of right-wing people have this romanticization. It's been decades of it where they go, oh, I'm very fiscally conservative, but I'm socially liberal. They're the first person to even think about it. And you just watch election cycles come and go, and they think that they're this sort of they're this evolved position
that votes for you. It's decided by the 5% that's unknown.
Absolutely. But the point is, there are so many people who are more so right than anything else who think that they have some sort of brilliant idea because they understand economics, so they're on the right, but they're socially liberal. And if you want to stick on being socially liberal, the left is really going to try you on that because lately they've been going around and canceling everyone who isn't exactly like they are.
That's not the 5%. That's the 80%.
I agree. It's not the moderates. I do think the extremists are that, and that makes me wonder what the left. There's two things I wonder what will happen. How does the right coalesce again? Because you have the business-minded, which should be none of us seem to be that enthusiastic about this. The business-minded, we want to be libertarian. We don't want that's our key thing. And the more populist version of we want pro-worker, pro-small business, immigration restrictions policies. Those two. How do you coalesce that? But also, how do you how many people are just going to be sick of the left trying to cancel everybody? That middle part, the middle part of the left, where they move to the right. If the right could coalesce again, and the middle part of the left leaves, the right would win. But if the right can't coalesce, the right is screwed.
So I would argue that a lot of this sort of individual values and stuff that I was discussing worked because there were elements that sort of superseded that or were laid over on top of it rather back when, America was more American than it is today. We've had like a number of issues that have diluted that. Like I know you guys have talked about the welfare state being a tremendous problem in terms of.
I didn't say that. You said that.
Okay, well, you sort of said it. Someone else said it. Is that it's a poor incentive system. There's a number of issues that have essentially ruined our societal fabric.
I didn't say that.
No, that's what I'm saying. There's a number of issues culturally that the U.S. has that's caused its social fabric to be ruined, and this whole rhetoric and this whole thing about this romantic. I'm a libertarian. I'm an independent person, and I'm an individual. It just doesn't work anymore, and it doesn't matter if that's what you think, because the rest of the country is not going to respect that anymore.
Who cares?
It's very much being polarized. It only takes one side to polarize an issue.
Dude,
that is true.
Dude, my point is, look at this. Now I'm in Rick and Morty's garage. What's up? Now, my point is, you're talking about polarization as if it affects everybody. It doesn't. It doesn't matter.
It does, though.
No, it doesn't matter, because the 5% in the middle, they vote for completely different reasons than reasonability. They vote for emotion. They vote the day of. That's who swings the vote. The people you're talking about who are thinking about things rationally don't decide to vote. We already know who they're going to vote for. We've already counted for them, and they don't matter.
Rational people don't matter. I agree.
Rational people do not matter in the election. It's like, where's the state? You're in North Carolina, it's going to vote red. I don't give a fuck what you do anymore. You're not even going to come here. All that shit you said only matters in like Michigan, Florida, and probably one other state. And it's like on the fucking, it's by the county. So you say things like it's like nationwide, some law about human nature. It's not. It's about counties and how many they can swing a little teeny tiny little fucking cunt hair so they can get the last of the electoral votes.
Yeah, well, look, you're right that the election's decided in typically in battleground states.
Sorry to be so blunt. I'm in Rick's garage. So I'm saying.
I think the problem is simply that for Trump is that he won by appealing to Rust Belt working class states,
and then didn't give a fuck about them.
That having enough Republicans for many years, and he didn't deliver on what they wanted, which would be pro-trade, pro-union, immigration restrictions policies. And effectively, I don't think he won on any of those. I mean, maybe on trade a little, but not enough. And I think they're either gonna not vote or they're gonna vote for Biden. And I think probably not vote. And I think that Trump's priority, he didn't understand his own base, or he had to appease his donors, one of the two.
All right. I wanna see if I can maybe put it to you guys this way. I think that Black Lives Matter is an interesting movement. I don't think that at its very base it's actually about anything that they say it's about. And I think that the opposite to Black Lives Matter on the sort of Rust Belt side is the opioid epidemic. And these are not identical or even symmetrical issues. But I do think that both of them are a reflection of, you mentioned rage being why Trump was elected. I think that economic non-viability in the entire country is coming out in different ways. So like the opioid epidemic we know is characteristically white, whereas violence against police affecting Black lives is very characteristically Black.
What cities do you think are going to win?
What?
I mean, you're saying these things if there's a nationwide problem.
They are.
The election doesn't go nationwide. It goes state by state. So what states do you think are going to lose? And what states do you think are going to win?
It doesn't matter. Everyone is being involved in these.
But Florida's going to go red.
You're
going to go red no matter what.
I think you made a good point. What if Trump, first term, had just taken the Sacklers, charged
Dude,
him.
it's not a guessing game. It's
No, I'm saying this.
Just talking
If
about
Trump would come out,
win, that's fine. But if you want to make an actual prediction, hold up, Andrew, Jesus fucking Christ, talking.
He'd have my vote. I don't care how popular it would be. Withdraw from Afghanistan or withdraw from Syria, we'd leave the Middle East. Take the Sacklers and throw them in prison as domestic terrorists. I mean, right there, just those two things, he has my vote. I kind of tried with the Middle East. But you're right, the opioid epidemic is predominantly white. And if he had but he didn't, what did he do there? He didn't.
I'm not saying he fixed the opioid epidemic. I'm saying the opioid epidemic, we don't realize, is a symptom of the fact that there's no longer a sense of purpose, culture, or opportunity in these places where there used to be. And now all there is now is just sort of debt and essentially wage slavery. That's what's happening out in middle America. What's happening in the inner cities is, I think, we have our African American populations, which are economically tend to be disadvantaged, and I think that the constant interactions that they have with police are just more often turning out sideways. I don't think we see every step of it, but I really do think that it's just a matter of a general downward pressure on the entire well-being of everyone who's 97th percentile and lower, and it's coming out in all these different ways. There's we've had upticks in suicides more recent. Well, COVID's different, but we've had upticks in suicides. We've had these opioid epidemics, Black Lives Matter, which, as I said, I really don't agree with a lot of the rhetoric that they bring out. But there's a reason that people, even if the numbers haven't changed in the last 20 years, we've seen more Black Lives Matter issues discussed and vocal and garnering rage publicly over the last 8 years since Michael Brown in 2000. It was like 12 or 14 or something. 14. Michael Brown was the first major case that really started to launch this regular Black Lives Matter outrage for every single time a Black person was killed by police. And that's not to say that that's wrong, but what it is to say is that I don't think that it just happened to be the case that in 2014 police started gunning down Black people for simply being on the street. I think that it's, there's always been an element of police brutality, even if only because we live in a nation of 330 million people. I just think that the pain that generally everyone is feeling from the fact that we are, since 2008, we've just been slipping into this worse and worse economic situation, is coming out all these different ways. And it's ultimately why Trump was elected, and it's why Bernie Sanders is popular now.
If you look at Black Lives Matter, it is what, Michael Brown was mostly a hoax from what we gather. And I think it basically, Black Lives Matter the first time fell apart right after that case fell apart, and then the Dallas shooting. And I think it came back in large part because based on that video of George Floyd is so awful. And but I do think it's much deeper than that. That an example here, no policy should ever be made after one example. And I think it generally is a sense of it is not working. And George Floyd, Michael Brown, none of that, all that stuff is just it's just the mask that lights the tinderbox. Same with Trump, same with the opioid epidemic. It's things are getting more polarized, and some of it, it's there are areas of agreement, and that's one of the reasons when we were talking about the grievance study departments, why I think they're so toxic, is because I think they are literally worthless and have no value to add and should be abolished. I think they should be just rid of completely, because they basically make it a war of the middle and lower class against each other. And they're not about solving anything. They're just about attacking each other. I think there are so many areas of agreement that working class, middle class, small business like ourselves, whites, blacks, etc., could come together on. And I think that kind of stuff and some of Trump's rhetoric, for sure, that just blows up. It just makes it possible. And that's the political fault lines don't make sense to me. They seem artificial. They're not right.
we should have giant tax cuts for corporations and restrict immigration. That's incoherent. If you're talking about like, or if we should,
Andy, shut the fuck up. Beth, what do you think?
Jeez. Yeah, I'm interested in hearing from Beth too, though.
I lost track. Yeah.
We're just fucking rambling for no reason and not
I
saying.
was talking awesome things.
Yeah, you were not. Beth.
No.
He's been on for 6 hours.
I was saying, like, I think sometimes you guys are overthinking some of these things. I mean, what do I know? But like, as far as like the appeal for Trump to the average person, I don't think they're thinking on that kind of level like you're talking about. I think they feel heard. I think a lot of people out there in middle America felt heard by Donald Trump because he didn't give a crap about political correctness. He said what they were thinking. They were like, yep, that's it. We want him. No BS. We're tired of the BS. We're tired of being treated like a bunch of dumb hicks by the people on the coast who don't understand us because we live in a rural area.
It was in the 5% undecided middle of America.
Yep.
America.
I think it's probably, I don't disagree. I don't think that people voted for Trump because they said, we got to kick this opioid epidemic, right? But I do think that you don't get people who are angry when they have enough, well, the expression would be like when they have enough food to eat. But frankly, all Americans have had enough food to eat. But you get the point, right? When you feel like there's economic opportunity and you're successful and you're doing better than you were the last year and, on a continuing basis, you don't get angry enough to have an experience like the one you just described where you vote for a politician like Donald Trump.
His son died from an opioids and Trump says he's going to blow up the system and the system was what let this happen. And again, the system, there is truth to that. The Sacklers should be in prison. Should be in a prison for the rest of their lives as charged with treason against the United States for being the worst garbage on the planet, like just the absolute pure evil, and given a 1,000 consecutive life sentences. That's what the Sacklers deserve. And now somebody can't articulate that, but if somebody's like their son died from, they're generally conservative temperament, their son died from opioid epidemic, Trump sends in and says he's going to blow up the system. I mean, it makes perfect sense to vote for him. The fact that he hasn't done it is why he's going to lose.
But Trump's not going to respond by saying he's going to tackle the opioids epidemic and by putting the Sacklers in jail and rearranging that system, right? That's not how it's felt. The main reason that people are on opioids is because they don't feel like they have other opportunities in their lives. They don't feel like they can look forward to having like a fulfilling life with a family, for example.
Exactly. Yeah.
In Vietnam, a lot of the soldiers used heroin, and then they came home and they stopped.
You guys are idiots.
That's a true point, actually.
No, it's not.
It is true. But it's been 5.5 hours, so I think it's okay to be skeptical.
Amazing you guys can go for 5.5 hours. That is pretty impressive.
It's not.
Really
You don't understand.
Elon Musk should be president. His company is wildly overvalued. I disavow my earlier statements. But I didn't realize it was.
I can't understand you anymore, Andrew. What did you just say?
I said I disavow my earlier statements where I said that Tesla wasn't overvalued because I didn't know it was 730 730 profit P&E ratio. I didn't know. Okay, I didn't know it was that much.
It's not overvalued? I must have missed that part of the...
I thought it was like, Alex was like, is it overvalued? I'm like, well, I mean, given these X and Y and Z factors, I think it has a good shot at it. And then I Googled it, and it's 730 price to earnings ratio, which is, the average is like 15 to 20, and it's 730. I'm like, oh, okay, Alex might have a point.
It's a massive convexity trade.
so I changed my
position. I don't say it's not overvalued.
That's my gift. And looking like an idiot, but then knowing what he's talking about.
But Elon Musk put a car into space, and so he should be president.
Well, and now you guys are talking about like how things have changed as far as like presidents and people getting more extreme elected in the future. Like, look at how much our tolerance level has dropped or risen, how you look at it, as far as like what's tolerable now, like what's presidential and what's not. It's gotten ridiculous to the point where there is nothing too ridiculous or absurd that isn't tolerated and defended. So now it's like Kanye West. Well, I don't know. Why not? I guess. I mean, I'm not saying I think it's a good idea.
It's been 5.5 hours, but I want to just end on a point of agreement. Kanye West for president. Kanye 2020, right? Are we all in agreement on that?
Yeah.
Kanye 2020. Okay.
Kanye West for president would be a fitting end.
It's what the United States deserves.
That's what the United States deserves.
It's going from narcissist to bipolar.
It's going from narcissist to bipolar narcissist.
You know what I learned this week?
Yeah.
Only
Right.
very recently I learned something. I learned that so religion is my most studied topic. I've been learning about religion my whole life. I don't know everything, but I've been learning about it more than I've learned about anything else. And I just very recently realized or learned that Islam forbids statues of other human beings to prevent false idolatry.
I think it only prevents statues of Muhammad.
They do not build statues of Muhammad.
Yeah, but they build statues of sultans and warriors and stuff.
But not that much.
Not
Not that much.
Find out.
Maybe to a degree. I mean, I don't know. I know there's some statues of sultans.
So the idea is they don't want you to
be teared down.
I don't know. I thought it was a very useful.
There was a period of Byzantine iconoclasm where the Byzantines became like no icons of Jesus or stuff like that. I think probably because of all the Islamic successes, because they won a bunch of battles.
Dude, we have a society that literally worships or idols Kanye West as a role model. We are doomed.
We want prenup.
He may be a good singer. Whatever the fuck. It's meaningless. It's a meaningless, virtueless, valueless talent in terms of running a society. Useless.
I mean, but isn't that basically what the United States is right now? We have a reality television show president or reality TV show star as president right now. Obama seemed like kind of the celebrity president. Like he was like, if in another world he would have been a movie star. George W. Bush basically seemed like that
Obama was the first because
special person that you knew wasn't.
Is the best propaganda machine that has ever been invented yet.
Which was?
The internet.
Yeah, I mean, the internet can be the best propaganda machine, or the best propaganda destroyer, or the best just disseminator of nonsense like QAnon.
All the same thing. It's disseminator of information. It's propaganda.
Also the best platform ever invented for cat videos.
True. Cat stocks have just gone. Cat stocks have just gone through the roof.
Who said that?
Cat stocks.
All right, I'm getting off. 1:35 in the morning. I'm leaving. Fuck you.
I think we've gone pretty hardcore. This has been 5 hours and 35 minutes. I have 2 bottles of wine. I'm not sober anymore.
I'm gonna post this to YouTube tomorrow with 0 edits.
It doesn't deserve edits. It doesn't deserve them.
Okay, so I'm bummed about no BP Con this year. I wanted to meet some of you guys in person, and now I can't do that.
Oh, it got postponed by 2 weeks, apparently.
Next year we are gonna have
2 weeks. 2 weeks, a year. I can't. It's a time warp. I don't know the difference anymore.
I'll tell you something good. You ready? I already signed my agreement to do the photography for BPCon 2021.
Sweet.
So
Is
October
it still
5th.
going to be there? It's still going to be in NOLA? I hope so.
Ebola Zika virus 2021.
Dude, it's just election year shit. We'll be over in.
Oh, you're
This will all be over on November 5th.
Are the clouds going to part? I hope. I mean, is it? I hope
No,
so.
it's
I don't think so. I think it's. I don't want to get into another tirade. You guys are wrapping it up. No. But
We don't have enough energy for another tirade.
nope. No more tirades.
The one advantage is we'd be. Yeah, I think you're right, Beth. Good night. We can't fight you. We can't argue.
Yeah.
Like,
Good night, y'all.
You're right.
Rory,
I'll
it was
just hear
fun.
snoring. It'll just be snoring. So.
Carly, if you're watching this, we got to hang out soon.
Uh,
All right, see you guys.